and an enormous victory. This is nothing but a win.
தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் புரட்சி தளபதி அவர்களால் இன்று இந்த மாமன்றத்தில் முன்மொழியப்பட்ட நம்பிக்கை கோரும் தீர்மானம் மாபெரும் வெற்றி அடைந்திருக்கிறது.
There is a huge victory for the motion of confidence moved by the Chief Minister on the floor of the House. And the reason for this is his unshakable belief and confidence. Hurdles are stepping stones for victory. You have destroyed all suffering to pieces and hurdles to pieces and march towards this massive victory that you've got today.
அதாவது ஒரு செயலை செய்யும் முன் இது கடினமானது என்று மலைக்க கூடாது.
We should not think that a task is tough before starting the task. It's about achieving tough tasks and reaching victory. That's great success. Instead of getting shaken, he's made others in awe of his success.
நம்மை வாழ விடாதர் வந்து நம் வாசலில் வணங்கிட வைத்துவிடும் என்கின்ற அந்த வரிகள் தான் எனக்கு நினைவுக்கு வருகிறது. ஒன்றை நான் நினைத்து பார்க்கிறேன். வருவதற்கு முன்னாலே
before government and power comes, before that he ran his fan clubs.
தன்னுடைய ரசிகர்கள் மன்றம் மூலமாக காலை
உணவு fan clubs,
ரொட்டியும் பாலும் கொடுத்தார். ஏழைகளுக்கு உதவினார்.
He helped the people. He did social initiatives through his fan clubs. He helped in education. He took everybody along through his fan clubs. The good deeds that he did then has led to the victory right now.
முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பெற்றிருக்கிற இந்த வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க இந்த வெற்றி கழிப்பில் நான் என்னையும் பங்குபடுத்திக் கொள்கிறேன்.
I am also including myself in this great victory that the Chief Minister has achieved here.
நாமும் தடம் பதிக்க வேண்டும். பிறர் உயரத்தை அண்ணாந்து பார்த்து ஆச்சரியப்படுவது முக்கியமல்ல, நமது உயரத்தை பிறர் பார்க்கும்படி வாழ வேண்டும். உயிரோடு வாழ்வது மட்டும் முக்கியமல்ல, உயர்வோடு வாழ வேண்டும் என்பதற்கு இலக்கணமாக மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் புரட்சி தளபதி அவர்கள் விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
புரட்சி தளபதி
ஆட்சி 5 ஆண்டு காலம் மட்டுமல்ல, அதையும் தாண்டி
this government will not last just for 5 years but will go on forever.
நல்லாட்சி தருவார் என்கிற நம்பிக்கையை நாம் பெற்றிருக்கிறோம். தொடர்ந்து அவருடைய ஆளுமை, அவருடைய திறமை இந்த தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு பயன்பட வேண்டும். இந்த நல்ல தருணத்தில் அவருக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்து அனைவருக்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்து
I thank everybody in this great moment. I thank him and I thank all you members in the house.
முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இப்போது உரையாற்றுவார்கள்.
The Chief Minister will now speak.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே,
Honorable Speaker,
முதலில் நம்பிக்கை தீர்மானத்தில் மக்களுக்கான இந்த ஆட்சியை, மனசாட்சி உள்ள மக்களாட்சியை ஆதரித்து வெற்றி பெற செய்த மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர்கள் அனைவருக்கும்
firstly, let me thank from my heart all those MLAs who made this people's government, people formed government for the people government, its success today on the floor of the House.
தனி அணியாக, தனி
without any major coalition, without any other alliance, as only with an alliance with the people.
1967 and 1977 தேர்தல்கள் வாயிலாக அமைந்த சாமானியர்களின் அரசை போலவே,
like the governments that were formed in 1967 and 1977,
வெற்றி கழகமும் சாமானியர்களின் அரசையை அமைக்கும்.
The Tamil TVK government will also be one for the common people and for the ordinary citizen.
நம்பிக்கை வைத்து
People have trusted us
வாகை சூடும் அந்த
and have voted us.
விசில் அலை வெற்றி அலையாக மாறியது.
History has changed. Whistle power changed into victory power.
விசில் புரட்சியானது கட்சி ஆரம்பித்த 3 ஆண்டுகளுக்குள்
within 3 years of forming a party,
92%
34.3% vote, 1,72,00,000 people,
208 வாக்குகளை மக்கள் தந்தனர்.
people have given us.
தமிழகத்தை தனி பெரும் கட்சியாக சட்டமன்றத்திற்கு அனுப்பி வைத்தனர்.
TVK has been chosen as the single largest party by a mile in this assembly.
கட்சி ஆரம்பித்த 3 ஆண்டுகளுக்குள்ளே
If within 3 years of forming this government,
ஒரு நூல்
forming this party,
தனி பெரும்பான்மை கொஞ்சம் தள்ளி போய் இருக்கிறது.
we have just missed majority by a short mark.
சிறுபான்மை அரசு போல யாரும் நினைத்தால்
Don't think of this as a minority government.
நாங்களே சொல்கிறோம் இது சிறுபான்மை அரசுதான்.
We will state it ourselves. It's a minority government.
சிறுபான்மை மக்களுக்கான பாதுகாப்பை உண்மையாக நிலைநாட்டும் அரசுதான்.
This is a government that will protect the rights of the minorities.
அது மட்டுமல்ல, பெண்கள், குழந்தைகள், முதியோர்கள்,
Not just that, women, children, youth,
ஆசிரியர்கள் மற்றும் உழைக்கும்
government workers, teachers,
மக்களுக்குமாக
farmers.
அரசுதான் இந்த அரசு.
This government is for all of you.
அனைவருக்கும் ஏற்பட்டதால் தான் இந்த
It's
நம்பிக்கை
because you trusted that
நிரூபிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது.
we have won this vote of confidence. In this time,
நமது அரசு சார்பாக சில உத்தரவாதங்களை நான் தர வேண்டும் என்று
I would like to give some guarantees at this time.
கொள்கை தலைவர்களான தந்தை பெரியார், பெருந்தலைவர் காமராஜர், அண்ணல் அம்பேத்கர், வீரமங்க வேலு நாச்சியார்,
TVK ideologues Periyar, Ambedkar, Kamaraj, Veera Nachiyar,
இந்த மக்கள் அரசு உள்ள மக்களாட்சியை தரும் என்று உறுதி அளிக்கிறேன்.
That is the way this government will give a conscience
வாய்ப்புடன்
rule with a strong conscience.
ஜனநாயகத்துடன் மதச்சார்பற்ற சமூக நீதி கொள்கைகளுடன்
This will perform
அதில்
with
சிறிதும் மாற்றமில்லை.
democratic traditions, constitutional traditions and secular traditions.
மனதார நம்பி வாக்களித்த அனைத்து இயக்கங்களின் தலைவர்களுக்கும்
I thank all those leaders who believed this and voted for us.
மீண்டும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
I thank you again.
எம்மதமும் நம் மதமே.
Any religion is our religion. எம்மதமும் அம்மதமும்.
வாக்களித்தவர்கள், வாக்களிக்காதவர்கள் என்ற பாகுபாடே இருக்காது.
There will be no difference between those who voted for me and those who did not vote for me.
சாமானியர்களுக்கான அரசு.
This is a government for the ordinary people.
கடந்த அரசு.
This is a government which is beyond communal divisions.
இது பண்பட்ட அரசு.
Government that will protect traditions.
யாரையும் எதற்காகவும் புண்படுத்தாத அரசு.
This government will not hurt anybody for political reasons.
துள்ளி எழுந்து பதில் சொல்வதை விட எதிலும் துணிச்சலுடன் செயலாற்றி வெற்றி பெறும் அரசு.
Instead of just jumping up to answer, this is a government that will show by its work that it will be a success.
அமைந்த அரசு அல்ல.
This is not a government for power.
செலுத்துவதற்காக அமைந்த அரசு.
This is a government that has been formed for the sake of the people, to thank the people.
அரவணைக்கும் அரசு.
This is not a government of power, but this is a government of affection and something that embraces everybody.
எல்லோரையும் விரும்பும் அரசு.
This is a government which will like everybody.
அதுவே எங்கள் ஒரே நிலைப்பாடு.
People's welfare is our only aim.
உள்ள மக்களாட்சிக்கு ஆதரவளித்த அனைவருக்கும் மீண்டும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
I thank all of you who have supported this government with a conscience. We will be a government with conscience. I thank you.
மீண்டும் கூடும் நாள் குறிப்பிடப்பெறாமல் ஒத்திவைக்க கோரும் தீர்மானம்.
The assembly is adjourned.
முன்னவர் அவர்கள், மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, பேரவை விதி 25 கீழ் பேரவை மீண்டும் கூடும் நாள் குறிப்பிடாமல் ஒத்திவைக்கப்பெறலாம்.
Adjourned without a future date for reconvening the assembly. This house is adjourned without convening, without declaring the next date for reconvening. And that motion I keep before you. There is no one who opposes it. And it has been unconditionally accepted that this house is adjourned. So the Tamil Nadu Assembly adjourned at 11:55 p.m. Joseph Vijay wins the vote of confidence on the floor of the House with 144 MLAs, which included NDA allies like the PMK, supporting him at the moment, not blocking his appointment as Chief Minister, not voting against him. The DMK did not oppose but walked out, abstaining from the vote. It's only the AIA-DMK and the Edappadi Panichami faction which voted against C. Joseph Vijay. 22 MLAs voted against, 5 MLAs took a neutral position. 144 supported the motion of confidence moved by Chief Minister Joseph Vijay. So he's got a clear run, Shiv and Vasudha. It's all yours now. All the action in Tamil Nadu's over. We can keep analyzing, and we'll have to look at astrologers.
No, but Veera, before you log off, two quick questions to you. Number one, where does this leave EPS? Where does this leave the AIADMK?
Have you heard of Trishanku Swarga, which is neither in heaven nor in hell? EPS is stuck somewhere in the middle. He is neither with Vijay nor with the TMK. He needs to find out where he needs to go. I think the road ahead for Edappadi Palaniswamy is going to be one fraught with a lot of challenges, but so is the road ahead for Joseph Vijay and Udayanidhi Stalin. There are going to be multiple challenges. We'll have to, it's still a very dicey number game as far as the assembly is concerned, Shiv. Today, there is categorical majority for the TVK. A year down the line, I don't know what's going to happen. But look at the senior leaders who've gone away from EPS. It's part of his core lobby that had lobbied for his support at that point of time. So it's going to be very interesting. I think perhaps he will have to learn to blow the whistle at some point of time. I don't see the two leaves surviving this storm.
Veera, answer this question. Why was the AIADMK so intent on opposing this? Because even the DMK seems to have abstained. Wouldn't it have been easier for EPS to abstain from this vote? What did he say that sort of justifies this decision of his?
Vasudha, it's an existential threat for the two leaves symbol. Let's not forget that it's an existential threat for Edappadi Palaniswamy and the two leaves symbol. He's the former chief minister, and his statement was very clear. People voted for MGR and Purachi Talaivi Jayalalitha government, and for the two leaves symbol and for the government that I gave.
Okay.
I cannot accept to jump ship to the whistle, because the whistle is an antithesis of the AIADMK and two leaves. It can take over and completely maul the two leaves. So it's a question of survival for the two leaves. How it's going to co-opt itself with the whistle will be very, very interesting.
People have voted for him at the center of his defense. We also have Vijay Gopal and Sam Daniel joining us. They've been covering whatever has been happening in the assembly. Vijay Gopal, to you first. What exactly are the numbers with the AIADMK? I'm asking you this because there seems to be a lot of curiosity on what is going to happen to EPS and also the people, the 22 people who have opposed the trust vote. Okay, Sam Daniel, please.
Well, that's right. After yesterday, even after multiple...
Go ahead, Vijay, go ahead.
Multiple warnings from ADMK camp led by Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, where ADMK MP Inpadurai also issued statements saying that if ADMK MLAs voted in favor of Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam during the floor test, they will take strict legal action against those MLAs. But despite those warnings, now we saw what ADMK MLAs led by CV Shanmugam and SP Velmani camp has did. More than around exactly 25 MLAs, ADMK MLAs voted in favor of Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. So with this, other MLAs only voted against Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam during the floor test. So which means the clear is also the clear split is visible. Even Edappadi K. Palaniswamy opposed this on the floor assembly. He gave clarification saying that he also opposed TVK Chief and Chief Minister Vijay for meeting ADMK other camp. He spoke in the floor saying that it is not acceptable for a Chief Minister using the split in the party and meeting one camp in favor of by being as a Chief Minister by favoring one camp. So this is not acceptable. That's what Edappadi K. Palaniswamy himself told these things on floor. We have to wait and see what could be the reaction from EPS once he came outside this. Possibly he might address the press meet also.
EPS in fact went to an extent of saying that these MLAs have also been given inducements, so the CM, Chief Minister, needs to be careful before meeting such people.
Absolutely. You know, an impassioned pitch there by EPS, but it hasn't gone his way for sure. So there are very, very serious questions for that. Sam Daniel, our Chennai Bureau Chief, is also live outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Sam, what were your big takeaways from what we've just seen play out in the Assembly? The numbers game was never really going to be a challenge. It was always about the scale of what the numbers would finally tally up to. What are your takeaways, Sam?
While Shiv, TVK's confidence, winning the confidence motion was assured.
Yeah.
The surprise is how many MLAs are in favor of EPS and how many are against EPS in the AIADMK camp. And it's slightly more than what we expected. EPS appears to have the support of 22 MLAs, and the other camp has 25, out of which 24 have voted in favor of the TVK and one has abstained. Certainly, the larger picture is trouble is mounting for EPS, and the Tamil Nadu speaker increasingly giving prominence for the rebel leadership, and this could pave way for either a larger coalition move by the rebel AIADMK MLAs in terms of playing a more active role in the TVK government to help it provide a stable government for Tamil Nadu, or in the course of the weeks and months they may also decide in terms of mustering more numbers and deciding to perhaps join the TVK lock, stock and barrel. But to begin with, the rebel leaders have yesterday said they don't have plans of a split, but their idea is to only rejuvenate and strengthen the party. So that's the larger picture. They're going to now mount pressure on EPS to convene the General Council meeting, perhaps make their demands stronger for a more detailed discussion, and perhaps to unseat EPS from the top position in the AIADMK party, citing the party's 4 successive electoral defeats and how the party has to now reinvent itself, taking into account the new ground reality. That's a larger takeaway. But otherwise, in terms of the performance or the role played by the DMK, it was very clear from the beginning that they will not vote against the party, but they will choose to boycott or abstain from voting. That way, they have indirectly helped the TVK government to have a larger number on the floor to scrape through, not just to scrape through, but also to get a larger, stronger mandate in that sense. And for Vijay, it's a clear mandate. For the next 6 to 8 months at least, there'll be no question of a confidence measure. But of course, he will now face criticism that he is seeking or accepting support from MLAs, former ministers from the AIADMK who face corruption allegations. And also, a kind of a rethink Vijay has announced on the floor of the House with respect to appointing his astrologer as the officer on special duty, particularly amid widespread criticism from all opposition parties, including those who support him from outside.
Interesting, just 4 days ago, we were standing outside Lok Bhavan wondering if this guy would even get 118, which is the magic number. Today, he has 44 people supporting him. But his demeanor is markedly different from what it was during the oath-taking ceremony today. It's far more somber because the allies are making it very clear that, you know, he has to be a certain kind of a chief minister if he wants their support. Veera is here with us. Veera, help us understand the overall floor test that took place. Leave the numbers aside, the larger message that the allies wanted to send out to.
I think it's very clear in terms of the larger message, Vasudha, but just before I move ahead from the numbers, and I just want you to put this across to Sam. 144 for, 22 against, which takes it to 166, and then 5 who abstained is 171. Add 59 of the DMK MLAs to this list and it comes to 230. Where are the other 4 MLAs is really the question that I had. Perhaps Sam will be able to answer it, because I got a sense that the PMK did not vote against the government. My sense was that the PMK did not vote against the government. The BJP took a neutral position as far as this is concerned. So that will be important to see in terms of the messaging that's going out. Vasudha, important messaging from the opposition, from the DMK, that it's going to be a belligerent opposition. It's going to target him on ideological issues. Udayanithi Stalin there categorically stating that Vijay has not won the mandate of the people. He does not have a majority. He may be the single largest party, but an overwhelming majority of people, over 3 crore, voted against him or did not vote for the TVK. That was a point he made emphatically, and expect that point to be made repeatedly in this assembly. And also, much like the 2006 government, when Jayalalitha had about 65 odd MLAs and called it a minority government of the DMK, Vijay said today at the closing remark, call me a minority government, I don't have a problem. Is it going to be a coalition? Is it going to be a minority? But he turned around and said very clearly that it can be called a minority government because I'm for the minorities. Yes. How he's going to navigate this Congress equation and how he's going to navigate center state issues and how he's going to navigate the AIDMK in terms of the implosion that's taking place and the numbers that's going to come will be the close things to watch out for in the next couple of months.
Okay, we're going to look at that very closely, but I want to switch gears now because the numbers game is obviously over. We've talked about the... Sam, you wanted to add something quickly?
Yes, Shiv. Basically, two MLAs from MDMK have chosen to not come. They are boycotting. That accounts for the two missing numbers for tallying it all together. And two MLAs, one is a vacant seat and one is the MLA who the court has asked not to be part of the trust vote today. So that I think should add up to a total of 234.
Okay, interesting addition to that. Madhavan Narayanan, senior journalist, is also with us. I just want to quickly, wrap up the numbers part of it because I also want to bring in the things that were said inside the assembly today which are of interest. The astrologer being drafted into the Tamil Nadu government has become a hot talking point as well. But Madhavan Narayanan, welcome to our coverage. Your first quick takeaways on the floor test and how the numbers actually tallied up, what it means, what it stands out as from your perspective for Vijay and for EPS specifically.
3-4 points, Shiv. I think they're very important because you have to look beyond simple numbers now.
Yeah.
First of all, 144 is a good number which shows the government has won its first round. But there are things to be read between the lines. First of all, let us not call DMK's walkout as an abstention. In parliamentary language, absence is not abstention. Abstention is something that is explicitly voted in the division bell. And therefore, there's a technicality there, but I'll explain how it is relevant in this vote. In the case of ADMK, it's very important because it is not clear whether there was a whip clearly issued by the Edapadi-led legislature party or whether there was even a legislature party meeting to elect the leader. Nothing is clear because under the anti-defection law, if a whip is issued and that whip is explicitly defied, in that case, the ADMK members who voted with Vijay would be disqualified. That is for your people on the ground to investigate.
Yeah.
There is a technicality that we need to pinpoint so that there is no room for ambiguity. And because it has tremendous implications, because like the Aam Aadmi Party, the 1/3 of the legislature party has to formally announce itself and merge with TVK or get a separate identity.
Madhavan, sorry to interrupt you. There's an AIADMK reaction coming in. I'm just coming back to you. Nadu Assembly, maybe we'll... Okay.
நல்லதே நடக்கும். நல்லது நடந்தா கொடுக்க வேண்டியதானே.
பொதுச் செயலாளரினுடைய உத்தரவுக்கு மீறி நீங்க வாக்களிச்சிருக்கீங்க. கொஞ்சம் வழி விட்டுருங்க.
So that is Leena Rose of the AIDMK, comes from a very influential family and seems to have good relations with both factions, although towards the end she was also supporting the CV Shanmugam faction. But Madhavan Narayanan, please go ahead with your points. The fact that this is also a test for EPS.
Please listen carefully because it's full of parliamentary technicalities that are extremely important going forward. If NDTV, is leading the story, this is also important.
Yeah.
First of all, Leena Rose happens to be the mother-in-law of Adav Arjuna. We don't know how exactly their relations are at a personal level, but tongues are wagging that there might be a hidden equal. Now that she's with Shanmugam, it basically means that if a significant part of ADMK supports the government at the risk of either being disqualified or forming its own faction and possibly evading everything by even merging it with the TVK the way Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha merged with the BJP recently. That is something for our reporters down there to keep track, to make sure whether it's a halfway situation, whether there is a whip was formally issued or was that an email, because an email need not be a whip. whether officially Edapadi has the stature of a legislature party leader and who's the formal whip. These are little bureaucratic details that matter a lot in circumstances like this. Having said that, let me say it's a clear victory for Vijay, whose speech, I must say, was a little too sober compared to his thundering when he was sworn in as Chief Minister. And that is very symbolic of how he has to be responsive. There is no room. This is not a Kodambakkam studio. He cannot rehearse. He cannot have pre-written scripts. It's a huge challenge for the Chief Minister. I think it's pertinent that both Edapadi Ramaswamy and Udayanidhi Stalin spoke about only a 35% vote share that the TVK has, which basically means they keep the room open for putting pressure on him down the line.
Absolutely.
But one important point, the astrologer Radan Pandit figured frequently during the conversation, and it's very important that I saw a tweet by one of TVK's ardent party supporters saying that it's important to distinguish his identity as an astrologer from his identity as a party spokesperson and from his identity as an administrator. So just as Vijay the actor has become Vijay the Chief Minister, it's pertinent to ask whether Radan Pandit the astrologer has become something more. Therefore, the OSD appointment, now his party supporters say that he's excellently networked, Radan Pandit, and he can bring in investments from Singapore and Malaysia, where Vijay is an undeclared hero among the substantial Tamil population, many of whom are affluent, want to keep in line, touch with their traditional ancestors.
And you know, this is actually exactly what Kirtana, you know, the youngest minister and MLA in the TVK cabinet, said to me when I put this question to her yesterday. When I said, you know, the optics of your personal astrologer being drafted into the government and being given a position that the public will pay for is what she said. I'm gonna play that out for you in just a moment. But CT Nirmal Kumar of the TVK is speaking. Let's listen in.
No, he's our media person. He's already as a media spokesperson. And see, anyone, they can have their own profession and anything. But he is our media spokesperson appointed long back. And he has been in media talking, supporting us. And I don't think that is anyone can, their personal profession can be anything, but he is a media person. Thank you. No, our CM has already announced it. Our CM has already announced it. All the people's schemes will continue. Thank you.
TVK there, fending off questions on the issue of the astrologer. It was an NDTV news break yesterday, Vasudha, and when we put it out, it set the cat among the pigeons because it was almost an hour later that everyone kind of woke up to this story, by which time it had caused an absolute bomb. And you've seen multiple people yesterday, all of his allies yesterday, went after Vijay saying this is inappropriate and he should reconsider. Today, you've had multiple people inside the assembly more aggressively attack Vijay on the astrologer issue. Someone has apparently, filed some kind of a petition in the Madras High Court on this. You've got Nirmal Kumar today. You've got Kirtana yesterday to me in that interview clarify that, astrology is just one part of his duties. He's a media spokesperson. He brings in many other things. As Madhavan said, he might be someone who can bring in investment into the TVK as well. But it's clear that this is one issue that everyone has kind of latched on to, Vasudha.
That's right. Shiv, while Tamil Nadu is known as the land of temples, it's also known as the land of Periyar. So, if you're paying tributes to Periyar, you can't also be seen as institutionalizing something like astrology, although everyone is free to believe in whatever they want to. And that's what exactly a lot of MLAs spoke about. I think the sharpest attack came from DMDK's Premalata, who basically said that, I respect you for whatever your beliefs are, but then you cannot institutionalize astrology, have him as your personal secretary, not as the OSD to the government. Ramaswamy Mayappan joins us now. He's also a political commentator. Ramaswamy Mayappan, since morning, a lot of panelists have been saying that Vijay may or may not be spontaneous in his reaction to whatever is happening around him. The NEET controversy is playing out centrally. A lot of students' future is at stake, but Vijay is talking about Sri Lankan fishermen. Is there a danger that, in the attempt to be politically relevant and to ensure that his government survives, will he actually be politically astute or not?
Congratulations first to the TVK for their first test in the assembly to have passed the floor test, one, and then two, going forward, I think. Past history is to break. Vijay will not be making comments where I think his reputation hurts and where he can hold neutrality and his star power will drive him through. We've seen that from Tirupparangundram, we've seen that in the past, we've seen that even in Karur. His immediate response came 4 days later, and his response to the case and the success of appointment of a CBI-led inquiry also was delayed. So Vijay is going to play that approach. That cautious approach works for him politically. I'm quite certain his advisors will also be talking about the same, because when he does not negate something, that protects himself. So that's going to be his personal position. But yes, unfortunately, the chief minister is not expected to do that, because he's governing the people, he's governing for the people, and he's governing he's governed by the people as well. The very same statement that he used in his first address yesterday. So if that be the case, I think the government will have to take a stand, and the reason that they will have to take a stand is so that they can effectively take measures to protect the interests of the people ultimately. If that can't be done, then I'm not sure where actor Vijay, who's now turned to a chief minister, will stand, because ultimately as a chief minister his role is also as an administrator. Even if the comment doesn't come, the response will have to come in actions. So if he's going to hold a neutral position to protect his identity and protect his neutrality for his votes, that will affect how he governs and how he administers. So that is going to be a major problem, is something that I find.
What has happened to the AIADMK, I want to bring you back in on this, Madhavan. What happens to EPS? What happens to the AIADMK? Now, the story we're breaking is that the trust vote has essentially split the party. Ramaswamy, I'll come to you on that. 25 AIADMK rebel MLAs have voted for Vijay. 22 from the EPS faction have voted against Vijay. So a fewer number.
Yes.
Madhavan, what do you make of this? What does this do to the AIADMK?
And the BJP is not opposing it, Shiv. They've managed to be neutral in this.
I think we have to look at it in 3 steps, Shiv, so that we get clarity on what's going to happen next. First is to see whether there was a formal whip which is found valid by the speaker that has been issued by the EPS group, in which case we are in for a serious legislature party split that could even go to court potentially to see whether there is a formal split. But at the backdrop, Velumani has already demanded a general council meeting. So the general council of the ADMK, if you recall, there was this acrimonious meeting where OPS was made to sit quiet and then nudged out, and EPS carried the party with him along with that 2-leaf symbol that wins so many votes. Now we are heading for a scenario where a general council meeting may have to be convened, in which a substantial, we don't know whether it's a majority or a significant minority, or maybe there is some confusion. EPS will have to prove himself all over again in the general council meeting of the AIADMK, which is where actually constitutionally the party has its high command.
Right.
Because under Jayalalitha, there was a general secretary, but right now general council is the one which is the powerful body of the party, and we'll have to see when and how that party meeting is convened and balance it with some of the legislature party developments that we have seen today.
Ramswamy, you know the AIADMK really well. Help us understand, are we looking at a second split in the AIADMK? Because it's just not the split shift. Last time the AIADMK split, EPS versus OPS, there was a prolonged legal war over symbol, over the resources of the party. So that went on for years. Are we looking at a similar situation for the AIADMK?
Ramaswamy.
This is going to be a strange situation for the AIADMK themselves, because unlike the previous attempt, it was to hold to government. Now it's not to have a hold on the government, but to hold on the party. So there is going to be 2 issues here. One, ideally the SP Velumani, CV Shanmugam-led faction has said that they want the AIADMK to stick together. And Edappadi Palaniswamy says that we are going to be voting against the motion. Here the strangest position is the speaker accepted 2 elected leaders and 2 letters, and he's not ruled on those 2 letters. And if he does not rule on those 2 letters, depending on the majority, he will have to choose who is the whip of which faction. Based on that, the whip will have to be called on. So JCD Prabhakar, who is the present speaker, was kicked out of the AIADMK by Edappadi Palaniswamy, is today the speaker, and he will have to rule rule on it.
Yeah.
So wherever you see the political ramifications in that, that's one. And two that you'll have to look at is on legal position. Unless the anti-defection law is called into motion and someone petitions saying that these people are defectors, that will not come into play at all. So Edapadi Palaniswamy's faction could play it safe and say, I will not call it defection at all, and I will keep the party together by leaving this, but then internally try and resolve. So that could still be a possibility. If that happens, you can keep the party together, but that's when the General Council will come into play. That's something that the CV Shanmugam and SP Velumani faction may be agreeable with.
It's going to be interesting, and I'm glad you mentioned that both Madhavan and Ramaswamy actually mentioned it, how these old relationships between some of these people, what kind of a role those will play in the way things actually go. Mothers-in-law and sons-in-law, former colleagues, one throughout the other. Will those act as catalysts or lubricants, or will they stonewall, what could be the path of least resistance towards such moves?
Sengotian and Sengotian was a senior minister, senior leader in TVK, and JCD Prabhakar, who's now the speaker, have both of them have been part of AIDMK.
Yeah. Very interesting. I want to just come back. I want to shift focus back to the astrologer angle. We are awaiting. Madhavan, I took your point on the clarifications that our reporters need to get on the ground. I've asked them to do that, so they'll get it for us as well as voices from the ADMK. But the political flashpoint, Vasudha, it has dominated. Ever since NDTV broke that story yesterday, we've seen a trend. It's been followed by everyone, and it's become the single sort of running theme through the conversation yesterday. All of the allies first lined up to criticize Vijay. Today you had others line up to attack Vijay more vociferously inside the assembly. You've had the TVK a little bit on the back foot, having to explain a decision that most people have been caught off guard by. You heard CT Nirmal Kumar now say that this astrologer is also a media spokesperson, and it is in that capacity that he's been drafted into the Tamil Nadu government as an OSD. But before we go to our guests again, Vasudha, you explain to us what you're hearing from the TVK, because the heat is rising on this issue because it doesn't make them look good.
Right. Ricky Radhan Pandit Vetrivel is a very interesting character in this whole scheme of things, Shiv, because he's also somebody who has been with Vijay for the past 1.5 years. And in the last 2 years, whatever he has said has really come true for Vijay. So there's a sense of trust and dependence on him. But he's also somebody who has networks in Delhi, Singapore. But remember, Tamil Nadu is a land of rationality. Periyar has seeped that in a lot of us. So I think that's what has also prompted a lot of parties, including VCK and DMDK, to aggressively attack Vijay on this, because they also probably want to box him as somebody who does not have a scientific approach. There could be a political, agenda to this, and Vijay has to come out and clarify, because one thing that Premalata of DMDK said, if he was so important to you, you could have made him your personal secretary.
Correct.
Why make him the OSD?
Yeah, so the problem is not so much, people are getting confused. It's not so much about someone having an astrologer. Politicians across the board, including in the DMK and the Dravidian atheist parties, have all, consulted astrologers at various points of time. It is about, as Vasudha said, institutionalizing an astrologer as an OSD and making the public pay his salary, which just looks bad. The optics of it are bad for someone like a Vijay, who had professed to come in with a new kind of politics and a generational reset. Just take a look at all the people in the assembly today during the floor test who asserted themselves on this one issue. This was the NDTV news break that has echoed inside the Tamil Nadu assembly. Take a look.
நமது அரசு ஜோதிடம் பில்லி சுனியம் போன்ற மூட நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு எதிரான நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு இடம் தராமல் அறிவியலை வளர்க்கும் திட்டங்களுக்கு முன்னுரிமை கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் கோரிக்கை வைக்கின்றேன். அறிவியலார்ந்த மனிதநேயம், ஆய்ந்து தெளிந்த சீர்திருத்தம்,
எதிரி கட்சியாக நினைக்காமல் அனைவரையும் சந்தித்து அரசியலில் ஒரு மாண்பையும் மரபையும் நீங்க ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கீங்க, வரவேற்கத்தக்கது. அதுபோல உங்களுடைய முதல் அறிவிப்பிலேயே சிங்கப்படை பெண்களை பாதுகாக்கவும், அதே போல மதுக்கடைகளை மூடுவோம் என்று சொன்னதும் மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. அந்த வகையில் முதலில் 717 மதுக்கடைகளை மூடியது ஒட்டுமொத்த தமிழக மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது.
And I also put this question, Vasudha, of the astrologers, this government job that he's really got, to S. Kirtana, the youngest minister in the Vijay cabinet. Take a look at what she told me. Kirtana, eyebrows have been raised today over one particular decision by your government where Chief Minister Vijay's astrologer has been drafted into the government as an officer on special duty. In your view, why has this happened? People are wondering what is the need to bring an astrologer into the government as an OSD. How would you explain that?
I don't have any particular answer for this. It's party's decision, right? They might have seen many things. He's being a OSD. They definitely might have seen a lot more points, not just see his profession, but he than that. Obviously, Vijay, whatever he chooses, definitely he's seen everything, because you can see the ministry itself. We all got like a perfect people and perfect person who can, for the betterment. Definitely, you would have seen a different stories. Today, the journalist and the other party, they want to project that one profession. He might have done many other things. So why people are not talking about that? They are just only talking about this profession, right? He have done many other things. Why are nobody is talking about that?
So that is S. Kirtana there, the youngest minister in the Vijay cabinet. Also, Shiv, today's floor test exceeded expectations for Vijay. He, of course, was slightly different from what we saw him during the oath-taking ceremony. But today's oath-taking was not stormy, but it also showed us one thing, that the allies, the communists, the VCK and other parties who are supporting Vijay also have certain demands. So it's going to be challenging for Vijay to balance the act of ensuring that the TVK agenda is on track and also reaching out to allies. Let's take a look at the big takeaways, the big voices who spoke during the floor test today before Vijay got those numbers.
தமிழினத்தின் சிறப்பு, அப்படிப்பட்ட சிறப்பை கொண்ட இந்த தமிழ் மண்ணிலே ஒரு முற்போக்கான ஜனநாயகத்தை வளர்த்தெடுக்க வேண்டிய கடமை நம் எல்லோருக்குமே இருக்கிறது. இங்கே நீங்கள் முதல்வராக பொறுப்பேற்று 4 நாட்கள் ஆகிறது. பல நல்ல விஷயங்களை முன்னெடுக்கிறீர்கள். அரசியல் ஆச்சாரியங்களுக்கு அப்பாற்பட்ட அவற்றையெல்லாம் நாங்கள் பாராட்டி வருகின்றோம்.
So hereafter Parliament Assembly has no role to play. Only the timing will be given by the astrologer. That is why I think he had appointed him. What is he? He is not an official. He needs somebody who can advise him properly as per rules and as per the government powers. What can an astrologer do? He can predict. That's all. And that prediction too is subject to happenings. I don't know why this man, I think he has more faith in him than his party.
People believe that the Chief Minister of today, who hailed and praised Periyar, will be following ideology and vision of Periyar. But sadly, today announcement of an astrologer, soothsayer, as an OSD, which is usually given for the experts, is given to an astrologer, is something very disappointing. Ever since the start, let it be sidelining of Tamil Thai Valthu or appointment of an astrologer as OSD, is completely letting down the ethos, the culture, the values of people of Tamil Nadu.
An OSD is an absolutely personal choice, and if the Chief Minister feels that the person he is appointed is going to be of any use to him in terms of administration, then it's his choice. I mean, the Chief Minister himself has absolutely no experience with politics. The people have given him itself a chance. When an actor can become the Chief Minister, why can't an astrologer become an OSD? So I think it's all fair.
Vijay Gopal Muralidharan, our correspondent, is outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly after this floor test. Vijay, the astrologer controversy is becoming bigger and bigger now. Someone has apparently approached the Madras High Court as well. But so far, the TVK is defending the decision. Any chance they are thinking about reversing this decision?
Well, Shiv, that's right. But Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay, while speaking in the Assembly, while responding to Premalata's few suggestions, he said he will rethink about it, but it is not clear whether he meant those words for astrologer comment or horse trading. But TVK Chief Vijay himself responded to comment saying that he will rethink about it. But what the statement from TVK Chief Vijay is not clear yet. But however, we spoke with multiple TVK leaders. They are saying it is a personal discretion of Chief Minister to choose whoever he wants. Even some Congress leaders also backs Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay over this decision, saying this, it is up to Chief Minister decision to choose astrologer or someone who he has faith on it. But however, some section of Congress leader strongly opposed it. For Congress MP Jyoti Mani says when TVK party follows Periyar ideology, it is inappropriate to appoint astrologer as a personal officer. So these are all the comments we hearing from the both allies and opposition parties, Chief.
Right. Sam Daniel joins us now. Sam, tell us, what is the mood outside the assembly like? Has the battle between the AIADMK factions intensified? Is there a sense that disqualification proceedings could also be initiated against that one faction?
Opinions are quite divided, Vasudha, on what could be the next course of action the official AIADMK team will take, and what will be the stand of the speaker, and how it could become a long-drawn legal battle as well. The EPS camp says any voting against the party's instruction will attract the anti-defection law, and they could even face disqualification. But the rebel team, they argue that there is no leader of the legislature party officially appointed, because both teams stake claim for this. There is no whip at the moment, and now it's up to them to decide who they would vote for, and they are quite confident that even if they vote against the party's instruction, this will not really attract any anti-defection law provisions to leading to their disqualification. In fact, earlier there was speculation that these leaders, these lawmakers may only abstain from voting, indirectly helping the TVK to muster numbers, but this time they've actually voted in favor against the party's order, and we'll have to wait and see how the legal tangle would end up like. And at the moment there was commotion on the floor of the House when the Speaker allowed the rebel leader SP Velumani to speak on the motion of confidence, and the Speaker justified his giving permission to him, saying that he had asked for time, and had other leaders asked for time, they would have been given as well. And EPS also took strong exception to the Chief Minister Vijay visiting the rebel leaders and getting or giving his support, saying indirectly referring that the Chief Minister should not be indulging in this kind of promoting rebels in another party, or luring members from other parties in this kind of a way. And the leader of opposition, Udayanidhi Stalin, also called it as sofa politics, taking a dig on the purchase of a new sofa just minutes before Chief Minister Vijay was to come to the residence of the rebel leaders, CV Shanmugam's house. And the issue over the appointment of an astrologer as the OSD for Vijay also was a talking point on the floor of the House, including parties who support the TVK government, particularly from the DMK allies like VCK, DMDK, and a few other parties. And Vijay on the floor of the House has said he would rethink. Even as we speak now, this matter has now reached the Madras High Court, and the judges have asked the applicant to file a formal plea so that the court can take it up. So in terms of numbers, it's certainly a big relief. Although the TVK was very confident of winning or proving its majority, but now with AIADMK 2 crossing sides, this has become a huge relief and a boost for the ruling TVK, at least for the next 6 months.
Okay, in a moment from now, we're going to have a news break on the astrologer angle, the story that NDTV originally broke yesterday, because it has echoed both outside and inside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. But I want to, while we await that news break, and very quickly, I'm going to ask for our viewers, for our producer to just give us a heads up on that, because we want to be as quick as possible on that. On the On Udayanidhi Stalin, leader of the opposition, obviously he had to make a very assertive stance, Vasudha, before announcing the DMK's abstention, which we anyway knew was going to happen. What did you make of the fact that it was a pretty confrontational speech that he made before the walkout?
Shiv, I'm going to give you an academic answer to this because I think Vijay's rise also shows that Tamil Nadu is getting depoliticized in a lot of ways because people are also in some ways getting a little tired of this ideological overdose that they have had from the DMK and from the BJP in the last few years.
Yeah.
I think by bringing, the astrologer issue to the forefront, the DMK is also trying to box Vijay into this person who probably does not understand ideology or the context of the state, in terms of its opposition to untouchability. But yes, that's also to take away the attention from local issues, anti-incumbency, and make this all about, how arbitrary the TVK allegedly is, and also the, lack of ideology in a party like that.
In fact, the news break that we have right now is that the TVK has reacted for the first time officially on Vijay's astrologer controversy. A Tamil Nadu minister has just spoken, even though we had spoken to Kirtana yesterday. This is CT Nirmal Kumar now speaking in direct answer to an NDTV question. Here's what he has said. Here's CT Nirmal Kumar saying the astrologer is also a media spokesperson of the TVK, and it is in that capacity that he's been given an OSD position in the Vijay government. Take a look at what he said.
No, he's our media person. He's already as a media spokesperson. And see, anyone, they can have their own profession and anything. But he is our media spokesperson appointed long back. And he has been in media talking, supporting us. And I don't think that is anyone can, their personal profession can be anything, but he is a media person. No, he's our media person. He's already as a media spokesperson. And see, anyone, they can have their own profession and anything. But he is our media spokesperson appointed long back. And he has been in media talking, supporting us. And I don't think that is anyone can, their personal profession can be anything, but he is a media person.
Vasudha, the TVK has defended it, saying media spokesperson, which is technically also correct. But is this going to be a kind of sticking point for the TVK? Optics-wise, do you think that Vijay may actually be rethinking this?
I think so, because, today he did respond to Premalata Vijayakant's questions, and she had raised 2 points. She said, she talked about horse trading, and she said this is not right, and then she also talked about Radhan Pandit. Now, Vijay said that, he will be rethinking on those, and I'm sure that, he cannot be talking about horse trading, right? That means that he's also accepting what happened.
Correct.
I think that probably there could be a rethink on this, but yes, this is a personal decision that he has made. He did not probably anticipate all of this, that happened. And TVK also tell me that he has been trusting this person. There's a sense of dependence on him because he's been with him through turbulent times. But yes, I probably also think that he didn't expect this kind of opposition, especially from those people who have supported him.
And the fact that, people across the board, allies and rivals, have said pretty much the same thing, should possibly be the reason why he's rethinking this, if he does at all. And remember, this was an NDTV news break, and it has become an even bigger talking point than the actual floor test that took place. Optics, narrative, perception are everything, and this could be the Vijay government's first little misstep. It's not become a huge issue, but you're seeing everyone talk about it, and that's the reason why it cannot be ignored. We'll know by end of day today whether Ricky Radhan Pandit Vetrivel is still an OSD with the Tamil Nadu government, or the Vijay government is pulling the plug on that. Vasudha and I are signing off for the moment. Thanks for watching our coverage here this morning and afternoon. There will be much more ahead. It's a good start for the Vijay government, but there's a long road ahead, and clearly the opposition, Vasudha, has made it clear that they're going to be watching the Vijay government like a hawk. We're back after this very short break. Vedika takes us forward with the big NEET story and investigation. Thanks for watching.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Full of these people.
Kolkata trap.
The highest number of voters.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive.
अफरा-तफरी का माहौल है, तोड़-फोड़ पथराव किया गया है। I've always liked NDTV. It's the most reliable news channel more than anything.
TVK headquarters here. A lot of thanks for NDTV. Congratulations to NDTV.
Thank the team for their incredible coverage of the Tamil Nadu election so far.
Fast moving, but still relaxed. Informative, but still unbiased.
So I really love the channel. I saw Shiv sir and I was really excited to meet him and tell hi. So I'm really happy I met you, sir. Thank you so much.
Happy meeting NDTV team here.
Thanks for NDTV.
Padmija Joshi, Sriyashi Dev. This is Shreya Ghosh. Ramandeep Chaudhary. Manogya Loiwal.
For Gopinath. This is Victor.
Tanushka Datta.
Sam Daniel.
Vika Ramaswamy. Ritu Raj Purohit.
Shiv Arur. To all our viewers who've joined us, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला।
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है।
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल।
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला।
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विजय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की।
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic.
All right, we start with some breaks coming in from the national capital. A team of CBI has reached the NTA headquarters. The CBI team will be meeting with the NTA DG Abhishek Singh shortly. The CBI will be seeking more details from the NTA on mail, WhatsApp, Telegram forwards that have led to digital traces and clues when it comes to the guest papers that had a lot of content that were part of the final paper when it came to the May 3rd exam. We have with us outside the NTA at this point Tejshri joining me live. Tejshri, that is going to be a key interaction between the CBI team and the NTA chief, who is facing the heat for calling off the exam and of course for the leaks that led to the cancellation of the exam.
Absolutely. Just some time back, a team of CBI has reached over here at the NTA headquarters, and in fact, they will also be
seeking all the details related to this case. In fact, the major and important details are the digital traces, not just the digital traces, but also in fact the mail trail, the WhatsApp forwards, the PDF. What we are learning as of now from our sources is there were 2 PDF, highly placed sources in the NTA revealed that there were 2 PDFs. One PDF was of chemistry and one was of biology. What we are also getting to know is that one was handwritten, which had a similar kind of handwriting, which indicates that there was only one accused who in fact copied down the entire paper, the actual paper, to the in fact a rough paper, a blank paper. It was scanned by a portable scanner, and then it was circulated through several WhatsApp channels and Telegram channels as well. So that trace will be identified. Number 2, the apart from that, how that portable scanner was used to scan the actual papers, because one was handwritten and one was the main paper. Now, if we talk about the investigation, then yes, several individuals are being scanned, they are being questioned, several accused are detained in this entire case. But what we are in fact also learning here is that in some time from now, the protest is going to begin. I would also like to show you the visuals of security that's been beefed up. You can see that the Delhi police personnel are here. This entire area has been barricaded. RAF has been deployed over here. Apart from that, all the gates have been barricaded in the similar manner, because what we are also understanding is that a protest call has been given by the ABVP around 12:45, around 1 o'clock, when they will be coming and they will be holding a protest. Remember that yesterday also quite dramatic visuals we captured over here, where on Dharna the NSUI protesters were sitting. However, in the visuals as of now also, you can see that how there are police deployed, because there is anger amongst the people, amongst the students, amongst the the youth, because it was question of 22 lakh plus students who appeared for this examination. Now to reappear for this examination is really a tough challenge for them, is a big challenge. However, the NTA DG, Mr. Abhishek Singh, has clarified that no fees would be required once again, and the fees that was also charged for the previous exam, NTA NEET exam 2026, that will be, however, refunded to their respective bank accounts. But important over here is that the accused, that was it a bigger nexus, because now remember that this entire case or episode is not just limited to Rajasthan Seeker, but has also in fact spread to several areas. Now since the investigation has begun, where the loophole was it in the system? Because without an insider, it is impossible to just get the hold of that entire paper sheet. And how is it possible that the questions that are in the guest paper, they are extremely accurate, 95 to 100% of accuracy of those questions to the actual paper. So all these questions are raising several doubts as to how many people are under scanner. What NDTV has learned.
Back to you, but that's the latest. You have a CBI team inside the NTA office as we speak. But the outrage over NEET paper leak is intensifying. The CBI has stepped in and teams have been dispatched across India. NDTV has accessed the timeline of events. As per sources, the paper began circulating 45 hours before the exam on the 3rd of May and reached Sikar, Jaipur and other coaching centres. The leak came to light as a student hailing from Sikar sent his father, a hostel owner, the question paper. Investigators are now tracking digital footprints, Telegram channels and shadow servers allegedly used to circulate and then erase leaked papers. As per sources, the leak network allegedly had access to questions from multiple subjects, built a question bank from leaked papers and operated through closed groups. Harsha is now joining me live. Harsha, what's the latest in terms of the probe in Rajasthan?
Well, in Rajasthan, we are at the SOG headquarters where the CBI is actually questioning people who have been picked up by the SOG. Now, remember, the CBI is going to base a lot of its investigation on what the SOG has unearthed so far. And the SOG is the one who reacted to the whistleblower's complaint that the paper had reached Sikar. Now, the other interesting angle that is developing is that when this SOG actually start connected the dots, they found this two brothers in Jamba Ramgarh in Jaipur, Dinesh and Mangi, who had actually bought the paper from this gang in Haryana and had sold it to someone in Sikar. Now, it's very interesting that in their family, apparently, according to SOG sources, there are 4 children who gave the who gave the NEET paper exam, I beg your pardon. And this year, 1 child gave the exam. In the last attempt, 3 children had given it, of which all 3 had cleared it. So this sort of also points to the fact that were they actually in touch with some kind of a gang in Haryana which was leaking question papers. And actually it is these two, Dinesh and Mangilal, that the SOG sources believe were the ones who actually led them to the Haryana gang and from there to Maharashtra, which is how the SOG managed to crack the case that the leak had happened in Maharashtra. So now, apart from Sikar, of course, Sikar is under the scanner, the whistleblower is from Sikar, the paper was circulating in Sikar, coaching institutes are under the scanner, there are people there who've been taken in for questioning, but apart from Sikar, the Jaipur dimension is also interesting, and this brother and sister in the outskirts of, two brothers in the outskirts of Jaipur, their role is proving to be quite significant.
All right, do stay with me while we tell our viewers that big revelations have emerged in the NEET paper leak trail. The chain begins in Nasik in Maharashtra, where the first copy of the leak paper was made. From there, it was illegally sent to Gurugram, where 10 sets of the leak paper were printed and circulated to other states. In Jaipur, copies of the leaked paper were received, and across Rajasthan, the crackdown has intensified, like Harsha has just told you, with multiple arrests taking place from Sikar and Junjunu. Now, the probe is widening. The CBI is likely to launch investigations in Rajasthan, Maharashtra and Uttarakhand as well. More states being drawn in at this point. Going back to Harsha. Harsha, that network and that we're talking about seems to be really huge. And in terms of the probe, that net also widening. Like we said yesterday, and you've reiterated today, it's not just about 3 or 4 states. This seems to be widening to a huge host of states when it comes to the leak, when it comes to the network.
Absolutely. You see, the unearthing of the scam or the leak begins in Sikar. And then when the SOG starts working backwards, they started connecting the dots, and then they came upon these 2 brothers who had actually, there was a monetization. There's 15 lakhs transaction that has happened, and the SOG sources are telling us that the money trail will also be unearthed very soon. In fact, it's apparently there. That's evidence. Now, these 2 brothers sold it to someone in Sikar. But where did they get it from? They got it from the Haryana gang. So that's how the SOG managed to widen the scope of this investigation to Haryana. And from Haryana, it turned out that the Haryana gang had got it from Maharashtra. And the Haryana gang, in fact, what sources have told us, did not just, they were really the big players in this case. They've given it to people in Bihar, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. Now, all this will now be under the ambit of the CBI. But the tip of the iceberg, so to speak, was touched upon by the Special Operations Group here in Rajasthan.
Thanks for joining me live there on The Big Story. Of course, fresh outrage has erupted over the NEET paper leak controversy, with the opposition mounting sharp attacks on the centre. While the government is yet to issue a detailed political response, the NTA says a whistleblower alert on the 7th of May exposed similarities between the leaked WhatsApp PDFs and the actual exam questions. The opposition says the NET controversy has now become an annual saga, accusing the BJP regime of failing to protect the integrity of national exams. The opposition has moved to sharply critique the paper leak. Rajasthan Minister Madan Dilawar has downplayed the leak by saying that cancellation was not a big deal.
जो मेहनत करता है, जो योग्य है, उसको जो है उसके साथ नाइंसाफी जो है की जा रही है। अब यही छात्र अपने हक अधिकार के लिए सड़कों पर उतरेंगे तो यही सरकार जो है लाठी से पीटने का काम करेगी। जिम्मेदारी बनती थी पेपर लीक ना हो, लेकिन एक बार नहीं कई बार जो है पेपर लीक हो रहा है। ये देश के नौजवान जो है उनके भविष्य के साथ जो है खिलवाड़ किया गया है।
अव्वल तो सबसे पहले उन बच्चों को सोचिए, उनके परिवारों को सोचिए, उनकी पृष्ठभूमि को सोचा जाए। हम क्या दे रहे हैं उनको? सालों की मेहनत, उसके बाद अनिश्चितता। कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स ने आज ही से एडवर्टीजमेंट डालने शुरू कर दिए, और प्रधानमंत्री जी की ओर से क्या वो वाकिफ नहीं है? सदन में हम सब ने उठाया था, खास तौर पे एनटीए की कार्यप्रणाली पर पारदर्शिता के अभाव पे, उत्तरदायित्व के अभाव पे मैंने प्रश्न खड़ा किया था। एक बार नहीं, एनटीए के निर्माण के दौरान से बाद तक क्या हासिल हुआ? आपने परीक्षा कैंसिल कर दी। आपके लिए प्रशासनिक निर्णय था, लेकिन इस निर्णय के नतीजे में उनके साथ जो हुआ है ना, उसको कोई नहीं समझ रहा।
On that note, we step into a short break. I'll be back with Breaking Ground at 1 p.m. where we will be focusing on that big trust vote win for Vijay and his government, along with the row over the astrologer turned OSD. We'll be back with more.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, "Maybe not." Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Full of these people. Kolkata trap. The highest number of voters. Tamil Nadu votes decisive.
अफरा-तफरी का माहौल है, तोड़-फोड़ पथराव किया गया है।
I've always liked NDTV. It's the most reliable news channel more than anything.
TVK headquarters here.
Lot of thanks for NDTV. Congratulations to NDTV.
Thank the team for their incredible coverage of the Tamil Nadu election so far.
Fast moving but still relaxed. Informative but still unbiased.
So I really love the channel. I saw Shiv sir and I was really excited to meet him and tell hi. So I'm really happy I met you, sir. Thank you so much.
Happy meeting NDTV team here.
Thanks for NDTV.
Padmija Joshi, Sriyashi Dev.
This is Shreya Ghosh.
Rapandeep Chaudhary.
Manogya Loiwal.
Deepak Bopanna.
This is Victor.
Tanushka Datta.
Sam Daniel.
Vika Ramaswamy. Ritu Rajpurohit.
Shiv Arun. To all our viewers who've joined us, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
We start with some breaking news coming in. We have big news coming in. With the Vijay's astrologer appointed at OSD has been revoked is the big breaking news coming in. This is in fact a huge piece of news that has just come. The development here on Breaking Ground that is astrologer Randhan Pandit, who was appointed as officer on special duty. That appointment has been revoked. This comes after huge political heat on Vijay and his party over this appointment. Vijay, our correspondent, now joins me from the ground. Vijay, this is big news coming in. Vijay, can you hear me?
Development as we speak, Tamil. It's very important development, just TVK also has proved their confidence before assembly, and just Edapadi Palaniswamy also gave press brief clarifying that they voted against only Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam, and also it's not clear whether ADMK will take action against the MLAs who voted in favor of Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam, because Edapadi Palaniswamy says it is not about majority of MLAs, it is about the high command decision. So as far as ADMK is concerned, all decisions are with Edapadi Palaniswamy as a general secretary. So he has all rights to take decisions. So he clearly says they are against Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam forming the government. So they voted against Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam also in this confidence, in this floor test. But
Vijay, do stay with me. I have Shiv Arur joining me from the newsroom. Shiv, this is a huge development coming just moments after we heard from the TVK, where for a moment they did go ahead and defend the appointment, but the heat within the assembly and outside, and NDTV's relentless coverage on this, making that news break here break on Breaking Ground.
Vedika, this is NDTV Impact. NDTV broke the story yesterday, a full hour before anybody else even knew what this letter was about. Less than 24 hours later, after cross-party criticism of the decision by Vijay to appoint his personal astrologer as an OSD in the Tamil Nadu government, he has pulled the plug on that order. It's embarrassing for the Vijay government, the TVK government, but it also demonstrates that they are willing to listen to criticism and take a quick decision. Many others may have just brazened it out. You even saw CT Nirmal Kumar of the TVK try to explain the appointment of Vijay's astrologer as his OSD in the Tamil Nadu government, a position that would have been paid for by public money. It was explained by some as the fact that this astrologer was also a media spokesman. Therefore, it was not a conflict of interest and not inappropriate. And there were no moral issues about that. But what this shows is, after yesterday you had the VCK, the left parties, the Congress, criticize Vijay, saying that this sends out a very bad message. Today you had other parties within the Tamil Nadu Assembly during the floor test criticize Vijay and say, between science and rationality and religiosity, etc., this sends out a very bad message. Udayanidhi Stalin, leader of the opposition, in a very confrontational manner attacked Vijay, saying, what kind of a message are you sending out by appointing your astrologer as your OSD and having his salary being paid for by, Tamil Nadu taxpayers and voters? I think all of this has, convinced Vijay and the TVK that this was a misstep. It was a bungled decision to do something like this that ruins the optics of the mandate, and that's the reason why Vijay and the government have pulled the plug on this decision so very quickly. Now, I would like to say NDTV Impact, because it was our coverage that actually made this such a big conversation point right through the day. The fact that the NDTV's newsbreak was being quoted extensively outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly, it echoed inside the Tamil Nadu Assembly when all of those MLAs actually picked it up. And I think Vijay was a little shaken and on the back foot, Vedika, because not only were his rivals talking about it, but his own allies, including the Congress party, were pointing a finger at him and criticizing him, and that's the decision why they've taken this decision.
And could this be perhaps a bit of introspection due to coalition politics then, Shiv, is the question? Because you didn't only have the opposition on the floor of the House, like you said, but allies as well. Ever since that appointment was announced, most of them questioning Vijay's decision.
It was just terrible optics as well, wasn't it? Here was a young chief minister who has signaled a new kind of politics, a secular socialist government, a new beginning, a generational reset. And then one of his first decisions is to appoint his personal astrologer as his OSD. It just looked really bad, and it kind of gave the impression to, those watching that, he's just another politician. And that's one thing that the TVK and Vijay are allergic to. He does not want to be regarded and perceived as just another politician, part of the old mold, someone who's going to use nepotism to give his inner circle people, cushy, plump positions within the Tamil Nadu government. It made everything look really bad, and it kind of soured the mood around Vijay after what has been otherwise a very, adulatory sort of, soaring kind of impression of someone who brings hope of a new politics in Tamil Nadu. And so I'm not surprised that he's probably been advised that it's probably best to cut your losses, forget about the 24 hours of bashing that you've taken over this one decision and just remove it. The thing is, there are nuances to this as well. Now, Ricky Radhan Vetrivel, this astrologer, is a media spokesperson. He does bring a lot of investment into the TVK potentially. So there are other roles for him. But the fact that he was an astrologer who saw the Vijay tsunami, and that is unmistakably the reason why Vijay wanted to keep him close and maybe reward him with some kind of a position as an OSD. It didn't fly. It looked inappropriate. It smacked of nepotism. It flew in the face of what Vijay was hoping voters would see he actually stood for. And that's the reason why they decided, it's best to, not try and explain this or brazen this out anymore. Just let it go. And that's what they've done.
During our coverage of this trust vote, you had Udaynidhi Stalin also raise this issue inside the assembly, Shiv.
Correct, and what a confrontational speech that was. In a place like Tamil Nadu, by the way, having an astrologer close to a politician is ironically really no big deal. This very same astrologer, by the way, Vedika, was J. Jayalalitha's astrologer as well. She was famously known to be, obsessed with numerology and, was superstitious about many things. The Dravidian parties, the DMK, for instance, which espouses atheism, half of their MLAs, believe in astrology and consult astrologers before any big political days. So there are lots of hypocrisy surrounding religiosity, superstition, and astrology, frankly. But for someone like a Vijay, who's a rank newcomer, who has based his entire mandate on the fact that, a youthful Tamil Nadu electorate sees, a lot of freshness in what he brings. He's contemptuous of the old way of doing politics, which involves, anti-rationality. For someone who considers Periyar as one of his icons and yet, has a personal astrologer, it's not a good look, and it reminds people that, hey, maybe Vijay isn't so different from all the other politicians we've had. And that is something the TVK and Vijay definitely cannot afford if they're going to play the long political game. And I think that's the reason why when Udaynidhi Stalin, as you rightly said, from the DMK, which espouses, rationality, atheism, etc., when they attacked, I think that message really hit home that this is something we need to rethink. And I would just say, as a sort of bottom line comment, it would take a new party like this, which is agile on its feet, which is still sort of navigating all these landmines. Maybe the fact that they've impulsively taken a decision to pull the plug and reverse and revoke that order of appointing that astrologer, it shows them in good light.
Shiv, thanks for joining me live. I believe we have Mr. Narayan Tirupati from the BJP joining me on the phone line. Thank you for speaking to us here on Breaking Ground, sir. We have Vijay, who has rolled back the decision of having his astrologer as his OSD. That's been revoked. Your first thoughts?
No, see, even the TV case office bearer and present minister, Mr. Nirmal Kumar, just now said that that man was a spokesperson and there is nothing wrong. So it is not because, Mr. Vijay thought it was wrong, but it is because of the pressure given by the DMK allies. It was the pressure given, fearing that their government may fall and it is a danger to his government. I think Mr. Vijay has taken this. This is a big, downfall for him only, because taking the first decision, I think reversing it is shows, and he is getting exposed. It shows that he is giving on to the pressures given by the DMK and its allies.
Do you say it's the coalition politics also, because of which there is vulnerability and the decision to revoke this decision, given that he has needed the numbers to go through the halfway mark?
Coalition politics is what? This is not. This is the prerogative of the Chief Minister, and his own party said that he is a spokesperson of the party. A spokesperson can have different professions. So you cannot say that an astrologer should not become like that. But you see, this is totally, very clearly that he has caved into the pressures of the allies, particularly the Vidudalai Sritegal and the communists. These people are anti-Hindu parties, and that is why they are doing. And we are very clear seeing, even when Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin yesterday speaking about Sanathan, Mr. Vijay was keeping quiet. So all this leads to the pressure from within the DMK and its allies. It is not a good thing for the government. Better he gets out of this these allies.
All right, Mr. Thalapathy, thanks for joining me there. I have political editor Vasudha joining me from the newsroom. Vasudha, a decision just taken some time back, revoked. What does this signify, indicate in terms of the freshly minted government in Tamil Nadu led by Vijay?
This also shows that Vijay wants to project that his is a government that's listening, not just to what people are saying, but mainly to what his allies are saying. And like Mr. Tirupati was also pointing out, this shows that, he's dependent on his allies. And there's also a perception battle that's going on, Vedika. Clearly, the DMK wants to raise some of these ideological issues because they also want to box Vijay as somebody who's not scientific, who basically does not understand the context of Tamil Nadu, who will not fight for the state, which is why a lot of erstwhile allies of the DMK, now presently the parties that are allying with TVK, like Communists, VCK, did raise issues like delimitation, secularism, democracy, federalism, saying that, Vijay has to speak for the state. And that they also brought in rationality, and they talked about the appointment of Radhan Pandit Vetrivel, saying that this is not the scientific approach that the state wants. In fact, VCK also talked about an anti-superstition law and said that it's time for something like this. All of this is also to, in some ways, show Vijay that what he did yesterday, institutionalizing astrology, as part of the government, was not right, and it's not in line with Tamil Nadu's political culture, and that also probably would threaten the political discourse from becoming more about anti-incumbency against DMK to TVK, being this ideology-less party that can do whatever it wants. It's arbitrary, and it also is unscientific. Probably Vijay does not want that. He clearly doesn't want it at this point of time, because while today's, floor test numbers have been exceedingly in support of him, he also understands that there are complications, there are limitations to his support, which is why he is listening to his allies. And this, this revoking of this order also shows that he wants to put this controversy to an end.
Something he would have expected in the assembly ever since the allies as well as opposition leaders spoke out post the appointment. I'll come back to you in a moment from now on that. But we have Sam Daniel joining me live at this moment. Sam, what are the reactions coming in, the initial reactions on this big development?
Well, I just spoke to a DMK ally MP, Professor Jawaharullah, and he welcomes the decision by the Vijay government to revoke the appointment of astrologer Ricky Pandit as an officer on special duty 24 hours after he was appointed. He says that there was worry that the appointment could give a perception that the ruling TVK is changing the direction from developing a scientific temper towards superstition. That's something unacceptable, wrong, and something ought to be fought. And that's why many parties, including the parties that support TVK from outside, to begin with the VCK, CPI, CPM, and parties from the opposition, including the DMK and DMDK, all opposed it tooth and nail, saying that it doesn't augur well for Vijay to appoint his personal astrologer to a government position. One does not raise or point fingers at his belief, but the parties made it very clear that it cannot be imposed on the government. And Vijay, on the floor of the House, while responding to the motion of the address by political parties on the motion of confidence, said he would have a rethink, and in a matter of less than an hour, this order comes that it stands revoked now. And you can expect many such U-turns and faux pas to happen. You should also give that room for this new government. It's a brand new government with complete inexperience in political administration, but they have the majority now with support of smaller parties, and they learn. And many say it's very good of Vijay to have done this immediately, acknowledging something that went wrong and immediately willing to set it right. In that sense, they say they welcome it. This also happened in the case of the Tamil anthem being sung or pushed to the third place on day one when Vijay was sworn in. Immediately, the ruling TVK accepted that as a mistake and beyond their control because it was organized by the Lok Bhavan and assured that in all government functions in Tamil Nadu in future, the Tamil anthem would be sung. So in that case, in that context, people welcome this, but we'll have to wait and watch how they would learn and avoid perhaps such faux pas in the future to make sure they are people guided by qualified and well-experienced politicians at the helm.
Sam, do stay with me. Vasudha, let's just take that point forward made by Sam there. When it comes to supporters of Vijay, they're going to come out and say, like Sam said, look, he's rectified that misstep.
Yes.
But for critics, it's going to go beyond that. They're going to say this is the second misstep, according to them, within days of being sworn in. The first, of course, being the row over the Tamil song being sung last when it came to the appointment of Vijay. So this is how the supporters are going to view it versus the critics.
That's right, and Vijay Vedika, like you rightly pointed out, has always been saying that he has the support of the Makkal, which is he has support of people, and he's yet to navigate, what his critics want, or the political astuteness or spontaneity that's needed in politics. Because yesterday, when Udayanidhi Stalin spoke about Sanatana Dharma, nobody understood what Vijay's reaction is going to be because he was just sitting there. And even while the country continues to battle this cancellation of NEET UG examination, there's no word from the TVK yet, and NEET has been such an emotional issue in Tamil Nadu. Vijay has chosen to talk about Sri Lankan Tamils. He's chosen to write a letter to the centre on the safety of Sri Lankan Tamils, and especially the Indian fishermen who have been harassed by Sri Lankan authorities. So there is a sense that he may lack the political spontaneity that a chief minister needs to have, especially when you come from Tamil Nadu. The context of the state has been that it has always been a little confrontational towards the centre. Vijay is going to be a different chief minister. He'll have to navigate and probably also have image clarity when it comes to his government. Is TVK going to be part of the India alliance? Is it going to be like an extension of the DMK, considering that many of the allies of DMK are now the allies of the TVK? Or he's going to be somebody like a BJD or the YSRCP, completely maintaining its neutral character. He's yet to devise that. He's fighting those preliminary battles, those teething troubles, and Radhan Pandit's, appointment was just one of that. Now with all of his allies criticizing the appointment and saying that he doesn't understand the culture, the political culture of Tamil Nadu, I think he's taken it quite personally. He said in the floor of the House that he will rethink on that issue, and this was particularly to the comment that was made by Premalata Vijaykanth of DMTK, and she said that if you really like him so much, you should have made him your personal secretary and not officer on special duty, because that's a government position. To which he responded later saying that he will rethink that order, and he has done that within months of the assembly sort of ending.
Stay with me. A quick recap for our viewers just joining us. Tamil Nadu's ruling TVK, fresh off a dramatic trust vote win, this morning has rolled back the appointment of an astrologer as an officer on special duty. We're talking about Ricky Pandit, and he had been named by the party boss and Chief Minister Vijay's as part of his staff. But we have Vasudha and Sam live with us. Vasudha, just take us through the relationship the two share as well. It goes back many years. Like Shiv pointed out, this astrologer was also the astrologer for Jayalalitha back then. What more details can you share about the man in the middle of that storm?
Very interesting anecdote. This is what I hear from sources, TVK sources. We don't know if this is true, but what we understand is that Radhan Pandit was also somebody who told late Chief Minister Jayalalitha that if she wants a long life, then probably one defeat is going to be important for that. And she was very upset by what he said. Although she also really trusted him, this one particular advice did not make her happy, and there was a fallout between both of them. Of course, a fallout between Radhan Pandit and Sashikala as well. He especially spent a huge, time in Delhi. He has networks here. He has had prominent clients like LK Advani as well. But he met Vijay, 2 years ago, and he has been with him for the past many months. In fact, TVK sources tell me that in the past 1 year, whatever decision Vijay has taken, he has actually consulted him, be it timing of that decision or...
We have DMK's Mr. Sarvanan joining me on the phone line. Your first comment, we had your leader, Udayanidhi Stalin, in the assembly today criticize Vijay's appointment of his astrologer as OSD. What is the DMK's first reaction to him being revoked as the OSD for Vijay?
Victory for the DMK, budging to criticism, and the TVK government has been made to eat a humble pie. This is the power of the people of the state. The collective voice, the collective conscience of the state of Tamil Nadu had spoken. And that is why Mr. Vijay had no choice except to listen to this collective voice of the state of Tamil Nadu. Everybody opposed it. Their allies, all of them opposed it. And now he had no choice. The question is, see, Mr. Vijay may believe or may not believe astrology. That is not our problem. But when he becomes the chief minister, he cannot wear his beliefs, the superstitions, as a badge of honor. Tamil Nadu is a state known for its progressive ideals. And Constitution, Article 51A of the Constitution is very clear. Promote scientific temper. We cannot see promoting astrology. It is ridiculous. And they had no choice. They were taken aback by the kind of opposition, the strident opposition. See, this is a victory for the people of Tamil Nadu. The people of Tamil Nadu have always supported rationalism. And Mr. Vijay did not have a choice.
And thanks for joining me on the phone line there. DMK saying that this is a win for their party as well as the people of Tamil Nadu and that Vijay was left with no choice. Let's listen in to reactions on this controversy.
எதிரி கட்சியாக நினைக்காமல் அனைவரையும் சந்தித்து அரசியலில் ஒரு மாண்பையும் மரபையும் நீங்க ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கீங்க, வரவேற்கத்தக்கது. அதுபோல உங்களுடைய முதல் அறிவிப்பிலேயே சிங்கப்படை பெண்களை பாதுகாக்கவும் அதே போல மதுக்கடைகளை மூடுவோம் என்று சொன்னதும் மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. அந்த வகையில் முதலில் 717 மதுக்கடைகளை மூடியது ஒட்டுமொத்த தமிழக மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. கோவில்கள் மற்றும் பள்ளி வளாகங்கள் அருகில் இருந்த மதுக்கடைகளை முதல் முறையாக நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டெப்ல இன்னைக்கு மூடி இருக்கோம். அடுத்தது இன்றைக்கு மீனவர்களை பாதுகாக்க ஒரு அறிவிப்பு அரசாங்கத்தின் மூலம் வந்திருக்கிறது. அதையும் தேமுதிக வரவேற்கிறது. இதையெல்லாம் இருப்பினும் முதல்வர் அவர்களே,
தமிழினத்தின் சிறப்பு, அப்படிப்பட்ட சிறப்பை கொண்ட இந்த தமிழ் மண்ணில ஒரு முற்போக்கான ஜனநாயகத்தை வளர்த்தெடுக்க வேண்டிய கடமை நம் எல்லோருக்குமே இருக்கிறது. இங்கே நீங்கள் முதல்வராக பொறுப்பேற்று 4 நாட்கள் ஆகிறது. பல நல்ல விஷயங்களை முன்னெடுக்கிறீர்கள். அரசியல் ஆச்சாரியங்களுக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டு அவற்றையெல்லாம் நாங்கள் பாராட்டி வருகின்றோம்.
So hereafter Parliament Assembly has no role to play. Only the timing will be given by the astrologer. That is why I think he had appointed him. What is he? He is not an official. He needs somebody who can advise him properly as per rules and as per the government powers. What can an astrologer do? He can predict, that's all. And that prediction too is subject to happenings. I don't know why this man, I think he has more faith in him than his party.
People believe that the Chief Minister of today, who hailed and praised Periyar, will be following ideology and vision of Periyar. But sadly, today announcement of an astrologer, soothsayer as an OSD, which is usually given for the experts, is given to an astrologer, is something very disappointing. Ever since the start, let it be sidelining of Tamil Thai Valthu or appointment of an astrologer as OSD, is completely letting down the ethos, the culture, the values of people of Tamil Nadu.
And
an OSD is an absolutely personal choice, and if the Chief Minister feels that the person he's appointed is going to be of any use to him in terms of administration, then it's his choice. I mean, the Chief Minister himself has absolutely no experience with politics. The people have given him itself a chance. When an actor can become the Chief Minister, why can't an astrologer become an OSD? So I think it's all fair.
Vasudha as well as Sam. Vasudha, just a word on the optics of it as well. While the rollback has happened within 24 hours of the appointment of Ricky Pandit as OSD from astrologer, the optics not looking too good for a government that has just come to power in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Known as the land of temples, but it's also known as the land of Periyar. While political parties may have disagreements, there is a certain sense that the state is progressive, and when it comes to institutionalizing something like astrology, it's always been a strict no. Although we've had late chief ministers and also existing political leaders believe a lot in astrology and religion. And this is not about religion. This is not about religious beliefs. It's about giving a government position, an official position to an astrologer, and that was what was the problem here, which is why all allies of the DMK erstwhile, and of course presently the allies of the TVK spoke in one voice, and they said that this is not done. In fact, Premalata Vijaykanth of the DMDK made this very important point that what is the example that you're setting to people, because they placed a lot of trust in you. And VCK's Vani Arasu spoke about the contributions of people like Narendra Dabholkar, Govind Pansare and MM Kalaburgi, saying that lives have been lost in promoting scientific temper, and with a decision like this, all of that can also go backwards. So very clear, sharp words were spoken in the assembly today, and I think more than politics, this is also ensuring that the government remains aligned with the Dravidian culture of Tamil Nadu, and probably that's what Vijay realizes, which is why this order has been revoked, despite probably Vijay wanting this, because I know this for certainty that this is a man that he has dependent on a lot in the last few months, especially because whatever he said, whatever he advised has been working well for Vijay, and there's a relationship, there's an equation of trust and reliability between both of them.
To stay with me, I have Jyotimani joining me live, Congress MP. I want to understand from you the stand of the Congress when it comes to first the appointment of the astrologer as OSD and then this decision being revoked.
See, there are many opposition parties and alliance parties, including me, have criticized the move because this is completely against the Tamil Nadu political and governance culture. As rightly Anchor mentioned, Mr. Vijay might have a very good equation with him, but that does not warrant the Honorable Chief Minister to appoint him as an OSD to him. This move actually criticized sharply by many quarters, including public. I'm really happy that the Honorable Chief Minister has take note of the criticism and withdraw the order. So that way it's a really good thing. But government has to be very careful in future, because the government has got the imagination of the people, especially the youngsters. Honorable Chief Minister and the government and Act should lead the young community, young people in Tamil Nadu in the right direction. But whatever it is, Honorable Chief Minister has listened to the voices criticizing him. Is a good thing, I feel.
Is this a misstep by Vijay?
I don't think it's I'm not sure we can call it a misstep, but maybe it is over-enthusiastic. It's a very hasty step in my view.
All right, Jyotimani, thanks for joining me on the phone line there. Sam Daniel still live with us on The Big Story. Sam, on the floor of the House, you had Vijay saying that he will rethink the decision. Minutes later, you also had a TVK representative come out and talk about how the astrologer, in this case, Ricky Pandit, is not just an astrologer, but also a media advisor. And then moments later, you have this decision coming out. What went down in that hour and a half is the question. Was this something that Vijay had thought of even earlier before getting into the assembly is the big question.
That's right. I think even as TVK was defending the government action in appointing Vijay's personal astrologer, Vedika, as an officer on special duty, justifying that it's ultimately the Chief Minister's choice with who he can work comfortably and with confidence. I think Vijay had made up his mind listening to the points raised by not just the opposition on the floor of the House, but also parties who support his government from outside, whose support is very crucial for his government's survival. And I think he made up his mind even before the discussion on his vote of confidence concluded, because as he responded after the opposition leaders and allies completed their talk, he, responding to each of their addresses, at one point said, referring to Premalada's points, that he would rethink. For a moment, for us also, it was not clear whether he was referring to the horse trading she referred to, or whether he was talking about the astrologer aspect she was referring to. And it became very clear because he, with respect to horse trading, he said our government would function in the speed of a horse and there's no horse trading. Then it became very clear that he is referring to the astrologer's appointment, and within less than an hour, the information came that the government has decided to revoke the appointment. Also, many were highlighting the aspect of developing a scientific temper, which is mandated by the Constitution, and how it will send a wrong message for the huge number of youth who have reposed confidence on TVK and have voted for him. That's exactly the point which Premalada had raised. And I think he had made that swift decision. And even as outside the assembly, the Congress and the TVK members were defending the appointment, news came that this order has been revoked. And here we go discussing his quick response. We should also have in mind that Tamil Nadu has always stood for the spirit of rationalism. They refer to the contribution by Periyar, and also the focus on developing a scientific temper and opposing any forms of superstition. One's personal choice is different. When it comes to government policy, many believe this cannot be made. And this appointment sent a wrong message that perhaps even for government matters, for government decisions, Vijay could be consulting his personal astrologer, who could be, as an OSD, could be always with him. And now the government has made a U-turn, and the government has revealed or demonstrated that the new government is willing to learn and take lessons quickly.
You know, Vasudha, when Vijay was speaking on the floor of the House, for a moment it seemed cryptic when he made the comment that Sam is alluding to. But now when you look back, it seems that his mind was made up at that very moment, perhaps coming into the assembly, testing waters, knowing that his allies also are extremely miffed by this decision. But over the course of those couple of hours, he had made up his mind, perhaps with the help of advisors.
That's right, Vedika. What I hear is apparently Vijay was informed of all of this even yesterday. But it's only after a few people spoke today, including Premalada Vijaykanth, that it really, the reality did hit Vijay. And what I hear from my sources is that the understanding that Vijay has of the scientific temper and need for rationality is also, somebody has also made him understand that all of this is deeply connected to his pursuit of social justice as well. Because if you remember, Periyar has spoken about the importance of logic, rationality, and the importance of being anti-superstition and pro-science and being progressive in everyday life, because that also is the basis for being egalitarian and being socially just. Remember that Vijay did speak about his government ushering in a new era of social justice. He wants people to know that he is not under the control of one person, that he is his own man. There's only one power center, and that's him, and that he does not have to listen to anybody. You know, a lot of feedback that was given to Vijay also made him understand that if the order continues and if this criticism escalates, he will be seen as somebody who's being controlled by someone else, and someone who is, you know, prone to unscientific thinking, which does not really bode well for the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
Does this mean then for the astrologer, for Ricky Pandit then, Vasudha?
I'm sure that he will be part of Vijay's close circle. There's no doubt about that. He was the first one to arrive at Chief Minister Vijay's residence, even on the 4th of May, as soon as the results started showing that Vijay's TVK was all set to become the single largest party. So I'm quite sure, there's no doubt in my mind that Radhan Pandit Vetrivel will remain an important part of his close circle. Remember that this man is also heavily networked. He has spent a good number of years in Delhi. He knows a lot of people. He has had very prominent clients, and he also has networks in Singapore and Malaysia. So astrology is what he is known for, but there are also other things that he does. So he is going to remain a crucial part of Vijay's close circle. But when it comes to OST, or when it comes to being part of the government, I think that dream has ended for now.
I think also reality bites here in a way for Vijay to understand that coalition politics is going to be the way forward, and he has to be seen as a leader who is accepting criticism from his allies.
That's right, Vedika. In fact, I think that Vijay would have been quite surprised by how the entire the mood today in the floor of the House was very somber, with every ally saying that, we know that you don't have the numbers. We are here to support you because we don't want to be seen as bringing in governor's rule, but we also know that you need you. That was the tone of the entire, assembly. And Vijay probably would have expected far more positivity, because remember, ever since he took over, he has been on this whirlwind of tours, reaching out to political opposition, going to people's residences, meeting their family members, even domestic help. Now that optics is on one side, but that really didn't play out, in the floor of the House today, because both Udayanidhi Stalin and Premalata Vijaykanth were very vocal in their criticism of Vijay's government. In fact, while Premalata did appreciate some of the moves that he has taken, Udayanidhi was very clear, saying that people who have voted for TVK are also regretting that decision now.
Vasudha and Sam, thanks for joining me live. There is some breaking news coming in. All right, suspense continues over who the Chief Minister of the state of Kerala, and that suspense deepens since it's been 10 days and the pick for CM is still awaited. Going back to Vasudha on this, Vasudha, there seems to be a lot of indecision within the Congress at this point. Also, what's the inside track on allies in terms of this big decision which is still awaited?
Well, what we know, Vedika, is that the Congress has widened its pool of not just feedback gathering, it's also reached out to people to make people understand that its decision will depend on what stakeholders want. There is, a clamour for KC Venugopal to be sent to Kerala as the Chief Minister. That's what leaders in the Congress also want. That's what MLAs want. But Rahul Gandhi is yet to decide on that. VD Satishan protests in favour of VD Satishan as the CM has also intensified across the state of Tamil Nadu, with several states witnessing a protest by Congress workers. And Muslim League, one of the most important allies of the UDF, has made it very clear that they would want VD Satishan as the Chief Minister. So overall, the Congress party, the Congress High Command has a very difficult decision to make, considering that Priyanka Gandhi first, and before that, of course, Rahul Gandhi have been MPs from Wayanad, a seat that is often seen as winnable for the Congress party because of support that Muslim League gives them. So this is a difficult decision for the Congress High Command to make, and I'm told that several meetings have taken place. In fact, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, arrived in Delhi last night. So a series of meetings are expected today, and we hope that the decision could be taken in the next few hours.
And Vasudha, this is a tough balancing act for the Congress High Command, given that they cannot afford to antagonize either Satishan or Venugopal in this case.
Well, it all boils down to if Rahul Gandhi wants to do all the work of the party by himself, because remember, KC Venugopal has been instrumental, crucial in managing party affairs for several years. He has been Rahul Gandhi's person. In fact, a lot of leaders in the Congress national circle also want KC Venugopal to leave for Kerala, because they feel they'll get access to Rahul Gandhi, in a better way if KC leaves. But is Rahul Gandhi completely ready to let go of KC? That's the crux of, all the decision making that is happening in the Congress High Command right now.
Vasudha, do stay with me. I have Ashwin also joining me live. Ashwin, that suspense continues, day 10, and we don't have a CM pick yet. What's the inside track coming from you on this from your sources?
Well, in fact, the KPCC Vice President, Sunny Joseph, has told media that the announcement for the Chief Minister will be done today. It will be confirmed. And also parallelly today at around 10 a.m., the Muslim League also held its top-level meeting. And after the meeting, Kunjali Kutty, the National Secretary, went on to state that today the announcement is likely to happen, and they have also come with a decision that all the demands that they're going to put forward will be done by their Sadiq Ali Shihab Tangal, who is the spiritual hierarchy, who is the spiritual head of the IUML. So certainly, when you're putting it all together, it certainly looks like the Congress High Command will announce his name. There has been several posters that has come out against Rahul Gandhi, also in Wayanad, and Priyanka Gandhi, stating that if KC Venugopal is put out as a chief minister candidate, they will ensure that they will not win in Wayanad next time. So such posters have also come out. Many such posters have come out across the state of Kerala, despite the High Command stating that such kind of protest should not be done. Even in Trikakara and Kochi and several other places, support for VD Satishan has come, and Muslim League still stands by its original stand that they would want a person who stood on the ground with them for the last 5 years to be the chief minister. Certainly, the deadlock continues.
All right, do stay with me. Shiv Arur back in the newsroom with me on this breaking story. Shiv, the optics for the Congress not looking really good. 10 days on, they still don't have a CM pick. But it seems that the Congress High Command have a huge balancing act here, that they need to, figure out who should be the next CM of Kerala.
Especially at a time when, Vedika, the Congress has a recent track record of sullying election victories by allowing leadership tussles to become the dominant narrative. You've seen that in Punjab, you've seen that in Rajasthan, you've seen that in many other states as well. And the Congress cannot afford for that to happen in Kerala, where, the Congress is a very credible player in the state and has enjoyed power for many years together. The tightrope walk that you talk about, the balancing act, which you rightly describe it as, is a difficult one for the Congress. The fact that they've taken 10 days is not only indicative of a wait and watch kind of posture, but it also shows you that the High Command is in many ways weakened, in its inability to discipline these competing ambitions, which is why you've seen protests, you've seen social media slanging matches between the supporters of these three different camps. You've seen posters and cutouts in Thiruvananthapuram. That kind of thing you would never see happen in any other party, and is a signal that the weakened High Command is unable to impose its writ on these minor disciplinary issues. But beyond that, I think there's a lot to think about here. We've already put on the table for our viewers the three big contenders, what they bring to the table, what the risks and advantages of each of those persons are, so I won't get into that. But I think the irony of this entire situation, Vedika, and the 10 days after the result is that the Congress is not so much looking at who's the best man to govern Kerala, rather it is looking at who is the man whose selection will least damage the Congress party. And that's a little ironic because, will choosing KC Venugopal trigger a rebellion within the Kerala Congress? Will, choosing VD Satishan trigger a sulking KC Venugopal at the center, which Rahul Gandhi cannot afford? What does Rahul Gandhi really want? Where does Mallikarjun Kharge's input come into all of this? Should KC Venugopal be rewarded with the Chief Minister's job after having presided over one of the most abysmal phases of the Congress electorally speaking? All of these pulls and pressures come into it. There's Wayanad, where Rahul Gandhi's sister is the MP from, where the IUML is firmly behind VD Satishan. Ramesh Chenitala, seen as an old war horse of the Congress. Many say it's his last chance to be the chief minister. Yes. So why can't he be the compromise candidate? You've got all these competing interests and pulls and pressures. But I think what the Congress is most worried about is what the fallout will be no matter what that selection. So right now, they probably are doing some kind of a political model to see what is the path of least resistance and what will, least damage them on the road to 2029. We need to make absolutely sure we never forget the fact that this is the road to 2029. All of these elections pave the way for a very busy election season next year and the year after that in Karnataka, and then there's 2029. So any signal that the Congress is unable to settle these disputes. There's one in neighboring Karnataka, which is going to explode very soon, by the way, between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar as well. So having one more leadership tussle, the Congress is not going to be able to explain it away, Vedika, anymore as a problem of plenty. This is a real crisis.
A real crisis. Shiv, thanks for joining me live there. We're going to wrap it up in this segment. We'll be back after the break. More on the Prime Minister and his austerity call in moments from now. Stay tuned to Breaking Ground.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी R Pure वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது.
I declare that this house has confidence in C. Joseph Vijay
வாக்குகள் பின்வருமாறு
and as Chief Minister of the House.
தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் 144.
144 people supported the motion to have C. Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister. 144 people expressed confidence in C. Joseph Vijay as Chief Minister.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்த்தோர் 22.
22 people opposed. 22 people opposed it and 5 people took a middle ground. Since the number of people
தீர்மானம் நிறைவேறியது, வெற்றி பெற்றது.
Since the number of people who voted in favor are more categorically, the Chief Minister's motion has won on this house. I have declared that the Chief Minister's motion has won on the house. So that's C. Joseph Vijay's motion as Chief Minister to the House has expressed confidence with 144 MLAs in support, 22 against and 5 who took a middle position. This is discounting the number of DMK MLAs, which is 59, who walked out of the floor of the House. We'll wait for the further.
தமிழ்நாட்டின் நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரமாய் இந்திய திருநாட்டின் கலங்கரை விளக்கமாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற தமிழ்நாட்டின் நிரந்தர முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு புரட்சித் தளபதி அவர்களுக்கு முதற்கண் இதயங்களிந்த பாராட்டுக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
I give my greetings and congratulations to the permanent Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu,
இந்த
புரட்சித் தளபதி.
வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறார். இதற்கு காரணம்
he has had an enormous victory, and the reason for this is self-belief, love that he has on people, and extreme hard work. He kept saying confident, confident, be confident, victory is ours. MGR's
பெருமையெல்லாம் உன்னை சேரும் என்று பாடினார். இன்று முதல்வர் சொல்வார்.
Welcome back. Days after Prime Minister Modi's austerity call, Prime Minister has now ordered a cut in the number of vehicles in his convoy. As per sources, the PM has even asked for the number of EV vehicles to be increased in the convoy. Remember that earlier this week, the Prime Minister reduced his convoy size during domestic visits to Gujarat as well as Assam. Not just the Prime Minister, the Home Minister has also reduced the size of the convoy. Several NDA Chief Ministers like UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, the Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister have also cut down the size of their convoy.
कोई युद्ध होता था तो लोग देश हित में सोना दान दे देते थे। आज दान की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन देश हित में हमको ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि साल भर तक घर में कोई भी फंक्शन हो, कोई भी कार्यक्रम हो, हम सोने के गहने नहीं खरीदेंगे। वर्क फ्रॉम होम, ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, वर्चुअल मीटिंग्स, इनको हमें फिर से प्राथमिकता देनी है। साथियों, आज जो संकट है उसमें हमें विदेशी मुद्रा बचाने पर भी बहुत जोर देना होगा, क्योंकि दुनिया में पेट्रोल डीजल इतना ज्यादा महंगा हो गया है, पहले से कई गुना ज्यादा कीमतें बढ़ गई है। हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा। शहरों में जहां मेट्रो है वहां हम तय करें कि हम मेट्रो का ही उपयोग करेंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेट्रो में ही जाएंगे। अगर कार में ही जाना जरूरी है तो फिर कार पूल करने का प्रयास करें।
एक नहीं, 2 बार 3 बार अपील किया है कि डीजल पेट्रोल ये जो इसका इस्तेमाल जितने कम कर सकते उतने कीजिए, और इसलिए उनके आह्वान जो है वो देश हित में है, राष्ट्र हित में है, और उनका उसमें वैयक्तिक कोई का स्वार्थ नहीं है। ये जो युद्ध जन्य परिस्थिति है, युद्ध हुआ है, वो हमारे देश में नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन उसके परिणाम अन्य देशों को भी भुगतने पड़ते हैं। इसलिए भविष्य में आने वाले काल में कोई भी दिक्कत हमारे देशवासियों को ना हो, इसलिए उन्होंने ये निर्णय लिया है। कोविड में भी उन्होंने ऐसी अपील जनता से की हुई थी, और उसी वजह से कोविड में भी हमारा भारत जो देश है वो सुरक्षित रहा।
Now, BJP governed states across India responding to the Prime Minister's call for fuel conservation with concrete steps to cut down on official travel and promote public transport. Let's start with the state of Uttar Pradesh. In UP, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has ordered a 50% reduction in vehicles used by ministers with a weekly push for public transport. Moving to Delhi now, in Delhi, Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has directed that only the minimum number of vehicles be used for official purposes, while carpooling and public transport are to be prioritized. In Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis has made it mandatory for government aircraft used to get his personal nod, curbing non-essential air travel. Moving to the state of Bihar now, where the deputy chief minister has halved his own vehicle use, stressing that official travel should happen only when necessary. Moving to the state of Madhya Pradesh, where the chief minister has pledged to use a minimum convoy of vehicles and appeal for greater reliance on public transport. Then moving to Rajasthan, where the chief minister has directed that the convoy vehicles be minimized and unnecessary security vehicles avoided. In Gujarat, the chief minister has gone further, with the governor opting for trains and buses. That's the governor who is opting for it while traveling within the state. Meanwhile, official convoys are also being reduced, and the deputy chief minister has also cancelled his planned visit to the United States of America. Together, these measures reflect a nationwide effort by BJP to save fuel, reduce costs, and encourage citizens to adopt more sustainable travel habits. In related news, India has raised import tariffs on gold and silver as part of efforts to curb overseas purchases of the metals and ease pressure on the country's foreign exchange reserves. The government has imposed a 10% basic customs duty and a 5% agriculture, infrastructure and development cess on gold and silver imports, taking the effective import tax to 15% from 6%. India, the world's second largest consumer of gold and largest consumer of silver, relies heavily on imports to meet domestic demand. The move is expected to dampen consumption, especially at a time when gold and silver prices are already elevated. Well, this is not just a tax tweak. It is a macroeconomic signal aimed at saving dollars, cooling gold demand, and protecting India's foreign exchange reserves at a time of global stress due to the ongoing Iran war. India imports nearly 90% of the gold it consumes. And that's exactly where the government's concern begins. Every time gold imports rise sharply, India ends up spending more dollars overseas, putting pressure on the country's foreign exchange reserves. Now, with gold prices rallying globally and investment demand surging, especially through gold ETFs, imports have been rising even faster. That widens India's current account deficit, essentially the gap between what the country earns from the world and what it spends abroad. The government believes excessive gold buying is increasing dollar outflow at a time when global economic uncertainty remains high and the rupee is under pressure. That is why Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently appealed to citizens to avoid buying gold for a year in order to conserve forex reserves. And now comes the big policy move. The centre has raised the effective import duty on gold and silver from 6% to 15%. The new structure includes a 10% basic customs duty along with a 5% agriculture, infrastructure and development cess or AIDC. The idea is simple: make imports more expensive, reduce demand, curb dollar outflow and protect India's forex position. But the move also comes with risks. Industry voices warn that higher duties could revive gold smuggling and push more trade into the grey market. And on that note, we're slipping a short break. That's all I have time for here on Breaking Ground. News and updates will continue on NDTV 24/7. Thanks for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर्ट मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिस्ली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது.
I declare that this house has confidence in C. Joseph Vijay
வாக்குகள் பின்வருமாறு
and as Chief Minister of the House.
தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் 144.
144 people supported the motion to have C. Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister. 144 people expressed confidence in C. Joseph Vijay as Chief Minister.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்த்தோர் 22.
22 people opposed. 22 people opposed it and 5 people took a middle ground. Since the number of people, since the number of people who voted in favor are more categorically, the Chief Minister's motion has won on this house. I have declared that the Chief Minister's motion has won on the house. So that's C. Joseph Vijay's motion as Chief Minister to the House has expressed confidence with 144 MLAs in support, 22 against and 5 who took a middle position. This is discounting the number of DMK MLAs, which is 59 who walked out of the floor of the House. We'll wait for the further.
தமிழ்நாட்டின் நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரமாய் இந்திய திருநாட்டின் கலங்கரை விளக்கமாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற தமிழ்நாட்டின் நிரந்தர முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு புரட்சி தளபதி அவர்களுக்கு முதற்கண் இதயங்களிந்த பாராட்டுக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
I give my greetings and congratulations to the permanent Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
இந்த மாநிலத்திலும் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறார். இதற்கு காரணம்
He has had an enormous victory, and the reason for this is self-belief, love that he has on people, and extreme hard work. He kept saying, confident, confident, be confident, victory is ours. MGR's
பெருமையெல்லாம் உன்னை சேரும் என்று பாடினார். இன்று முதல்வர் சொல்வார், வெற்றி மீது வெற்றி வந்து என்னை சேரும், அதை வாங்கி தந்த பெருமையெல்லாம் மாமன்ற உறுப்பினர்.
Big trust vote day. I'll also be joined by my colleague Vijay from another part of Chennai. Let's begin with the headlines. The astrologer Vijay's government had appointed yesterday as officer on special duty. The appointment has been revoked less than 24 hours. This after widespread opposition on the floor of the House, part of the trust vote address, citing that this would send a wrong message to the youngsters who have voted the TVK government for power, and that this would spread superstition and will also quell the spirit of scientific temper which the Constitution mandates. In fact, several parties, including the parties like BCK, CPM, which support the TVK government by giving them outside support, opposed to this. They sought reconsideration, they demanded revoking, and the government has finally revoked it. In fact, an AIADMK MP, Mr. Inbadurai, has shared on X saying that the astrologer failed to predict his own fate. Bad days have begun for the Vijay government. He refers to the particular astrologer, Ricky Radhan Pandit Vetrivel. And he's known to be the personal astrologer of Chief Minister Joseph Vijay, who many say consults for every important decisions or issues. And he's also known to have, for some time, advised late Chief Minister Jai Lalita. Let's go over to my colleague Vijay to have for a perspective on this. Vijay, what do you think made the government to make a U-turn? Although on the floor of the House, the Chief Minister Vijay himself had said he would only rethink.
Sam, these are all the limitation one minority government has in Tamil Nadu, because TVK formed the government with the support of BCK and left parties and Congress. So as they lack their absolute majority on their own, they should go with the pressure if opposition parties, if allies raises some issue. So in a way, there was an order from Tamil Nadu state government ordering astrologer Ricky as TVK Chief Vijay's personal official. But now, after it sparked huge controversy, left parties have reacted to that, and BCK MLA 1 year also reacted strongly, opposed the appointment. And even yesterday, many parties released a statement. But this as reflected on today's assembly session also during the floor test. Especially DMDK leader Premalata strongly opposed it and questioned the move. And immediately even TVK Chief Vijay, Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay also responded saying that he will rethink about the decision. And immediately once the session got concluded, there was another order revoking the earlier order. So, as we speak, there was a tweet from ADMK MP Inpadurai where he had criticized, saying that the astrologer himself failed to predict his fate and the bad days have begun for Tamalaga Vetrikalagam. But the tweet is from ADMK MP Inpadurai, who is from Edapadi K. Palnisamy, because Edapadi K. Palnisamy led camp voted against Tamalaga Vetrikalagam. These are all the developments we are getting from the floor test. Sam, over to you again.
Thank you, Vijay. That's right. Although in Tamil Nadu, many believe in astrology, it's a personal matter, and making it seem to be a part of the government machinery really did not go well, and many call it. Vijay has been quick and sensitive and has learned his lesson very quickly. Many also say the government should be given time, as it's a brand new government with very little or with no experience in terms of governance or political administration, and it's a good sign that Vijay has made a quick U-turn. Here is a lineup of different political voices from across the political spectrum.
நமது அரசு
ஜோதிடம், பில்லி சூனியம் போன்ற மூட நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு எதிரான நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு இடம் தராமல் அறிவியலை வளர்க்கும் திட்டங்களுக்கு முன்னுரிமை கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் கோரிக்கை வைக்கின்றேன். அறிவியலார்ந்த மனிதநேயம், ஆய்ந்து தெளிந்த சீர்திருத்தம்,
எதிரி கட்சியாக நினைக்காமல் அனைவரையும் சந்தித்து அரசியலில் ஒரு மாண்பையும் மரபையும் நீங்க ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கீங்க, வரவேற்கத்தக்கது. அதுபோல உங்களுடைய முதல் அறிவிப்பிலேயே சிங்கப்படை பெண்களை பாதுகாக்கவும், அதே போல மதுக்கடை மூடுவோம் என்று சொன்னதும் மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. அந்த வகையில் முதலில் 717 மதுக்கடைகளை மூடியது ஒட்டுமொத்த தமிழக மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. கோவில்கள் மற்றும் பள்ளி வளாகங்கள் அருகில் இருந்த மதுக்கடைகளை முதல் முறையாக நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டெப்ல இன்னைக்கு மூடியிருக்கோம். அடுத்தது இன்றைக்கு மீனவர்களை பாதுகாக்க ஒரு அறிவிப்பு அரசாங்கத்தின் மூலம் வந்திருக்கிறது. அதையும் தேமுதிக வரவேற்கிறது. இதையெல்லாம் இருப்பினும் முதல்வர் அவர்களே,
தமிழினத்தின் சிறப்பு, அப்படிப்பட்ட சிறப்பை கொண்ட இந்த தமிழ் மண்ணில ஒரு முற்போக்கான ஜனநாயகத்தை வளர்த்தெடுக்க வேண்டிய கடமை நம் எல்லோருக்குமே இருக்கிறது. இங்கே நீங்கள் முதல்வராக பொறுப்பேற்று 4 நாட்கள் ஆகிறது. பல நல்ல விஷயங்களை முன்னெடுக்கிறீர்கள். அரசியல் ஆச்சாரியங்களுக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டு அவற்றையெல்லாம் நாங்கள் பாராட்டி வருகின்றோம்.
So hereafter Parliament Assembly has no role to play. Only the timing will be given by the astrologer. That is why I think he had appointed him. What is he? He is not an official. He needs somebody who can advise him properly as per rules and as per the government powers. What can an astrologer do? He can predict, that's all. And that prediction too is subject to happenings. I don't know why this man, I think he has more faith in him than his party.
People believe that the Chief Minister of today, who hailed and praised Periyar, will be following ideology and vision of Periyar. But sadly, today announcement of an astrologer, soothsayer as an OSD, which is usually given for the experts, is given to an astrologer, is something very disappointing. Ever since the start, let it be sidelining of Tamil Thai Valthu or appointment of an astrologer as OSD, is completely letting down the ethos, the culture, the values of people of Tamil Nadu.
An OSD is an absolutely personal choice, and if the Chief Minister feels that the person he's appointed is going to be of any use to him in terms of administration, then it's his choice. I mean, the Chief Minister himself has absolutely no experience with politics. The people have given him itself a chance. When an actor can become the Chief Minister, why can't an astrologer become an OSD? So I think it's all fair.
There's some breaking news. MMK chief, Manidanayam Makkal Katti chief, Professor Jawaharullah has urged Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to appoint at least one Muslim as a minister. Although the initial induction of 9 ministers in Vijay's cabinet does not have any Muslim member, the MMK leader, a DMK ally, has pointed out that 3 Muslims have been selected as MLAs, have won as MLAs from the TVK, and it's important that the party appoints at least one of them as minister. He refers that only in BJP ruled states, in northern part of India in particular, BJP Muslim MLAs are not appointed as ministers, and that should not be done in Tamil Nadu. He says among the Muslims, among the minorities in Tamil Nadu, Muslims account for a larger share, and for the sake of inclusivity, for the sake of diversity, it's important that TVK chief and Chief Minister Vijay appoints at least one minister from his 3 Muslim MLAs. TVK sources have not responded so far, but some indicate that this is only the first phase of the cabinet. Now that the party has won the trust vote, very soon there would be a cabinet expansion, they hope, where more TVK MLAs and coalition partners, particularly to the Congress to begin with, could be sworn in as ministers, and they hope that this particular issue will be sorted with Vijay nominating a Muslim MLA for the cabinet. This is what Professor Jawaharullah had to say on this issue.
Only in the BJP Union Ministry, as well as in various states where BJP is in rule, there is no room for any Muslim MP or MLA to become a minister. The same thing has been repeated in Tamil Nadu. This is worrisome. This should not have happened, and that's what I pointed out. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, when Perundalaivar Kamarasar was the CM, his cabinet did not have a Muslim minister. At that time, the then DMK leader, Peraringer Anna, pointed out why there is a very talented Muslim in your party, Kadainallur MSA Majid. Why are you not giving him a berth in the cabinet? Immediately, Perundalaivar Kamarasar responded, and Mr. MSA Majid became a minister in Kamarasar's cabinet. 1967, when DMK came to power, Mr. Sadiq Bacha was made a minister, and he was given an important portfolio also.
Well, now the big story. TVK government has won its trust vote this morning on the floor of the Tamil Nadu Assembly. It was well expected that the government will have no problem in securing a majority because DMK allies, the CPI, CPM, IUML and VCK had offered outside support to help TVK form its government. But the government ended up getting more support as rebel MLAs from AIADMK also voted in favor of the government. The larger picture, the trust vote has been won by the Vijay's government, winning 144 votes in favor of the ruling TVK. And 22 votes were polled against the government, these by the MLAs of AIADMK who are under EPS. And the other 25 rebel MLAs, 24 voted in favor of the TVK government and 1 abstained. With respect to the opposition, the DMK, the key opposition, chose to abstain from voting and they boycotted, and smaller parties like DMDK too chose to abstain. And this gives the minority TVK government in Tamil Nadu a breathing space to make sure they will have no problem for the next 6 months. The party had won only 108 seats, and Vijay has resigned one of the 2 seats he won from. It reduced the tally to 107. And yesterday, the Madras High Court restrained one of its MLAs from participating in this floor test because of an allegation of lapses by the Election Commission in counting, and hence the tally further went down to 106. 5 MLAs of the Congress have joined hands and as a coalition partner. Besides that, you have 2 MLAs each from VCK, CPI, CPM and IUML also extending outside support, helping the TVK government to secure a majority. And now the party has ended up winning more than the required number, with 144 MLAs supporting it. And now they hope that very soon Vijay could announce the portfolios for his ministers today. And this is a sign that the party will not have to worry about proving a majority or working on a wafer-thin majority. This is what various political parties, including Chief Minister Vijay, had to say.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, முதலில் நம்பிக்கை தீர்மானத்தில் மக்களுக்கான இந்த ஆட்சியை, மனசாட்சி உள்ள மக்களாட்சியை ஆதரித்து வெற்றி பெற செய்த மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றியை நமது அரசின் சார்பாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மக்களும் நம் மீது நம்பிக்கை வைத்து தீர்மானமாக வாக்களித்தனர். வாகை சூடும் அந்த வரலாறு திரும்பியது. விசில் அலை வெற்றி அலையாக மாறியது. ஒரு விரல் புரட்சி விசில் புரட்சியானது. கட்சி ஆரம்பித்த 3 ஆண்டுகளுக்குள் 34.92% 1,72,26,208 வாக்குகளை மக்கள் தந்தனர். தமிழக வெற்றிக் கழகத்தை தனி பெரும் கட்சியாக சட்டமன்றத்திற்கு அனுப்பி வைத்தனர். குதிரை பேரத்தில் எமது அரசு ஈடுபடுகிறது என்று கருத்தை தெரிவித்த மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர் அவர்களுக்கு நான் ஒன்றை மட்டும் சொல்லிக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த அரசு குதிரை வேகத்தில் செயல்படுகிற அரசே தவிர குதிரை பேரத்தில் ஈடுபடுகிற அரசு இல்லை என்பதை ஆணித்தரமாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
இருக்கின்ற கட்சியாகத்தான் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் இருக்கும். எங்களுக்கு எதிரி கட்சி இல்ல, எதிர்கட்சி என்ற நிலைப்பாட்டில் தான் நாங்கள் எப்பொழுதும் இருப்போம். எங்களுடைய தலைவர்கள் அந்த பாதையைத்தான் எங்கள் வழிவகுத்து சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதை இந்த நேரத்தில் பதிவித்து மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் கொண்டு வந்த தீர்மானத்தை நாங்கள் எதிர்க்கின்றோம்.
தலைவருக்கு தெரியாம திருட்டுத்தனமாக இந்த ஆட்சிக்கு ஆதரவு தர வச்சிருந்தீங்க. இப்ப நான் சொல்றது ரொம்ப டீசென்டான வெர்ஷன். உங்க ஆட்சியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் வெறும் இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்ல ரீல்ஸ் ஆட்சியா இல்லாம ரியல் ஆட்சியா நடத்துங்க. அது மட்டும்தான்.
Well, that's all from Tamil Nadu. Now let's go over to my colleague Ashwin in Thiruvananthapuram for all the latest from another election state, Kerala. Ashwin?
Well, thank you, Sam. In fact, while the swearing-in ceremony is over in Tamil Nadu, here the big question is who is going to be the Chief Minister of Kerala? And that question has been lingering in the minds of people for the last 10 days. In fact, High Command is said to be in a very difficult position as there are 3 main contenders for this post, which is, of course, V.D. Satishan, who has been battling the LDF government, the previous LDF government, on the ground, and he has been supported by a lot of allies of the Congress-led UDF. The next person is K.C. Venugopal, who's the AICC National General Secretary organization. He has now come forward to claim the stake for the chief ministership. Certainly, this was quite surprising because in the previous interviews given, even just a few days before the election, he had stated that he does not intend to fight. He is the second candidate, and also in the fray is Ramesh Chennithala. Now, the situation is such that the suspense continues, and today, in all likelihood, the High Command is supposed to give a name out. In fact, what we know from sources on the ground is that the High Command will give his name because they have been halting it because of an immense pressure. Because what we have seen is that the MLAs have come forward allegedly supporting that is what the mandate has been given for the Congress and UDF to govern this time. Certainly, the allies are also in a very difficult situation. N.K. Premachandran, in fact, has even stated to the media here in Thiruvananthapuram that he's quite embarrassed to go out and see the people despite having such a humongous win for the party as well. Same situation continues in the Muslim League. They are also embarrassed, saying that they're not even able to celebrate this historic win that has happened. At the same time, Congress High Command continues its dilly-dallying. It is expected that the meeting is going to continue today and final names will be given. In fact, the previous presidents of the KPCC were also called in to take their point of view, and all of them are stating they have given their state of views and also what is happening on the ground. Certainly, to give a national picture on this, it is none other than my colleague Shiv Arur, who gives a complete picture about what is the national perspective on this update and the developments with regard to Kerala Chief Ministership.
Congress has a recent track record of sullying election victories by allowing leadership tussles to become the dominant narrative. You've seen that in Punjab, you've seen that in Rajasthan, you've seen that in many other states as well. And the Congress cannot afford for that to happen in Kerala, where the Congress is a very credible player in the state and has enjoyed power for many years together. The tightrope walk that you talk about, the balancing act which you you rightly describe it as, is a difficult one for the Congress. The fact that they've taken 10 days is not only indicative of a wait and watch kind of posture, but it also shows you that the High Command is in many ways weakened, in its inability to discipline these competing ambitions, which is why you've seen protests, you've seen social media slanging matches between the supporters of these three different camps. You've seen posters and cutouts in Thiruvananthapuram. That kind of thing you would never see happen in any other party, and is a signal that the weakened High Command is unable to impose its writ on these minor disciplinary issues. But beyond that, I think there's a lot to think about here. We've already put on the table for our viewers the three big contenders, what they bring to the table, what the risks and advantages of each of those persons are, so I won't get into that. But I think the irony of this entire situation, Vedika, and the 10 days after the result is that the Congress is not so much looking at who's the best man to govern Kerala, rather it is looking at who is the man whose selection will least damage the Congress party. And that's a little ironic because, will choosing KC Venugopal trigger a rebellion within the Kerala Congress? Will, choosing VD Satishan trigger a sulking KC Venugopal at the center, which Rahul Gandhi cannot afford? What does Rahul Gandhi really want? Where does Mallikarjun Kharge's input come into all of this? Should KC Venugopal be rewarded with the Chief Minister's job after having presided over one of the most abysmal phases of the Congress electorally speaking? All of these pulls and pressures come into it. There's Wayanad, where Rahul Gandhi's sister is the MP from, where the IUML is firmly behind VD Satishan. Ramesh Chenitala, seen as an old war horse of the Congress. Many say it's his last chance to be the Chief Minister, so why can't he be the compromise candidate? You've got all these competing interests and pulls and pressures, but I think what the Congress is most worried about is what the fallout will be no matter what that selection. So right now, they probably are doing some kind of a political model to see what is the path of least resistance and what will, least damage them on the road to 2029. We need to make absolutely sure we never forget the fact that this is the road to 2029. All of these elections pave the way for a very busy election season next year and the year after that in Karnataka, and then there's 2029. So any signal that the Congress is unable to settle these disputes. There's one in neighboring Karnataka, which is going to explode very soon, by the way, between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar as well. So having one more leadership tussle, the Congress is not going to be able to explain it away, Vedika, anymore as a problem of plenty. This is a real crisis.
Well, that's a big breaking update that's coming from the state of Karnataka. Over to my colleague Deepak Bopanna. Deepak, what's the big breaking story that we have?
Well, Ashwin, it's not poster wars, that only Kerala is witnessing, but it seems like it's going to start off in Bengaluru and in Karnataka as well. The Deputy Chief Minister and the KPCC President celebrates his birthday on the 15th May. Ahead of the birthday, of course, a lot of posters will be put up in different parts of the city, and one such has already come up right in front of the Congress office, the KPCC office on Queen's Road, and this has been put up by a party worker there, and one of the lines on the posters reads as the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. So quite an interesting, poster, especially at a time where many are speculating whether the discussion about leadership will be back here in Karnataka. The Prime Minister, of course, while he was here a few days ago, raked up this issue as well. While, of course, it was dismissed by the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. A poster now, coming up right in front of the KPCC office. In the past, when statements have been made by leaders and party workers, the Deputy Chief Minister has dismissed it and said that, some of them have their own wishes, but at the end of the day, it's the High Command that will decide. But is this in the right stride to, actually put up such posters right now when the decision hasn't been made by the High Command is a question that probably some of them from the Siddaramaiah camp could question. We'll really have to see how this really develops. Well, that's it from all of us here. Thanking all the reporters for joining us. Back to news and updates from the studio.
Thank you, Deepak. Now, a late-night rescue operation in Chhattisgarh has disrupted a trafficking network targeting one of India's most vulnerable tribal groups. While the rescue of 13 children is a significant victory, the other story lies in the coordination behind it. By linking police enforcement with NGO intelligence, the state has demonstrated a working model for the children protection ecosystem.
In the Kabir Dham district of Chhattisgarh, a coordinated effort has led to the rescue of 13 children from the Bega tribal community. These children, aged 8 to 15, had been missing from their homes for nearly 8 months, trapped in a cycle of bonded labor and exploitation. The operation began after Association of Voluntary Action, or AVA, an NGO partner of Just Rights for Children, alerted police about information they had received regarding children allegedly being forced to work like bonded laborers. Acting on the information, police teams led by Superintendent of Police Dharmendra Singh launched late-night raids in Chhattisgarh's Kavardha, about 110 kilometers from the capital Raipur. During the first raid, 4 frightened children were rescued, and what they told officials led to an even bigger breakthrough.
उनसे जब बातचीत की गई प्यारपूर्वक तो उन्होंने बताया कि साहब आपने हमें तो बचा लिया, लेकिन मेरे गांव के और भी बहुत सारे बच्चे यहाँ पर बदवा मजदूरी कर रहे हैं। उनकी निशानदेही पे बाकी जगह जब छापामारी कार्रवाई की गई तो टोटल 13 बच्चे हम लोगों ने बरामद की पुलिस के साथ।
During counseling, officials discovered that all 13 children belong to the Bega tribe, one of India's particularly vulnerable tribal groups. The children told counselors they were made to work from morning till night and were paid just ₹1,000 to ₹2,000 per month. Police arrested 10 traffickers and have now registered cases under trafficking, bonded labor, child protection and child labor laws.
अगर इस प्रकार के और भी किसी की कोई गतिविधि में पाया जाता है उसके विरुद्ध भी सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे और किसी भी प्रकार की कोई किसी को सूचना मिलती है तो मुझे या हमारी पुलिस को या जरूर बताएं या इस संस्था को बताएं जिससे कि हम उन बच्चों तक पहुंच सकें और उनका सहयोग कर सकें.
But for child rights groups, rescue is only the first step. Rehabilitation, education and reintegration are just as critical.
जिन 13 बच्चों को बाल कल्याण समिति के समक्ष जीआरसी आवा चाइल्डलाइन की संयुक्त टीम ने प्रस्तुत किया, उन सारे बच्चों को शिक्षा से जोड़ने के लिए शिक्षा विभाग, डीएम और श्रम विभाग को संबंधित विभागों को निर्देशित किया गया है ताकि बच्चों का समुचित विकास हो सके. बच्चों के रेस्क्यू और पुनर्वास की प्रक्रिया में जीआरसी पार्टनर और आवा की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही.
Across India, organizations within the Just Rights for Children network say trafficking, child labor and child marriages are often deeply interconnected, trapping vulnerable children in cycles of exploitation. And that is why this case serves as a blueprint of what can be achieved when a vigilant community, an informed civil society and a responsive police force work as a single unit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज.
முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது.
I declare that this house has confidence in C. Joseph Vijay
வாக்குகள் பின்வருமாறு
and as Chief Minister of the House.
தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் 144.
144 people supported the motion to have C. Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister. 144 people expressed confidence in C. Joseph Vijay as Chief Minister.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்த்தோர் 22.
22 people opposed. 22 people opposed it and 5 people took a middle ground. Since the number of people since the number of people who voted in favor are more categorically, the Chief Minister's motion has won on this house. I have declared that the Chief Minister's motion has won on the house. So that's C. Joseph Vijay's motion as Chief Minister to the House has expressed confidence with 144 MLAs in support, 22 against, and
Welcome to Hanoi, Vietnam, where one of Asia's most ambitious mobility ecosystem is taking shape. This is VinFast Presents Wheels of Change, powered by NDTV Automate. My name is Siddharth Sharma, and over the next half an hour, we take you through the future of mobility.
Vietnam and India share a profound cultural bond, rooted in centuries of spiritual and commercial exchange. One of the most enduring links between the two nations is Buddhism, which traveled from India to Vietnam, shaping its philosophy, art, and way of life. This shared heritage is visible even today, from the Cham Towers in central Vietnam that reflect Hindu architectural and linguistic influences of the ancient Champa kingdom, to the common values both societies continue to uphold: family, tradition, festivals, cinema, and craft. Over time, these civilizational links have evolved into a modern strategic partnership. And today, that partnership is also being shaped by mobility, technology, and sustainability. Vingroup is Vietnam's largest private conglomerate and one of the strongest pillars of the country's economy. Its ecosystem touches nearly every aspect of daily life for Vietnam's middle class. From housing and healthcare to education, entertainment, hospitality, and now electric mobility. In recent years, Vingroup has made a decisive shift towards technology and industry, with a clear focus on electric vehicles through VinFast. VinFast is not just an EV manufacturer. It's a global brand with clear ambitions. In 2026, VinFast has set itself a global delivery target of 300,000 electric vehicles, with a sharp focus on high-growth Asian markets, including India, Indonesia, and the Philippines. And to understand that ambition, we begin at the heart of VinFast's manufacturing story.
It's hard to believe that just a few years ago, this 335-hectare site was reclaimed marshland. Now, it's the beating heart of Vietnam's automotive revolutions.
Located near Haiphong, this is VinFast's primary manufacturing complex. The scale is vast. The speed of execution is even more striking. From pressing and welding to painting, engine manufacturing, battery pack production, and final assembly, this is a fully integrated facility designed to meet global demand.
If you want to see the future of manufacturing, look behind me. This is the epicenter. Over 95% of the processes over here are automated, and over 1,200 robots do the heavy lifting.
It's this digital nervous system that allows VinFast to maintain a production capacity of 250,000 vehicles a year. Automation here is not just about speed, it's about quality, repeatability, and scale. The facility is designed with a strong sustainability focus, using energy-efficient systems and waste treatment processes that meet strict environmental standards, aligning with VinFast's all-electric transition. While the factory is based in Haiphong, it is supported by VinFast's headquarters and R&D centers in Hanoi, creating a continuous loop between design, testing, and mass production. What we are seeing in Vietnam is the foundation of a global strategy, and India is now a key part of that story. VinFast has established a 400-acre electric vehicle manufacturing facility in Thoothukudi, Tamil Nadu. The plant has an initial production capacity of 50,000 vehicles per year, backed by a total investment commitment of $2 billion. This facility marks VinFast's long-term commitment to the Indian market, not as an experiment, but as a base for growth. The roadmap is aggressive and clearly defined. VinFast plans to launch 2 new electric vehicle models every year in India, with a focus on SUVs such as the VF6 and VF7. And now in 2026, it starts off with the VF MPV7.
The VinFast MPV7 could be a key product for India. Practical, electric, and built for families. This is serious play.
Out on the test track, the MPV7 feels composed and predictable. Acceleration is linear, typical of EVs, and the power delivery is smooth without any sudden spikes. The steering is light and easy.
Now, when it comes to the driving dynamics on the MPV7, this is based on VF7's platform. So this is a longish vehicle, now comes with 7 seats. The driving dynamics are agile, and there is a bit of a body roll, like if you move the steering around. We are testing it here on the plant's test track, which has a straight run, has a bit of curves there as well, and the body roll could be felt. But the key play over here are the seats on the MPV7. The seats are super plush, not just in the front row, in the middle row, and even in the third row. That is, I would say, by far the best feature of this vehicle.
Body control is decent for a vehicle of this size, and the car feels stable through high-speed sections of the track. Regenerative braking is noticeable, especially in higher settings, and can be adjusted based on driver preference. This is not a performance-focused EV. It's built to be easy, consistent, and stress-free.
It's not here to thrill you, it's here to carry your entire family, and also carry their luggage too, without breaking a sweat.
The VinFast MPV7 isn't trying to redefine the segment. It's trying to make electric mobility accessible for families. It brings space, usability, and EV efficiency into one package. And if executed well for India, this could be one of the more relevant electric MPVs in the market.
Beyond cars, the brand is also preparing to introduce electric scooters and electric buses to the Indian market by late 2026. To support this expansion, VinFast is scaling up its retail and service footprint across the country. The target is 75 showrooms and over 230 service workshops across major Indian cities by the end of 2026. For Indian consumers, the focus is also on long-term ownership confidence. VinFast is offering a 10-year vehicle and battery warranty along with 75% buyback guarantee, aimed at ensuring strong resale values for early adopters. But Vingroup's story doesn't end with electric vehicles. To understand the full scale of this ecosystem, we step beyond factories and into the cities and communities Vingroup is building.
What you see here goes beyond cars, from electric two-wheelers to buses to smart infrastructure in healthcare and education. Vingroup has built a complete ecosystem for Vietnam. (877 hectares surrounded by 3 rivers and a golf course. We are looking at the crown jewel of Hafong, Vinh Homes, Royal Island.
It is a first of its kind urban development in northern Vietnam, and only large-scale city project in the country located entirely on an island, yet positioned within a major urban center. Surrounded by 3 rivers, the development is divided into 11 exclusive subdivisions, including high-end villa zones and private residential islands. Vinh Home Royal Island is designed as an integrated urban ecosystem where residences, leisure and lifestyle coexists. And one of the most distinctive feature lies in an unexpected place.
And if you thought that Vingroup only makes cars and homes, well, yes, again, they also have a horse training academy right here on Royal Island where they train horses for competition.
This is the elite Equestrian Academy, the first international standard horse riding facility in northern Vietnam. The academy offers professional training across all levels following international curriculum and safety standards. It houses rare and imported horse breeds, along with specialized infrastructure that includes performance arenas, veterinary facilities, and high-end stables. Beyond sport, it functions as a social and cultural hub for residents, hosting equestrian events and community gatherings.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला,
where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi.
Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது.
I declare that this house has confidence in C. Joseph Vijay
வாக்குகள் பின்வருமாறு
and as Chief Minister of the House.
தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் 144.
144 people.
From islands to inland cities, Wind Group's urban vision continues to expand, which brings us to another landmark development.
Now take a moment and think about the scale of innovation Wind Group can do. Behind me is Wind Homes Ocean Park. The reason why it's called Ocean Park is behind me as well. That is a man-made saltwater lake that is based in an area that is roughly about 6.1 hectares. And that's not all. The building that you see behind me is a mall. And yes, it is also by Wind Group.
Often described as the city of lakes and sea, Wind Homes Ocean Park is defined by scale and integration. With saltwater lagoons, freshwater lakes and white sand beaches, brings a resort-style lifestyle into the heart of landlocked Hanoi. Part of a larger super urban area spanning over 1,200 hectares. It combines residential living with education, healthcare, retail and entertainment, all within a single ecosystem.
And Wind Wonders is also home to South Asia's first reverse launch roller coasters, right behind me.
The project also serves as a key eastern gateway to Hanoi, connecting the capital to surrounding industrial regions and transport corridors. But Wind Group's approach to urban living also includes large-scale entertainment. At Wind Wonders Royal Island, entertainment is built at a scale rarely seen in the region. From the Kingdom of Animals, the largest safari in northern Vietnam.
And it's not often that you get to feed a capybara as well. There you go, my friend.
To specialized bird habitats and high-intensity thrill rides, the destination functions as both tourism magnet and a leisure hub for residents.
At the heart of it is mobility, electric, connected and scalable. From personal vehicles to public transport, VinFast is shaping how cities move, not just in Vietnam, but globally.
Education is another pillar of the Wind Group ecosystem. At Wind University, learning is built to global standards. The academic framework here has been co-developed with Cornell University and the University of Pennsylvania, ensuring a curriculum that focuses on active learning, critical thinking, and interdisciplinary research. The campus is home to one of South Asia's most advanced medical simulation centers, where students train using high-fidelity mannequins and virtual reality, allowing them to practice complex surgical and emergency procedures in a complete risk-free environment. Wind Uni also features a signature Gothic-style grand auditorium with a seating for 800, designed with professional acoustics and advanced audiovisual systems to host international conferences, graduations, and cultural events. And through integrated global degree pathways, students can complete their bachelor's education here and progress to their master's degree at partner universities like the Cornell or UPenn, creating a seamless bridge between Vietnam and the world. And when it comes to hospitality, Wind Group brings the same ecosystem-driven approach.
Most people experience Halong Bay from a cruise. But right here on Reo Island is a hospitality experience that is very unique to northern Vietnam.
Halong Bay, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is one of Vietnam's most visited destinations. But Wind Pearl Resort and Spa offers a very different perspective. Set on its own private island, it brings together exclusivity, accessibility, and hospitality experience that reflects Wind Group's growing footprint in luxury travel.
Behind me is the Wind Pearl Resort and Spa, where this entire bay becomes your view. This isn't your typical island resort. The design takes inspiration from neoclassical French chateau. Clean white facades, symmetry and scale. But what stands out is that every room here opens up to the bay.
With 384 rooms, each offering a sea-facing view, the resort ensures that the landscape remains central to the experience. The limestone karst of Halong Bay are not just a backdrop, they are a part of the stay. The architecture balances European influence with the natural surroundings, creating a space that feels both grand and connected.
What makes this resort unique is how it's laid out. The resort curves around the island, opening into 3 private beach arcs. So no matter where you are in this property, you're always overlooking a bay.
At the center of this experience is a 1200 square meter swimming pool, one of largest in the region.
And if you're not a beach person, you can always dip your toes into one of the pools that the Wind Pearl has to offer.
Surrounded by the bay on all sides, the design ensures uninterrupted views whether you're in the water or on the shore. It's a space built not just for relaxation, but for immersion.
And if the setting isn't enough to slow you down, there's always the spa. This is where this resort stops being a destination and starts becoming an experience.
The Wind Charm Spa is positioned as a quiet retreat within the island, designed for recovery and relaxation. It offers a range of treatments that complements the overall pace of the property. For travelers coming in from high-energy cities, this becomes a natural reset point.
Now, you can't come to Halong Bay and not talk about seafood. And here, it's not about what you eat, it's about where you eat it.
The Pavilion restaurant, built over the water, offers a dining experience that is unique to this property. Fresh seafood, local flavors, and setting where the water moves beneath you. It's designed to connect the guest with the environment. It is also where Wind Pearl's approach to hospitality becomes evident. Curated, location-driven, and experience-focused. Despite being on a private island, connectivity remains seamless. A 24/7 speedboat shuttle ensures constant access to the mainland, allowing guests to move between isolation and accessibility with ease.
It's a reminder whether you're in India or in Vietnam. Great hospitality always comes down to how well you make someone feel at home. And here on this island, Wind Pearl manages to do exactly that.
Wind Pearl Resort and Spa Halong is not just about location, it's about perspective. A private island in one of the world's most visited destinations. A balance of luxury and accessibility, and a hospitality philosophy that continues to expand beyond borders. For those looking to experience the Halong Bay differently, this might just be the best seat in the house.
And now that vision is coming to India with models like the VF6, VF7 and the MPV7. Thanks for watching Windfast Presents Wheels of Change, powered by NDTV Automate. I'll see you guys in the next one.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा प्योर मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது.
I declare that this house has confidence in C. Joseph Vijay
வாக்குகள் பின்வருமாறு
and as Chief Minister of the House.
தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் 144.
144 people supported the motion to have C. Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister. 144 people expressed confidence in C. Joseph Vijay as Chief Minister.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்த்தோர் 22.
22 people opposed. 22 people opposed it and 5 people took a middle ground. Since the number of people since the number of people who voted in favor are more categorically, the Chief Minister's motion has won on this house. I have declared that the Chief Minister's motion has won on the house. So that's C. Joseph Vijay's motion as Chief Minister to the House has expressed confidence with 144 MLAs in support, 22 against and 5 who took a middle position. This is discounting the number of DMK MLAs, which is 59, who walked out of the floor of the House. We'll wait for the further.
தமிழ்நாட்டின் நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரமாய் இந்திய திருநாட்டின் கலங்கரை விளக்கமாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற தமிழ்நாட்டின் நிரந்தர முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு புரட்சித் தளபதி அவர்களுக்கு முதற்கணிந்த பாராட்டுக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
I give my greetings and congratulations to the permanent Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu,
இந்த
புரட்சித் தளபதி.
வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறார். இதற்கு காரணம்
he has had an enormous victory, and the reason for this is self-belief, love that he has on people and extreme hard work. He kept saying confident, be confident, victory is ours. MGR's
பெருமையெல்லாம் உன்னை சேரும் என்று பாடினார். இன்று முதல்வர் சொல்வார், வெற்றி மீது வெற்றி வந்து என்னை சேரும், அதை வாங்கி தந்த பெருமையெல்லாம் மாமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே உங்களை சேரும்.
The Chief Minister will say that victory after victory will come to me, but the credit for all that victory will go to you MLAs in this house.
ஒரு புரட்சியை, ஒரு வெற்றியை நிலைநாட்டி இருக்கிறார்.
He has made a silent revolution and an enormous victory.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, Vijay has comfortably won the floor test in Tamil Nadu. We'll get you all the details. Meanwhile, the suspense continues over who will the Congress choose as their Chief Minister for Kerala. All that and more up ahead. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking. Vijay's TVK government comfortably wins the floor test in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, gets support from 144 MLAs. In fact, 25 AIADMK rebel MLAs vote for Vijay. After widespread criticism, the new TVK government has rolled back the decision to appoint Vijay's astrologer as OSD in the new government. This was the astrologer who predicted his victory. Kerala Chief Minister's suspense likely to end today. Sources say Venugopal is the High Command's pick, but Congress allies in Kerala want Satheesan as the chief ministerial face. The CBI intensifies its probe in the NEET paper leak case, reaching the NTA headquarters to seek more details on mails, WhatsApp, Telegram forwards, and digital traces of the guest paper. And Prime Minister Modi orders a cut in his convoy size, calls for more EVs in austerity and fuel-saving push. The BJP leaders follow suit. All right, some breaking news now coming in. And Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has backed the Prime Minister's call for austerity in the face of the West Asia conflict that is still continuing. Chandrababu Naidu, in a message to citizens, has said, follow the Prime Minister's advice. He said that war is multiplying pressures on the economy, and the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister's My Nation, My Responsibility push. So they're backing the Prime Minister, who, remember, on Sunday, the Prime Minister spoke about how citizens have a responsibility to observe austerity in this time of the ongoing West Asia conflict, given the impact that it's had on supplies. Now Chandrababu Naidu, they're backing the Prime Minister and backing that 7-point appeal made by the Prime Minister. In fact, the Andhra government will be announcing an action plan in 2 days, and citizens have been urged to adopt a My Nation, My Responsibility approach. This is what Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has said. Well, let's go across to Ashish now for more. And Ashish, tell us more about the Chief Minister's, message there backing the Prime Minister's austerity call.
Yes, indeed, Gargi, Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and TDP chief, was participating in a government event in Amaravati, and during this event, while addressing the gathering, Chief Minister went on saying and endorsing Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he announced that within 2 days of time, his government will also formulate certain measures, and the measures will be rolled out. He suggested that the work from home method suggested by Prime Minister is a reality. In fact, all the companies should adopt a work from home. He also suggested that all his ministers as well as his political leader, including all the security, the convoy, big and long convoy, should be reduced. That's what Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has said. Remember, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu himself hold a Z+ security, and he also has bigger convoy and a longer convoy, and now Chief Minister suggested that his convoy should also see a reduction in vehicles number. Apart from vehicle reduction, he also suggested that his government will come forward and work out certain plan to reduce government costing as well as fuel consumption, and also if required and if possible, his government will adopt work from home for certain government departments.
All right, Ashish, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So, Chandrababu Naidu, they're backing the Prime Minister's appeal for economic austerity given the West Asia crisis. In fact, do remember there has been a cabinet meeting. We are expecting a briefing any moment now on what was decided at that cabinet meeting. Definitely more on this view of how the public needs to observe austerity. And after making that call for austerity, the Prime Minister himself walking the talk, so as it were, he's ordered a cut in the number of vehicles in his convoy. Now, according to sources, the Prime Minister has even asked for the number of EV vehicles to be increased in the convoy. Remember, earlier this week, the Prime Minister reduced his convoy size during a domestic visit to Gujarat and Assam. Not just the Prime Minister, the Home Minister too has apparently reduced the size of the convoy. Several NDA chief ministers like UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajanlal Sharma, MP Chief Minister Mohan Yadav have all also cut down the size of their convoys. This is after the Prime Minister said that people must opt to work from home, as well as cut down on the use of fuel in the face of the West Asia crisis. Let's listen in to what has been said.
कोई युद्ध होता था तो लोग देश हित में सोना दान दे देते थे। आज दान की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन देश हित में हमको ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि साल भर तक घर में कोई भी फंक्शन हो, कोई भी कार्यक्रम हो, हम सोने के गहने नहीं खरीदेंगे। वर्क फ्रॉम होम, ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, वर्चुअल मीटिंग्स, इनको हमें फिर से प्राथमिकता देनी है। साथियों, आज जो संकट है उसमें हमें विदेशी मुद्रा बचाने पर भी बहुत जोर देना होगा, क्योंकि दुनिया में पेट्रोल डीजल इतना ज्यादा महंगा हो गया है, पहले से कई गुना ज्यादा कीमतें बढ़ गई है। हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा। शहरों में जहां मेट्रो है, वहां हम तय करें कि हम मेट्रो का ही उपयोग करेंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेट्रो में ही जाएंगे। अगर कार में ही जाना जरूरी है तो फिर कार पूल करने का प्रयास करें।
एक नहीं, 2 बार 3 बार अपील किया है कि डीजल पेट्रोल ये जो इसका इस्तेमाल जितने कम कर सकते हैं उतने कीजिए, और इसलिए उनके आह्वान जो है वो देश हित में है, राष्ट्र हित में है, और उनका उसमें वैयक्तिक कोई का स्वार्थ नहीं है। ये जो युद्ध जन्य परिस्थिति है, युद्ध हुआ है, वो हमारे देश में नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन उसके परिणाम अन्य देशों को भी भुगतने पड़ते हैं। इसलिए भविष्य में आने वाले काल में कोई भी दिक्कत हमारे देशवासियों को ना हो, इसलिए उन्होंने ये निर्णय लिया है। कोविड में भी उन्होंने ऐसी अपील जनता से की हुई थी, और उसी वजह से कोविड में भी हमारा भारत जो देश है वो सुरक्षित रहा।
All right, and in a short while we are expecting that cabinet briefing and more steps regarding austerity. But moving on now to breaking news around the Congress and Keralam. A key Congress meeting will take place on Kerala. Remember, it's been 10 days and no decision has been made yet on the Chief Minister. Today there will be a meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge at 5 p.m. on the issue of who will be the Chief Minister. Will it be Satishan, who is being backed by allies there, or will it be Rahul Gandhi's close aide Venugopal? That's the big question. The Kerala Chief Minister announcement is likely today evening. Let's go across to Janendra for more on this. And Janendra, it's really been a couple of days and lots of you've been reporting all the twists and turns and the summoning of various Congress leaders from Kerala to consult with. Are we going to finally have a decision today evening?
Yes, sources are telling that suspense is going to end by today evening. And just before the announcement, final meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge is going to take place at Kharge's residence at 5:30. So final meeting regarding Kerala's next CM announcement. As we all know that race is between KC Venugopal and Satishan. Venugopal is the first choice of Congress High Command and also most of the newly elected MLAs of Kerala Congress. But Satishan is backed by the allies of Congress Party, and also he is very popular among the masses, and that is why and both are adamant for the CM post, and that is why so much delay we have seen. But now sources are telling that by today evening, late evening, Congress will announce its CM face of Kerala, and before the announcement, final meeting is going to happen at Kharge's residence after a few hours. 5:30 is the meeting time. Meeting will take place at Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. Rahul Gandhi will be there, and I think Kerala Congress in charge Deepadas Munshi will also be present in that meeting. And after that meeting, Congress is going to announce, as per sources, the next Chief Minister of Kerala.
All right. Thanks so much, Janendra, for joining us with those details. So the announcement is going to be today evening. Will it be Venugopal or Satishan, or will it be some third compromise candidate? That will be known by today evening. The Congress camp witnessing political buzz ahead of that expected announcement as speculation continues to grow. Anti-KC Venugopal posters surfaced near the Congress office in Wayanad opposing his possible nomination as the Chief Minister. The posters carried a warning for Congress leadership. In a meeting with state leaders yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is learned to have reviewed KC Venugopal versus VD Satishan camp battle. Even as talks continue, all three camps remain confident. Sources in the Ramesh Chennithala camp claim his biggest advantage is his non-controversial image and seniority, arguing he cannot serve under either Venugopal or Satishan. The Satishan camp, meanwhile, believes that Sonia Gandhi is inclined towards him, and so are the allies. Sources also also says Satheesan is willing to work under a Chenithala-led government, but not under KC Venugopal. Remember, KC Venugopal is seen as a Delhi person. He is somebody who is a very close aide of Rahul Gandhi's. In a fresh twist, CCTV footage also going viral, which shows a CPM worker putting up a flex banner backing KC Venugopal for Chief Minister. So this too is happening. Take a look at that visual there, in which it is a CPM worker who is putting up a banner wanting KC Venugopal as Chief Minister, which is in a way shows that the opposition in Kerala thinks that KC Venugopal would be an advantage to them if he is made Chief Minister. Earlier we spoke to Shiv for more.
Congress has a recent track record of sullying election victories by allowing leadership tussles to become the dominant narrative. You've seen that in Punjab, you've seen that in Rajasthan, you've seen that in many other states as well. And the Congress cannot afford for that to happen in Kerala, where the Congress is a very credible player in the state and has enjoyed power for many years together. The tightrope walk that you talk about, the balancing act which you rightly describe it as, is a difficult one for the Congress. The fact that they've taken 10 days is not only indicative of a wait and watch kind of posture, but it also shows you that the High Command is in many ways weakened in its inability to discipline these competing ambitions, which is why you've seen protests, you've seen social media slanging matches between the supporters of these three different camps. You've seen posters and cutouts in Thiruvananthapuram. That kind of thing you would never see happen in any other party, and is a signal that the weakened High Command is unable to impose its writ on these minor disciplinary issues. But beyond that, I think there's a lot to think about here. We've already put on the table for our viewers the three big contenders, what they bring to the table, what the risks and advantages of each of those persons are, so I won't get into that. But I think the irony of this entire situation, Vedika, and the 10 days after the result is that the Congress is not so much looking at who's the best man to govern Kerala, rather it is looking at who is the man whose selection will least damage the Congress party. And that's a little ironic because, will choosing KC Venugopal trigger a rebellion within the Kerala Congress? Will, choosing VD Satheesan trigger a sulking KC Venugopal at the center, which Rahul Gandhi cannot afford? What does Rahul Gandhi really want? Where does Mallikarjun Kharge's input come into all of this? Should KC Venugopal be rewarded with the Chief Minister's job after having presided over one of the most abysmal phases of the Congress electorally speaking? All of these pulls and pressures come into it. There's Wayanad, where Rahul Gandhi's sister is the MP from, where the IUML is firmly behind VD Satheesan. Ramesh Chenithala, seen as an old war horse of the Congress. Many say it's his last chance to be the Chief Minister, so why can't he be the compromise candidate? You've got all these competing interests and pulls and pressures, but I think what the Congress is most worried about is what the fallout will be no matter what that selection. So right now, they probably are doing some kind of a political model to see what is the path of least resistance and what will, least damage them on the road to 2029. We need to make absolutely sure we never forget the fact that this is the road to 2029. All of these elections pave the way for a very busy election season next year and the year after that in Karnataka, and then there's 2029. So any signal that the Congress is unable to settle these disputes. There's one in neighboring Karnataka, which is going to explode very soon, by the way, between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar as well.
All right, so it's been 10 days, and finally today evening, the Congress sources have said that announcement will be made about the Chief Minister. Meanwhile, our opposition parties in Kerala have been taking pot shots. We spoke to Vasudha for more details.
Congress has widened its pool of not just feedback gathering, it's also reached out to people to make people understand that its decision will depend on what stakeholders want. There is, a clamour for KC Venugopal to be sent to Kerala as the Chief Minister. That's what leaders in the Congress also want. That's what MLAs want. But Rahul Gandhi is yet to decide on that. VD Satheesan protests in favour of VD Satheesan as the CM has also intensified across the state of Tamil Nadu, with several states witnessing a protest by Congress workers, and Muslim League, one of the most important allies of the UDF, has made it very clear that they would want VD Satishan as the Chief Minister. So overall, the Congress party, the Congress High Command has a very difficult decision to make, considering that Priyanka Gandhi first, and before that, of course, Rahul Gandhi have been MPs from Wayanad, a seat that is often seen as winnable for the Congress party because of the support that Muslim League gives them. So this is a difficult decision for the Congress High Command to make, and I'm told that several meetings have taken place. In fact, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, arrived in Delhi last night. So a series of meetings are expected today, and we hope that the decision could be taken in the next few hours.
It is a proper democratic functioning of a democratic party which has more than 100 years history. But here is a BJP which has not even crossed 50 years history. They can adopt any means to stamp their dictatorial, word to select a candidate or form a government. Congress is not like that. We still adopt, even though we are in a weak wicket nowadays, we adopt all the democratic methods and measures to select the Chief Minister candidate.
It came with a big mandate of big numbers. 102 is not a small number. It's a clear majority, thumping majority. This is the 8th day. The whole state, the whole people, more of the Congress workers are waiting and waiting. Unendingly they wait, but that white smoke has not come. Something is wrong with the Congress. They are still searching in the dark for the leader who is going to lead the government. So with the Congress, people are laughing at them now.
Leadership today convened a meeting with the former PCC president and the working president of the PCC regarding the CLP leader selection, and they asked our opinion, and we gave our feedback and opinion regarding the current political situation and our points regarding this CLP. So finally, party is going to take a decision.
Right, in other news now, an NDTV World exclusive, an online video access by NDTV indicates that Pakistan has been consistently providing refuge to Iranian military aircraft when Tehran is in conflict, not only during the course of the present war in West Asia. A YouTube video access by NDTV shows Iranian transport and aerial refueling tankers parked on the tarmac of Karachi airport weeks after Israel targeted Iran's nuclear facilities last year. Screenshots of this video shown here come a day after a CBS News report highlighted that Pakistan was presently harboring Iranian aircraft. NDTV brought you the first high-resolution satellite images of this aircraft. High-resolution satellite imagery sourced from Vantor also appears to confirm reports that Pakistan has been harboring at least one Iran Air Force military aircraft while projecting itself as an independent mediator in the talks between Tehran and Washington, which have been held in Islamabad.
I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere.
All right, let's go across to Vishnu Shom now for more. And Vishnu, though, U.S. President Donald Trump doesn't seem too perturbed by these news reports. However, tell us more about this, YouTube video that we've accessed.
Well, the fact that Donald Trump doesn't seem particularly perturbed, sort of indicates its equation with America's equation with Pakistan. I think the key point over here are two. It's not just now that Iran has been positioning its aircraft on Pakistan soil at a time when its territory has been attacked. This story that we are now reporting indicates that Pakistan has been providing safe sanctuary for Iranian aircraft even last year when Israel and the United States struck Iranian nuclear facilities. So Pakistan has been harboring Iranian aircraft on the one hand. On the other hand, it's been projecting itself as an independent mediator trying to ensure that talks take place between Washington, D.C. and Tehran. So there's a bit of a double standard over there, because as a mediator, you're expected to be unbiased. But in this particular case, as we've been able to report in this particular story, and let's just show some of that video, because the video that we were showing you just now is video from a year ago. And the point being that it's not just now. The aircraft there that you see on your screen is of Iranian Boeing 747 aircraft, a Boeing 707 tanker as well. The next image you'll see is of a one-off Boeing 747 aircraft, which Iran used as an aerial tanker. These had been positioned in Pakistan when Iran was being struck by Israel. Remember, Israel doesn't have any diplomatic relations with Pakistan at all. So the point that we're now trying to make is that there is a history of Pakistan being a country that provides sanctuary to Iranian aircraft. Therefore, when they call themselves mediator, the question some would ask is, if you're a mediator, you need to be unbiased. Is Pakistan that?
Right, Vishnu, also tell us, how is this being reported? Tell us more about how it's being reported in the US media. And yes, as you said, there has been a relation between Iran and Pakistan going back, decades, back to the Cold War at least.
Yeah, so there is a relation that takes place, but Pakistan has been harboring Iranian aircraft for a while, and therefore its position as a mediator becomes more complicated now, since it is professing independence. That's what we are trying to, in fact, report right now. That it's rather odd that America, while knowing about the existence of these aircraft, doesn't seem to be complaining about that. There's one particular aspect of that story. Secondly, as a mediator, when you are trying to sort of be completely neutral, how is it that you are allowing and have allowed Iranian aircraft to have safe sanctuary on your soil? This has been reported first by CBS. What NDTV did in our report was to bring you the first, and you can see it now on your screen, the first high-resolution satellite image showing this Iranian Hercules electronic warning platform in Pakistan lately, just as the ceasefire talks were taking place. Again, the question, if there are talks which are taking place, how is it that this aircraft has been in a Pakistani base for a month? And of course, what we've now gone on to prove is that this isn't the first time. As I've reported and as I just mentioned to you, Pakistan has been harboring Iranian aircraft for a period of time, even in 2025.
That's right, Vishnu. Thanks so much for joining us. And questions over Pakistan's role as a mediator between US and Iran, given all this information that has been revealed. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. In fact, after a massive controversy over the appointment of an astrologer as an OSD in Tamil Nadu, he's now been removed. We'll get you the details.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது.
I declare that this house has confidence in C. Joseph Vijay
வாக்குகள் பின்வருமாறு
and as Chief Minister of the House.
தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் 144.
144 people supported the motion to have C. Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister. 144 people expressed confidence in C. Joseph Vijay as Chief Minister.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்த்தோர் 22.
22 people opposed. 22 people opposed it and 5 people took a middle ground. Since the number of people since the number of people who voted in favor are more categorically, the Chief Minister's motion has won on this house. I have declared that the Chief Minister's motion has won on the house. So that's C. Joseph Vijay's motion as Chief Minister to the House has expressed confidence with 144 MLAs in support, 22 against, and 5 who took a middle position. This is discounting the number of DMK MLAs, which is 59, who walked out of the floor of the House. We'll wait for the further.
தமிழ்நாட்டின் நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரமாய் இந்திய திருநாட்டின் கலங்கரை விளக்கமாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற தமிழ்நாட்டின் நிரந்தர முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு புரட்சித் தளபதி அவர்களுக்கு
Welcome back. News now from Tamil Nadu. And after the uproar over the appointment of astrologer Radhan Pandit Vetriwal as OSD or Officer on Special Duty to the Chief Minister, Vijay's government has now revoked this appointment just a day after announcing it. In fact, NDTV was the first channel to break this, and this issue took center stage in Tamil Nadu politics. So in a big U-turn, Chief Minister Vijay has revoked the appointment of the astrologer within 24 hours. This came after a huge backlash from allies as well as opposition. VCK MLA questioned Vijay's choice, stating that we should focus on science and should not focus on astrology. Meanwhile, opposition had also slammed Vijay for this appointment, stating that Vijay cannot impose his belief on government and that this will send out a wrong message to the youth. Remember, this astrologer is the one who predicted Vijay's victory, saying that he will see a tsunami of votes.
நமது அரசு ஜோதிடம் பில்லி சூனியம் போன்ற மூட நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு எதிரான நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு இடம் தராமல் அறிவியலை வளர்க்கும் திட்டங்களுக்கு முன்னுரிமை கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் கோரிக்கை வைக்கின்றேன். அறிவியலார்ந்த மனிதநேயம், ஆய்ந்து தெளிந்த சீர்திருத்தம்,
எதிரி கட்சியாக நினைக்காமல் அனைவரையும் சந்தித்து அரசியலில் ஒரு மாண்பையும் மரபையும் நீங்க ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கீங்க, வரவேற்கத்தக்கது. அதுபோல உங்களுடைய முதல் அறிவிப்பிலேயே சிங்கப்படை பெண்களை பாதுகாக்கவும் அதேபோல மதுக்கடைகளை மூடுவோம் என்று சொன்னதும் மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. அந்த வகையில் முதலில் 717 மதுக்கடைகளை மூடியது ஒட்டுமொத்த தமிழக மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. கோவில்கள் மற்றும் பள்ளி வளாகங்கள் அருகில் இருந்த கடைகளை முதல் முறையாக நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டெப்ல இன்னைக்கு மூடி இருக்கோம். அடுத்தது இன்றைக்கு மீனவர்களை பாதுகாக்க ஒரு அறிவிப்பு அரசாங்கத்தின் மூலம் வந்திருக்கிறது. அதையும் தேமுதிக வரவேற்கிறது. இது எல்லாம் இருப்பினும் முதல்வர் அவர்களே,
தமிழினத்தின் சிறப்பு, அப்படிப்பட்ட சிறப்பை கொண்ட இந்த தமிழ் மண்ணில ஒரு முற்போக்கான ஜனநாயகத்தை வளர்த்தெடுக்க வேண்டிய கடமை நம் எல்லோருக்குமே இருக்கிறது. இங்கே நீங்கள் முதல்வராக பொறுப்பேற்று 4 நாட்கள் ஆகிறது. பல நல்ல விஷயங்களை முன்னெடுக்கிறீர்கள். அரசியல் ஆச்சாரியங்களுக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டு அவற்றையெல்லாம் நாங்கள் பாராட்டி வருகின்றோம்.
So hereafter Parliament Assembly has no role to play. Only the timing will be given by the astrologer. That is why I think he had appointed him. What is he? He is not an official. He needs somebody who can advise him properly as per rules and as per the government powers. What can an astrologer do? He can predict, that's all. And that prediction too is subject to happenings. I don't know why this man, I think he has more faith in him than his party.
People believe that the Chief Minister of today, who hailed and praised Periyar, will be following ideology and vision of Periyar. But sadly, today announcement of an astrologer, soothsayer as an OSD, which is usually given for the experts, is given to an astrologer, is something very disappointing. Ever since the start, let it be lining of Tamil Thai Valthu or appointment of an astrologer as OSD, is completely letting down the ethos, the culture, the values of people of Tamil Nadu.
See, an OSD is an absolutely personal choice, and if the Chief Minister feels that the person he is appointed is going to be of any use to him in terms of administration, then it's his choice. I mean, the Chief Minister himself has absolutely no experience with politics. The people have given him itself a chance. So when an actor can become the Chief Minister, why can't an astrologer become an OSD? So I think it's all fair.
All right, so a day after that appointment of the OSD, he has been removed. Now some breaking news coming in and more on austerity measures by the government. Remember, the Prime Minister already has asked for his convoy to be cut down, and now it seems the Prime Minister's convoy has been cut to just 2 cars after the Prime Minister has ordered a reduction of his convoy. Earlier we were reporting how it has been halved, but it seems now it's been cut even further, just down to 2 cars. So the Prime Minister, this comes after he'd made 2 different calls for people to observe austerity measures given the West Asia crisis and the fact that many supplies are not managing to reach the country. That is of course petroleum products, also various supplies for industry as well. The Prime Minister has asked for Indians to cut down on purchase of gold. He's talked about work from home, use public transport, reduce your consumption of petrol and diesel. He's asked farmers to cut down in the use of fertilizer, and for people not to travel abroad and not to hold weddings abroad. In fact, talking about following austerity measures. Today there's going to be a cabinet briefing as well. This is after the Prime Minister's 2 appeals, remember, back-to-back appeals about austerity. The opposition has questioned this. The opposition has said that a parliament session needs to be called because of the seriousness of the appeals being made by the Prime Minister. They want more clarity on just where the country stands currently as far as our resources go. But the Prime Minister there leading by example, having his convoy cut to just 2 cars. You can see those visuals. I remember the Prime Minister usually has dozens of cars following in his convoy. However, he has now cut it down to just 2 cars as part of his convoy, and this appeal has been made down the line to various leaders as well. Various chief ministers have spoken out. We just also reported how Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has backed the Prime Minister's appeal for austerity and said the public must also take part and bear some responsibility in the face of this ongoing war in West Asia, which has impacted our resources and the supplies that we receive. Let's go across to Manogya now for more. And Manogya, the Prime Minister making that appeal for austerity and leading by example, his convoy has been cut down to just 2 cars.
Well, yes, and that is a big move. They are also keeping in mind that it would not just save fuel, but also a lot of paraphernalia that is usually attached with the Prime Minister's convoy. This comes at a time when the Prime Minister has made an appeal to everyone in the country to cut down on the expenses which are not needed and also control the spending, both on fuel as well as the entire money also. But when it comes to the Prime Minister, he has always been a person who leads by example, believing in charity begins at home. And perhaps that's the reason why he started it. And following his footsteps, more than a dozen chief ministers as well as union ministers have taken such steps of either switching to EVs or using or lesser vehicles in number and even controlling their travels and switching to Zoom interactions. That also helps not just in saving fuel but also the man-to-man management that they have been doing in traveling. And with almost no elections around the corner for the next 2 months, these austerity measures seems to be here to stay.
That's right, Manogya, and we are expecting that key cabinet briefing today in which perhaps more measures are going to be announced. In fact, there could be some big austerity measures coming. The Prime Minister there reducing his convoy to just 2 vehicles. All right, moving on to the outrage over the NEET paper leak, which is intensifying. The CBI is stepping in and teams have been dispatched across the country. Student unions are protesting in front of the NEET headquarters as well in Delhi. Now, NDTV has accessed the timeline of events. Remember, it's yet another paper leak, yet another time that the NEET exam has been cancelled, and the NTA is to announce a new date for the exam. So, a huge setback to lakhs of students across the country. Now, according to sources, the paper began circulating. Remember, this is a dummy paper that was circulating before the exam. It started circulating 45 hours before the exam and reached the Seeker, which is a coaching center in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, and other coaching centers. The leak came to light as a student hailing from Seeker sent his father, a hostel owner, the question paper. According to sources, the paper was then sold for around 10 to 15 lakh rupees, and the CBI is now looking into 120 closed telegram groups which were allegedly made to circulate this paper. Sources suggest that the leak network had access to questions from multiple subjects and built a question bank from leaked papers. But what's really raised eyebrows is the fact that many of the questions have been worded exactly the same as it came in the final paper, and they're even in the very same order. All right, so let's just take a look now at the paper leak trail, which has gone from Nashik, Maharashtra, which is said to be the first place where the leak began from. The first copy of the leaked paper was made in Nashik, and then it reached Haryana in Gurugram. A copy was illegally sent from here, and 10 sets of leaked paper were printed. Now, these leaked sets were sent to other states. So, from Nashik, Maharashtra, it comes to Gurugram, just outside of the national capital. Then, in Jaipur, a copy of the leaked paper was received. And across Rajasthan, remember, Rajasthan is a hub for coaching centers across Rajasthan. Now, 13 have been arrested from Seeker, which is a coaching center, which has many coaching centers there, and Jhunjhunu. The CBI is likely to launch a probe in Maharashtra, and CBI also will be probing Uttarakhand. Remember, it's been traced to Uttarakhand as well. In fact, this is the reason, because it's this multi-state probe that is needed, that the entire matter was over to the CBI. Well, let's go across to Harsha for more, and Harsha has been tracking all these developments. Remember, the probe first started from Rajasthan. And Harsha, what is the latest you can share with us?
Well, yes, as we told you yesterday, the whistleblower was from Seeker, but how did the paper reach Seeker? Now, that's where we are today in this investigation. Now, the Special Operations Group has given a very crucial tip-off to the CBI, and that tip-off concerns two brothers, Dinesh and Mangilal Biwal. Now, interestingly, in this family, 4 children have sat for the NEET exam, and in this year, 2026, Dinesh's son was sitting for the NEET exam. Now, these two are very crucial because they are the ones who bought the paper from that professional gang in Haryana, from Yash Yadav. They have allegedly bought that paper for 20 lakhs. And then they said they wanted it for their son. They wanted it for the boy who's giving the exam in 2026. But they also thought they may as well make some money on it. So they then sold it to this career institute in Seeker. And the Career Institute person then made it so viral from where the story has broken. Now, they sold it for 15 lakhs in Seeker to the person in Seeker, but the person in Seeker sold it for anything between 3 to 5 lakhs, sometimes even for less, because it was a guest paper. So there were people who were not willing to pay such a high price for it. So this is what we have from Rajasthan. The probe is now on these two brothers, Dinesh Biwal and Mangilal. 4 children from their family, coincidentally, have sat for the NEET exam. One was sitting this year. 3 others have sat in 2025, but surprisingly, they failed. So one of them failed, 2 of them managed to pass, that also with very low marks. So obviously the police is interested in knowing, did they have the paper then also? Probably not, it may just be a coincidence. Also, they are now facing off in an interrogation with Yash Yadav, who is this professional from Gurgaon who had actually got the paper from Maharashtra. So the CBI is now making them do a face-off, as often happens in an investigation, to corroborate their statements. So lots of action here in Jaipur, as you can see, Gargi.
Right, a lot of action in Jaipur. Let's go across to Tetri now to find out more about the CBI. And Tetri, tell us, what is the CBI now seeking from the NTA currently?
Well, you see, if we talk about CBI, then back-to-back, we saw, first of all, yesterday also a team arrived at the NTA headquarters, and today also a team arrived, a 5-member team of CBI arrived at the NTA headquarters, and in fact, they were seeking all the details that were related to the digital evidence. In fact, if we talk about the mail that was sent by the whistleblower, in fact, and also, in fact, the PDF, and also they are trying to, understand so as to where this PDF was circulated from, because it is very much sure that not just once but multiple times this PDF was shared. A very close group of Telegram was created. There was a private link that was shared to only very few people, and then the PDF which was shared, it also, Gargi, had a password through which only few members were able to access this PDF, and it is in all likelihood, as Harsha was also pointing out, that how money trail is also in fact highlighted in this entire episode, so as to how not just 5 to 10 lakh rupees, but the amount is seems like the papers, these guest papers, are allegedly sold at an amount of in between rupees 25 to 30 lakhs even. And as we are also talking about how Nexus not being limited just to the state of Rajasthan, investigation is also emerging out, and the links are also emerging out in the state from Maharashtra to Haryana to Kerala and to Uttarakhand and to other parts of the country as well. So definitely the CBI will try to probe that how big and large is the nexus is. What we're also getting to understand from the sources in CBI is that it said that 20 accused are nabbed, and they are also as of now the focal point who will now be questioned. If we talk about the broader part of the investigation, that then more than 150 accused were detained. Now needs to be seen that what happens as and when the investigation proceeds, how this larger nexus was working, and was it in a similar pattern to what happened in 2024? Back to you.
That's right. Thanks so much, Techi and Harsha, for joining us with all the latest as far as the probe goes. Now, as the National Testing Agency cancelled the National Eligibility Cum Entrance Test undergraduate, that's the NEET UG exam, which was conducted on the 3rd of May, and announced a re-examination following these paper leak allegations. The NTA Chief and Director General Abhishek Singh said it's embarrassing, but we want a fair examination. NDTV's Managing Editor Shiv Arora spoke to the DG of NTA Abhishek Singh. Listen in.
How have we come back to this same place, sir? The students thought that the integrity of the NEET exam system had been taken care of after what happened in 2024. Abhishek Singh, welcome.
See, it's really unfortunate that we are where we are. As I mentioned right from the beginning, that we had assured the students and the parents and all the stakeholders that we will have zero tolerance towards any irregularities. Before the exam, we were monitoring what was going on. We took action against several scamsters who were trying to fool students by selling fake question papers. We blocked more than 120 Telegram channels. On the date of the examination was conducted totally smoothly. On the 3rd, there were no disruptions of any kind anywhere reported. The exam got over. In fact, the students expressed happiness with how the exam was conducted. Thereafter, the OMR sheets also started coming back. We started the evaluations. Till the 7th, there was no such report of any such irregularity. But since we had assured the students that we will follow up on any lead that we get of any irregularity at any point of time, when we received this whistleblower report on the night of the 7th of May, instead of brushing it aside or instead of covering it up, we did a complete investigation when the allegation was that there was a PDF that was circulating which had some questions which were included in the actual question paper. So we did 2 levels of checks. One was there even a single question which was included in the question paper? And number 2, if it was it under circulation before the examination was conducted, like before 3rd of May.
Yeah.
So when we did the preliminary inquiry, we did find that there were a few questions which were included. And the police also determined that a few people had access to it before 3rd of May, that is 2nd of May and 1st of May. So this conclusively proved that the efforts of the 22.79 lakh students who had honestly prepared for the exam was getting impacted by some cheats who were trying to sabotage the system, subvert the system.
Yes.
So taking cognizance of that, and since we had promised a zero tolerance examination, we took this bold call of not delaying the matter, not covering up, not brushing anything under the carpet, taking the call to cancel this exam, order a CBI inquiry, and ensure that we conduct the examination in time, which doesn't impact the academic future of the students.
फेडरेशन ऑफ ऑल इंडिया मेडिकल एसोसिएशन ने आज जो नीट का मामला है उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पीआईएल दाखिल कर दिया है। हमारा मानना है कि नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी लगातार अपने ड्यूटीज को करने में फेल हो रही है और मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी के डायरेक्टर का कि वो रिजाइन करें और नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी नीट यूजी के एग्जाम में इस बार जिस तरह की गड़बड़ी पाई गई है और जिस तरह से ये पूरे मामले को इनिशियली दबाने की कोशिश की गई और फिर बाद में जब सरकार ने कड़े कदम उठाए और सीबीआई को इस मामले में लगाया तब नीट को कैंसिल किया गया।
सबसे पहला तो ये है कि हर बार ये जो लीक होता है बच्चों ने फिर दोबारा पकड़ा है। जिनकी जिम्मेदारी थी, जो एजेंसीज की जिम्मेदारी थी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्ट किया था कि आप सतर्कता कमेटी बनाइए, उन्होंने भी नहीं बनाया। तो मतलब समझिए कि एक तो ये एग्जाम कंडक्ट नहीं करा पा रहे हैं और उसके बाद इनके लीक होने की जिम्मेदारी बच्चे उन्हें दे रहे हैं और इसके बाद भी वो इतने ढीठ है कि पहले कोशिश किया है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मामले को दबा दे। जब देखा कि सोशल मीडिया और हर जगह चीज़ें फैल गई, अब लोग सड़क पे न उतर जाएं बच्चे, तब आनन फानन में कैंसिल किया। इनके बस का है ही नहीं है। सबसे पहली जांच एनटीए पे होनी चाहिए और नीट तो रद्द हुआ, एनटीए जब तक नहीं रद्द होगा नीट बार बार रद्द ये कैंसिल होते रहेगा। इनके बस का बात नहीं है। हमने टेम्पू उठा के दे दिया एयरपोर्ट पे कि टेक ऑफ कर जाए, नहीं उड़ पाएगा वो।
All right, some breaking news now coming in, and given the West Asia conflict's impact on fuel, Air India has now cut down international flights. It's decided to reduce several international flights, temporarily suspend some services as well, and this is between June and August, one of the busiest times for travel. The airline has said this step has been taken due to airspace restrictions over certain countries and the record high fuel prices for international operations. Well, let's go across to Tanushka now for more on this story. And Tanushka, take us through, which flights are we talking about? And so there's going to be a reduction in the number of flights on various sectors and routes.
Precisely, Gargi. So Air India has cut a further of about 100 daily flights beginning from June to August, including a number of long-haul flights. So this is going to be mainly international routes, long-haul flights. And as you were also mentioning, this is amid the sharp hike in jet fuel prices as well as the rupees crash. Now, these cuts come on top of about 90 daily flight cuts in May itself. And the airline, which is used to having around 1,200 flights daily, is now going to suffer around losses of 22,000 crore, which is last fiscal, with the West Asia war showing no signs of ending. The most recent cuts include thrice weekly flights between Delhi and Chicago, 4 times weekly between Delhi and New York, Delhi and Shanghai, and Mumbai and New York, Delhi and daily flights between Delhi and Chennai and Singapore and Mumbai as well. And flights from Singapore have also been terminated for now. Now, Air India has today specifically made this announcement with respect to rationalization of its services on the select international routes between June and August. These adjustments have been made in response to a combination of factors, the airline says, including continued airspace restrictions and a record high jet fuel prices for international operations. Remember that jet fuel prices contain about 40% of operational costs for any airline. Back to you.
All right, Tanushka, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More updates on the other side. Do stay with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com.
is India's #1 English news website.
முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது.
I declare that this house has confidence in C. Joseph Vijay
வாக்குகள் பின்வருமாறு
and as Chief Minister of the House.
தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் 144.
144 people supported the motion to have C. Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister. 144 people expressed confidence in C. Joseph Vijay as Chief Minister.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்த்தோர் 22.
22 people opposed.
5.
22 people opposed it and 5 people took a middle ground. Since the number of people
தீர்மானம் நிறைவேறியது, வெற்றி பெற்றது.
Since the number of people who voted in favor are more categorically, the Chief Minister's motion has won on this house. I have declared that the Chief Minister's motion has won on the house. So that's C. Joseph Vijay's motion as Chief Minister to the House has expressed confidence with 144 MLAs in support, 22 against and 5 who took a middle position. This is discounting the number of DMK MLAs, which is 59, who walked out of the floor of the House. We'll wait for the further.
தமிழ்நாட்டின் நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரமாய் இந்திய திருநாட்டின் கலங்கரை விளக்கமாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற தமிழ்
Welcome back. A late-night rescue operation in Chhattisgarh has disrupted a trafficking network targeting one of India's most vulnerable tribal groups. While the rescue of 13 Baga children is a significant victory, the other story lies in the coordination that took place behind it. By linking police enforcement with NGO intelligence, the state has demonstrated a working model for the child protection ecosystem. Take a look.
The Kabir Dham district of Chhattisgarh, a coordinated effort has led to the rescue of 13 children from the Baga tribal community. These children, aged 8 to 15, had been missing from their homes for nearly 8 months, trapped in a cycle of bonded labor and exploitation. The operation began after Association of Voluntary Action, or AVA, an NGO partner of Just Rights for Children, alerted police about information they had received regarding children allegedly being forced to work like bonded laborers. Acting on the information, police teams led by Superintendent of Police Dharmendra Singh launched late-night raids in Chhattisgarh's Kavardha, about 110 kilometers from the capital Raipur. During the first raid, 4 frightened children were rescued, and what they told officials led to an even bigger breakthrough.
उनसे जब बातचीत की गई प्यारपूर्वक तो उन्होंने बताया कि साहब आपने हमें तो बचा लिया, लेकिन मेरे गांव के और भी बहुत सारे बच्चे यहाँ पर बदला मजदूरी कर रहे हैं। उनकी निशानदेही में बाकी जगह जब छापामारी कार्रवाई की गई तो टोटल 13 बच्चे हम लोगों ने बरामद किए पुलिस के साथ।
During counseling, officials discovered that all 13 children belong to the Baga tribe, one of India's particularly vulnerable tribal groups. The children told counselors they were made to work from morning till night and were paid just ₹1,000 to ₹2,000 per month. Police arrested 10 traffickers and have now registered cases under trafficking, bonded labor, child protection and child labor laws.
अगर इस प्रकार के और भी किसी की कोई गतिविधि में पाया जाता है उसके विरुद्ध भी सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे और किसी भी प्रकार की कोई किसी को सूचना मिलती है तो मुझे या हमारी पुलिस को या जरूर बताएं या इस संस्था को बताएं जिससे कि हम उन बच्चों तक पहुंच सकें और उनका सहयोग कर सकें।
But for child rights groups, rescue is only the first step. Rehabilitation, education and reintegration are just as critical.
जिन 13 बच्चों को बाल कल्याण समिति के समक्ष जीआरसी आवा चाइल्डलाइन की संयुक्त टीम ने प्रस्तुत किया, उन सारे बच्चों को शिक्षा से जोड़ने के लिए शिक्षा विभाग, डीएम और श्रम विभाग को संबंधित विभागों को निर्देशित किया गया है ताकि बच्चों का समुचित विकास हो सके। बच्चों के रेस्क्यू और पुनर्वास की प्रक्रिया में JRC, पार्टनर और आवा की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही।
Across India, organizations within the Just Rights for Children network say trafficking, child labor, and child marriages are often deeply interconnected, trapping vulnerable children in cycles of exploitation. And that is why this case serves as a blueprint of what can be achieved when a vigilant community, an informed civil society, and a responsive police force work as a single unit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது.
I declare that this house has confidence in C. Joseph Vijay
வாக்குகள் பின்வருமாறு
and as Chief Minister of the House.
தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் 144.
144 people supported the motion to have C. Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister. 144 people expressed confidence in C. Joseph Vijay as Chief Minister.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்த்தோர் 22.
22 people opposed. 22 people opposed it and 5 people took a middle ground. Since the number of people since the number of people who voted in favor are more categorically, the Chief Minister's motion has won on this house. I have declared that the Chief Minister's motion has won on the house. So that's C. Joseph Vijay's motion as Chief Minister to the House has expressed confidence with 144 MLAs in support, 22 against, and 5 who took a middle position. This is discounting the number of DMK MLAs, which is 59, who walked out of the floor of the House. We'll wait for the further.
தமிழ்நாட்டின் நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரமாய் இந்திய திருநாட்டின் கலங்கரை விளக்கமாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற தமிழ்நாட்டின் நிரந்தர முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு புரட்சி தளபதி அவர்களுக்கு முதற்கண் இதயங்களிந்த பாராட்டுக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
I give my greetings and congratulations to the permanent Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu,
இந்த
Purachi Thalapathy.
வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறார். இதற்கு காரணம்
he has had an enormous victory, and the reason for this is self-belief,
அன்பு,
love that he has on people, and extreme hard work.
வெற்றி நிச்சயம் என்று சொன்னார்.
He kept saying confident, confident, be confident, victory is ours.
மீது வெற்றி வந்து என்னை சேரும் என்று பாடிய புரட்சி தலைவர் அவர்கள் அந்த பெருமையெல்லாம் உன்னை சேரும் என்று பாடினார். இன்று முதல்வர் சொல்வார், வெற்றி மீது வெற்றி வந்து என்னை சேரும், அதை வாங்கி தந்த பெருமையெல்லாம் மாமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே உங்களை சேரும். அதை வாங்கி
The Chief Minister will say that victory after victory will come to me, but the credit for all that victory will go to you MLAs in this house.
ஒரு புரட்சியை, ஒரு வெற்றியை நிலைநாட்டி இருக்கிறார்.
He has made a silent revolution and an enormous victory.
வெற்றியை தவிர ஏதுமில்லை. அந்த வகையில்
this is nothing but a win.
தமிழ்நாடு
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV Newsroom. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, we'll get to the latest on the investigations after the NEET exam was cancelled. Also, what the cabinet decisions are as far as austerity measures go. The Prime Minister's cut down the size of his convoy to just 2 vehicles. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. After widespread criticism, the new TVK government has rolled back the decision to appoint Vijay's astrologer as OSD in the new government. Vijay's TV ki government comfortably wins the floor test in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, gets support from 144 MLAs, 25 AIADMK rebel MLAs vote for Vijay. The Keralam Chief Minister's suspense is likely to end today. Sources say Venugopal is the High Command's pick, but Congress allies in Keralam want Satheesan as the Chief Minister. The CBI intensifies its probe in the NEET paper leak case at the NTA headquarters. They seek more details on mail, WhatsApp, Telegram forwards, as well as digital traces of the guest paper that led to the discovery of the paper leak. In view of the austerity measures, the Prime Minister has cut his convoy size to just 2 cars. He calls for more ministers to follow the austerity call and fuel-saving efforts. The Cabinet is expected to make big announcements as far as austerity measures go. All right, up first, let's get you some breaking news that's now coming in. And the Congress youth workers are holding a protest over the NEET paper leak. Remember, the NTA cancelled the NEET exam that took place on the 3rd of May after it was revealed that the paper had leaked, and now it has been handed over to the CBI. But there is a lot of anger and distress as lakhs of students have been affected. And there you can see a second day of protests taking place in Delhi as anger grows. In fact, there have been protests in different parts of the country as well over the paper leak. The CBI is probing the paper leak, but for the moment, lakhs of students find their futures in limbo. They are waiting for the NTA to announce when the next exam will take place. But as you can see there on the ground, major anger. Let's go across to Akil now for more. And Akil, Congress youth workers there protesting over the paper leak. There's a lot of anger on the ground over the fact that this exam had to be cancelled because once again there has been a leak of the question paper.
That's right, Gagi. If you see, we are just outside the Youth Congress headquarters office. Behind me, you can see the visuals over here. The anger can be seen is spilled on the street right now. Not only is in this area, we have moved across several pockets in the national capital, in which what we have seen, if you just go to the NTA headquarters as well, or Shastri Bhavan, what we have seen that such kind of protests have been continuing over here. Right now, I'm also joined by some of the protesters over here. We'll try to move forward and try to speak.
प्रधान जी इस्तीफा मांग रहे हम लोग। मैं बिहार से आता हूँ। हमारे बिहार के लाखों हजारों बच्चे हैं जो दिन रात 24 घंटे मेहनत करते हैं, पढ़ाई करते हैं। सालों साल उस बच्चे के पास 1000-2000 रुपए नहीं होते हैं जो अपनी कहीं पे इंस्टीट्यूट में जाके मेहनत कर सके, और किस तरीके से फीस भरते हैं। आज देवेंद्र प्रधान जी, ये देखिए दिल्ली पुलिस हमारे साथ क्या कर रही है। ये दिल्ली पुलिस हमारे साथ क्या कर रही है।
Delhi police is detaining some of the individuals over here who are part of the protest. So they have been constantly saying that if you see the future of over 20 lakh students are at stake, but why so far the government has not taken a step. When we asked about them regarding the steps taken by the government, the central government, that the CBI has basically has already taken over the case and they have arrested few individuals. But they are saying, if you talk about the NSUI workers, the ABVP workers, and the Indian Youth Congress workers, they have been saying that they are going to continue with their protest. And if you see, large number of security deployment also be seen just outside the Youth Congress headquarters. Rapid action force can also be seen. Apart from that, Delhi police workers, Delhi police officials can also be seen over here. So while we have been speaking to these individuals, they are saying that this protest is going to continue. But right now, if you see just outside the Youth Congress headquarters, 2 police vans can also be seen. Apart from that, there are several vehicles which is already ready. And in few moments, we can expect that Delhi police is going to detain some individuals from here. Because earlier what we have seen that when the protest basically turned violent at that point in time, some of the individuals who were earlier detained, So right now, the visuals over here, Delhi police is trying to consolidate those individuals and requesting them to go back and go back peacefully at the Youth Congress headquarters. But they are adamant they want to move outside the headquarters. They want to come the road, but still the Delhi police team is trying to stop all those individuals, all those Youth Congress workers who wants to come out from the Youth Congress headquarters. I would like to move a little bit forward and again try to speak to some of the
भाई साहब आपको सुन नहीं रहा क्या? सुनता नहीं है भाई साहब? अरे भैया साइड हो जाइए उसको, आप साइड हो जाइए उसको।
क्या क्या मांगे हैं आप?
अरे मीडिया वाले को आने दीजिए। This government has failed to conduct the NEET paper leak. This government has failed to conduct the NEET exam once again. 2024 में भी ऐसा फेलियर हुआ था। NTA completely compromised है। देश के शिक्षा मंत्री को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। लाखों बच्चों का भविष्य अधर के अंदर है और कोई जवाब देने वाला नहीं है। इसको यूथ कांग्रेस जवाब मांगने के लिए।
The angry Youth Congress worker protesters are demanding the resignation of Education Minister. They are saying that Dharmendra Pradhan must resign at the earliest. And right now you can see the steam at this protest is keep on growing for the last half an hour, and we are expecting a lot more people to come just outside the Youth Congress headquarters.
Akil, and it's become a huge political controversy. The Congress really trying to keep up the pressure on the government, demanding that the education minister step down. And as we said, this is not the first time a leak has taken place like this. But the Congress, they're talking about how 22 lakh students across the country have been affected by this paper leak and the cancellation of the exam. There's a lot of anger on the ground.
Well, that's right. If you see, this is not the first time. Earlier, what we have seen, that if you just look back at the data, what we have seen that in 2024, a similar kind of incident has taken place. And what we have seen that a lot of students' future were at stake. And at that point in time, what we have seen, a similar kind of protest had taken place. And if you see at this moment itself, in the year 2026, what we are witnessing that a similar kind of incident has taken place in which the examination, which was conducted on May 3rd, and right now has already been cancelled, and another date which has not already been issued by the NTA. It's very likely that in the coming week, NTA is going to issue a second date. But right now, you can see the protesters over here. Could you please allow me to cover? So hey, you see, I'm going to. Could you please allow me to speak with the protesters? So hey, you see. क्या कहना है आपका? धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा मांग
हमारी मांग है कि तुरंत प्रभाव साहब एनटी को डिसॉल्व करें। एनटी को डिसॉल्व करने के बाद शिक्षा मंत्री को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। 90वीं बार भाजपा के सामने पेपर लीक हुआ है। बड़े शर्म की बात है कि 250 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म की फीस के नाम पर इकट्ठा होता है। उसके बाद 2026 में एक पेपर ठीक से नहीं करवा पा रहे, तो बड़े शर्म की बात है।
This is not the first time. What we have earlier seen that in 2024 a similar kind of incident has taken place. Paper leak has happened in 2024 as well.
And Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan at that time assured us at that time as well. And Youth Congress and NSUI was even in 2024 and in 2020 hitting the streets out there demanding justice for the NEET affected students. And it is high time that this inefficient government realized that you cannot rely upon such failed agencies like NTA, which are failing monumentally to conduct a fair exam.
For what we have seen that no action has been taken against the NTA officials as well.
The investigation has been transferred to the CBI. But as far as the justice is concerned, I mean, what about those lakhs of families, parents, hard-earned money of those families was spent upon coaching to make sure that their child are being selected as a doctors and after qualifying NEET. But the dream of becoming a doctor, the dream of having a fair exam is tarnished by this inefficient agency NDA, and it should be dissolved immediately. And I think it's time to say that the NTA is being compromised.
What are your demands from the central agency CBI?
Demand the NTA should be dissolved, and after that, Dharmendra Pradhan ji should resign. A committee should be formed under the leadership of a retired Supreme Court judge, and who will be looking after this.
We have also seen that you have a
Those
placard.
voices, even as the Youth Congress protests there in Delhi, they're demanding that Dharmendra Pradhan resign, saying he was also the minister back in 2024 when there was a paper leak, and at that time he promised there'd be no more paper leak, also saying the NTA should be dissolved. Well, that is a sense of the sort of, anger there is on the ground. The Youth Congress workers, they're working, protesting in Delhi. But let's talk about the probe so far, and the CBI teams are probing the NEET paper leak trail, given that it goes across several states. Teams have been dispatched across the country. NEET paper leak case accused Shubham Khairnar was produced before Mumbai's Fort Court by the CBI. The court has now sent him to 2-day transit remand. But the anger over the leak is only intensifying, with students, student unions staging protests in different parts of the country, and in Delhi as well. There's been a protest before the NTA headquarters. NDTV accessed the timeline of events as far as the paper leak goes, and according to sources, the paper began circulating 45 hours before the exam, and at first it reached Sikar, which is where you have many coaching centers, Jaipur, as well as other coaching centers. The leak came to light after a student hailing from Sikar sent his father, the owner of a hostel, the question paper. Now, according to sources, the paper was then sold for around 10 to 15 lakh rupees. The CBI is looking into 120 closed telegram groups which were allegedly made to circulate this leaked paper, this dummy paper. Sources suggest that the leak network had access to questions from multiple subjects and built a question bank from the leaked papers, and many of these questions are worded exactly like they appeared in the final paper, and even in the same order as well. Well, let's go across to Harsha now for more on this entire matter. And Harsha, give us more details of what we've learned since yesterday when this story first exploded, and you told us how it went from Nashik to Sikar to Gurugram and Jaipur as well. What more can you share with us?
Well, yes, that really is the synopsis of the story, that the leak probably happened in Nashik. From Nashik, it reached Gurugram. And from Gurugram, there was the two brothers from Jamba Ramgarh, who are now the key focus of the investigation, Dinesh Biwal and Mangi Lal. And coincidentally, 4 children from their family have been given the NEET exams. In fact, one, Dinesh's son, was giving it this year in 2026. Now, apparently, these people bought the paper for 15 lakhs from the Haryana person, who is Yash Yadav, who apparently is a professional as far as cheating gangs are concerned. And they then probably gave it to their son, Rishi, who was giving the exam in 2026, but they also thought, let's monetize it. So they sold it for 15 to 20 lakhs to a career institute in Sikar. And that's from where it went viral. And that's, of course, what has led to the lid being blown off the entire scam. So Sikar, in some senses, is ground zero. But if you investigate the links, definitely the Jamba Ramgarh brothers are very, very important. In fact, they're crucial because through them, the money trail has been established. And the money trail leads to in Gurgaon, and Yash in Gurgaon then led the agencies to Nashik and then to Pune. Now, these are the links that are emerging from Rajasthan. The Rajasthan SOG has, of course, formally handed over the case now to the CBI, and the CBI is interrogating the people that the Rajasthan Special Operations Group has apprehended in the SOG office even now. Mangi Lal and Dinesh are being cross-examined, and in fact, we are told that Yash, the professional from Haryana, who's apparently could have, according to police sources, could have also been involved in the 2024 leak. They are cross-examining them. They're making them face each other to corroborate their statements.
All right, Harsha, thanks so much for joining us with all those details as far as the probe goes. And remember, the probe began in Rajasthan after the whistleblower emerged from there. Now, NDTV also spoke with the Director General of the National Testing Agency that is now under scrutiny over this paper leak. And the DG has said that it's embarrassing, but we want a fair exam. Listen in.
How have we come back to this same place, sir? The students thought that the integrity of the NEET exam system had been taken care of after what happened in 2024. Abhishek Singh, welcome.
See, it's really unfortunate that we are where we are. as I mentioned right from the beginning, that we had assured the students and the parents and all the stakeholders that we will have zero tolerance towards any irregularities. Before the exam, we were monitoring what was going on. We took action against several scamsters who were trying to fool students by selling fake question papers. We blocked more than 120 Telegram channels. On the date of the examination was conducted totally smoothly. On the 3rd, there were no disruptions of any kind anywhere reported. The exam got over. In fact, the students expressed happiness with how the exam was conducted. Thereafter, the OMR sheets also started coming back. We started the evaluations. Till the 7th, there was no such report of any such irregularity. But since we had assured the students that we will follow up on any lead that we get of any irregularity at any point of time, when we received this whistleblower report on the night of the 7th of May, instead of brushing it aside or instead of covering it up, we did a complete investigation when the allegation was that there was a PDF that was circulating which had some questions which were included in the actual question paper. So we did 2 levels of checks. One was there even a single question which was included in the question paper? And number 2, if it was it under circulation before the examination was conducted, like before 3rd of May.
Yeah.
So when we did the preliminary inquiry, we did find that there were a few questions which were included. And the police also determined that a few people had access to it before 3rd of May, that is 2nd of May and 1st of May. So this conclusively proved that the efforts of the 22.79 lakh students who had honestly prepared for the exam was getting impacted by some cheats who were trying to sabotage the system, subvert the system.
Yes.
So taking cognizance of that, and since we had promised a zero tolerance examination, we took this bold call of not delaying the matter, not covering up, not brushing anything under the carpet, taking the call to cancel this exam, order a CBI inquiry, and ensure that we conduct the examination in time, which doesn't impact the academic future of the students.
All right, NTA chief, they're saying that it is in the interest of having a fair exam that they cancelled the NEET examination that took place on the 3rd of May. Now 22 lakh students are waiting for the new date of the examination. Let's take a look at some of the other reactions to this huge story of the NEET paper leak.
फेडरेशन ऑफ ऑल इंडिया मेडिकल एसोसिएशन ने आज जो नीट का मामला है उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट में PIL दाखिल कर दिया है। हमारा मानना है कि नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी लगातार अपने ड्यूटीज को करने में फेल हो रही है और मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी के डायरेक्टर का कि वो रिजाइन करें और नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी नीट यूजी के एग्जाम में इस बार जिस तरह की गड़बड़ी पाई गई है और जिस तरह से ये पूरे मामले को इनिशियली दबाने की कोशिश की गई और फिर बाद में जब सरकार ने कड़े कदम उठाए और CBI को इस मामले में लगाया तब नीट को कैंसिल किया गया।
सबसे पहला तो ये है कि हर बार ये जो लीक होता है बच्चों ने फिर दोबारा पकड़ा है। जिनकी जिम्मेदारी थी, जो एजेंसीज की जिम्मेदारी थी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दिया था कि आप सतर्कता कमेटी बनाइए, उन्होंने भी नहीं बनाया। तो मतलब समझिए कि एक तो ये एग्जाम कंडक्ट नहीं करा पा रहे हैं और उसके बाद इनके लीक होने की जिम्मेदारी बच्चे उन्हें दे रहे हैं और इसके बाद भी वो इतने ढीठ है कि पहले कोशिश किया है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मामले को दबा दे। जब देखा कि सोशल मीडिया और हर जगह चीज़ें फैल गई, अब लोग सड़क पे न उतर जाएं बच्चे, तब आनन फानन में कैंसिल किया। इनके बस का है ही नहीं है। सबसे पहली जांच NTA पे होनी चाहिए और नीट तो रद्द हुआ, NTA जब तक नहीं रद्द होगा नीट बार बार रद्द ये कैंसिल होते रहेगा। इनके बस का बात नहीं है। हमने टेम्पू उठा के दे दिया एयरपोर्ट पे कि टेक ऑफ कर जाए, नहीं उड़ पाएगा वो।
So a lot of despair and anger on the ground, especially among the lakhs of students who are now waiting for the fresh date of the NEET exam. But let's talk about the politics as well and the opposition attacking the government. We saw those protests taking place by Congress youth workers in Delhi. Now the government is yet to issue a detailed political response. The NTA says a whistleblower alert on May 7th exposed similarities between the leaked WhatsApp PDFs and the actual exam questions. The opposition, meanwhile, says the NEET controversy has now become an annual saga, accusing the BJP government of failing to protect the integrity of national exams. While the opposition has moved to sharply critique the paper leak, Rajasthan Minister Madan Dilawar has downplayed the leak by saying that cancellation was not a big deal.
2014 से जब से मोदी सरकार आई है, टोटल हमारे देश में 93 पेपर लीक हुए हैं, 93। और इनमें अधिकतर पेपर डबल इंजन, ट्रिपल इंजन की बीजेपी की एनडीए की सरकारों में लीक हुए हैं। लगभग 6 करोड़ युवाओं का भविष्य इन 93 पेपरों में बंद था। 6 करोड़ लोगों का भविष्य बर्बाद हो गया इन 93 पेपर जो लीक हुए। इनमें मोस्टली पेपर लीक हुए राजस्थान में, उत्तर प्रदेश में, उत्तराखंड में और गुजरात में। इन 4 राज्यों में सबसे ज्यादा पेपर लीक हुए। इन चारों राज्यों में बीजेपी की सरकारें हैं।
जो काबिल है, जो मेहनत करता है, जो योग्य है, उसको जो है उसके साथ नाइंसाफी जो है की जा रही है। अब यही छात्र अपने हक अधिकार के लिए सड़कों पर उतरेंगे तो यही सरकार जो है लाठी से पीटने का काम करेगी। तो सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती थी पेपर लीक ना हो, लेकिन एक बार नहीं एक बार जो है पेपर लीक हो रहा है। ये देश के नौजवान जो है उनके भविष्य के साथ जो है खिलवाड़ किया गया है।
अव्वल तो सबसे पहले उन बच्चों को सोचिए, उनके परिवारों को सोचिए, उनकी पृष्ठभूमि को सोचा जाए। हम क्या दे रहे हैं उनको? सालों की मेहनत, उसके बाद अनिश्चितता। कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स ने आज ही से एडवर्टीजमेंट डालने शुरू कर दिए। और प्रधानमंत्री जी की ओर से क्या वो वाकिफ नहीं है? सदन में हम सब ने उठाया था, खास तौर पे एनटीए की कार्यप्रणाली पर, पारदर्शिता के अभाव पे, उत्तरदायित्व के अभाव पे मैंने प्रश्न खड़ा किया था। एक बार नहीं, एनटीए के निर्माण के दौरान से बाद तक क्या हासिल हुआ? आपने परीक्षा कैंसिल कर दी। आपके लिए प्रशासनिक निर्णय था, लेकिन इस निर्णय के नतीजे में उनके साथ जो हुआ है ना, उसको कोई नहीं समझ रहा।
They should cancel NEET. NEET is not at all a necessity, because I will tell you one case where in a school a boy gets first mark in the class throughout his studies and another boy gets 70 or 75. 98 marks is given to one boy continuously gets. But for NEET he goes to a training institute where he can afford to pay money. But the boy who is getting first mark cannot afford to pay money, he fails in NEET. That is against the students. Why NEET when they are getting good marks in the class final exams? That is our stand. That is why we have not introduced NEET when we were in power earlier between 2006 and 11. But when after Thalapathy came, the central government had pushed NEET on us.
All right, now some breaking news coming in, and the government sources have clarified on the use of the word austerity over the Prime Minister's recent statements, where he's asked people to cut down on the use of resources, asking them to use public transport and cut down on gold purchases, foreign travel. Several, requests were made by the Prime Minister, and since then, media has been reporting it as austerity measures that have been, promoted by the Prime Minister, are being promoted by the government or being requested of the public. But now the government sources saying that, austerity measures has a somewhat negative connotation, so that's not the correct term to use. It does not mean the government is cutting down on any spending or there's any crisis. They don't want to create a panic among the public, so they're saying that don't call it austerity measures. Yes, the Prime Minister is asking people to conserve more. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya, who could probably explain it better, Aishwarya, because, ever since the Prime Minister spoke about, the public doing its part, given the West Asia crisis, given, the crunch that we're facing in resources, we have been reporting it as austerity measures, being recommended by the Prime Minister. But now sources saying that don't call it austerity. Explain it to us.
Well, austerity usually suggests budget cuts, reduced government spending, lower subsidies, and fiscal tightening. Over here, the government clearly stating that the Modi government is not cutting capital expenditure, welfare spending or subsidies. Prime Minister, remember, just appealed to each and every Indian to cut down on the consumption of the petrol, diesel. It was the appeal that Prime Minister made about spending less and also to be self-reliant, to consume less as far as the foreign products are concerned, and Atmanirbhar Bharat. That's the possible mission of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that should be something that should be emphasized. It is also about spending more wisely by reducing fuel consumption, avoidable dependence on imported goods and foreign currency intensive services as well. And therefore, the reason perhaps today during the cabinet meeting as well, Prime Minister emphasized on being self-reliant and also appeal to each and every cabinet members to reduce their convoy. And therefore, those visuals that we are witnessing on our screens as well, clearly suggesting that Prime Minister today traveled to from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg to Seva Tirth Prime Minister's office with just 2 cars in his convoy. That clearly suggests that Prime Minister is leading by example. He has reduced his convoy. In fact, union ministers like Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, all convoys were reduced to just 3 or 4 vehicles. So certainly it is now government clarifying on not using the word austerity as far as austerity is concerned. That I just told you, it suggests budget cuts and reduced government spending, but that is not the case here. It is Modi government who is not cutting any capital expenditure, welfare spending or subsidies, but just appealing to the people to spend less.
All right, Aishwarya. So don't say austerity measures, but it is a request by the Prime Minister to conserve resources, cut down on buying of gold and cut down on usage of petrol, diesel. In fact, talking about more work from home to take place. But let's just listen into what Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said during the cabinet briefing today.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पब्लिक मंच से भी बोला है और हम सबको भी गाइड करते हैं हमेशा कि यथासंभव कम से कम खर्चे रखो, जिससे कि आज के युग में जो हमारा रिक्वायरमेंट है उस हिसाब से हम अपने जीवन शैली में परिवर्तन लाए. और ये मेरा निवेदन सभी से है, पब्लिक लाइफ में हो, पर्सनल लाइफ में देखें, अगर हम हर जगह हम यथासंभव जो भी हमारी इंपोर्टेड चीज़ें हैं उनका कंजम्पशन कम करें, ऐसा हमारा प्रयास हमेशा रहना चाहिए.
All right, so the government saying don't call it austerity measures, but take a look at the Prime Minister leading by example when it comes to conserving resources. The Prime Minister has cut down the number of vehicles in his convoy to just 2 cars. You can see those visuals. Now, according to sources, the Prime Minister has even asked for the number of electric vehicles to be increased in his convoy or be increased in use by the government. Earlier this week, the Prime Minister reduced his convoy size during the domestic visits to Gujarat and Assam. And not just the Prime Minister, in fact, Home Minister too reduced the size of his convoy, and several NDA chief ministers like UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma, MP Chief Minister Mohan Yadav have also cut down on their convoy sizes. Listen into some of the BJP reactions.
कोई युद्ध होता था तो लोग देश हित में सोना दान दे देते थे. आज दान की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन देश हित में हमको ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि साल भर तक घर में कोई भी फंक्शन हो, कोई भी कार्यक्रम हो, हम सोने के गहने नहीं खरीदेंगे. वर्क फ्रॉम होम, ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, वर्चुअल मीटिंग्स, इनको हमें फिर से प्राथमिकता देनी है. साथियों, आज जो संकट है उसमें हमें विदेशी मुद्रा बचाने पर भी बहुत जोर देना होगा, क्योंकि दुनिया में पेट्रोल डीजल इतना ज्यादा महंगा हो गया है, पहले से कई गुना ज्यादा कीमतें बढ़ गई है. हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा. शहरों में जहां मेट्रो है वहां हम तय करें कि हम मेट्रो का ही उपयोग करेंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेट्रो में ही जाएंगे. अगर कार में ही जाना जरूरी है तो फिर कार पूल करने का प्रयास करें.
कोई सारे ऑस्टेरिटी मेजर हमने आज अडॉप्ट किया। गवर्नर, चीफ मिनिस्टर, मिनिस्टर का कॉन्वॉय साइज डाउन साइज होगा। नया व्हीकल हम अगले 6 महीना नहीं खरीदूंगा। स्क्रैपिंग को हम लोग एनकरेज करूंगा। कोई भी विदेशी सामान हम अगले 6 महीना तक नहीं खरीदूंगा सरकार का ओर से। कोई फॉरेन ट्रेवल नहीं होगा, गवर्नमेंट फॉरेन ट्रेवल भी नहीं होगा, प्राइवेट फॉरेन ट्रेवल भी नहीं होगा। जहां तक सरकार और सरकारी एम्प्लॉइज का इशू है, एक्सेप्ट मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट नोबडी विल गो टू अब्रॉड। सो असम इन ए हम्बल वे प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपील को क्रियान्वित करने का प्रयास करेगा।
আমি ওয়েলকাম করেছি এবং আমি উনার টুইট দেখার পরে মানে খবরটা দেখার পরে আমিও আমার সিকিউরিটি দায়িত্বে থাকা লোকজনকে বলেছি অপ্রয়োজনীয় গাড়ি রাখার প্রয়োজন নেই। আমাদের প্রধানমন্ত্রী আমাদের পথপ্রদর্শক। স্বচ্ছ ভারত অভিযান থেকে রাষ্ট্রবাদের উত্থান, ভারতীয় সংস্কৃতি থেকে সনাতন সংস্কৃতির জাগরণ, সবকা সাথ সবকা বিকাশ সবকা বিশ্বাস সবকা প্রয়াসের তিনি প্রবর্তক।
The Prime Minister has reduced the number of vehicles in his cavalcade. The central government officials and ministers are also taking the required austerity measures. The question is that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, why are they silent and why have they not followed action in places where there is Congress government? This further proves the point that the Congress party believes in politics, not national interest. This is why whether it is Himachal Pradesh where the Congress party increased the prices of the petrol and diesel in the past, or whether it is the Karnataka and Telangana Congress government, all of them are looking at politicking, not nation's interest. This is why Rahul Gandhi, in the mind of the people of the country, is considered not as a pro-India politician, but an opportunist anti-India politician.
All right, and the government now saying that don't call it austerity measures. Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, how Vijay has removed his astrologer who was appointed as an OSD just yesterday. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Congress camp witnessing political buzz ahead of that expected announcement as speculation continues to grow. Anti-KC Venugopal posters surfaced near the Congress office in Wayanad opposing his possible nomination as the Chief Minister. The posters carried a warning for Congress leadership. In a meeting with state leaders yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is learned to have reviewed KC Venugopal versus VD Satishan camp battle. Even as talks continue, all three camps remain confident. Sources in the Ramesh Chenithala camp claim his biggest advantage is his non-controversial image and seniority, arguing he cannot serve under either Venugopal or Satishan. The Satishan camp, meanwhile, believes that Sonia Gandhi is inclined towards him, and so are the allies. Sources also say Satishan is willing to work under a Chenithala-led government, but not under KC Venugopal. Remember, KC Venugopal is seen as a Delhi person. He is somebody who is a very close aide of Rahul Gandhi's. In a fresh twist, CCTV footage also going viral, which shows a CPM worker putting up a flex banner backing KC Venugopal for Chief Minister. So this too is happening. Take a look at that visual there, in which it is a CPM worker who is putting up a banner wanting KC Venugopal as Chief Minister, which is in a way shows that the opposition in Kerala thinks that KC Venugopal would be an advantage to them if he is made Chief Minister. Earlier we spoke to Shiv for more.
Congress has a recent track record of sullying election victories by allowing leadership tussles to become the dominant narrative. You've seen that in Punjab, you've seen that in Rajasthan, you've seen that in many other states as well. And the Congress cannot afford for that to happen in Kerala, where the Congress is a very credible player in the state and has enjoyed power for many years together. The tightrope walk that you talk about, the balancing act which you you rightly describe it as, is a difficult one for the Congress. The fact that they've taken 10 days is not only indicative of a wait-and-watch kind of posture, but it also shows you that the High Command is in many ways weakened, in its inability to discipline these competing ambitions, which is why you've seen protests, you've seen social media slanging matches between the supporters of these three different camps, you've seen posters and cutouts in Thiruvananthapuram. That kind of thing you would never see happen in any other party, and is a signal that the weakened High Command is unable to impose its writ on these minor disciplinary issues. But beyond that, I think there's a lot to think about here. We've already put on the table for our viewers the three big contenders, what they bring to the table, what the risks and advantages of each of those persons are, so I won't get into that. But I think the irony of this entire situation, Vedika, and the 10 days after the result is that the Congress is not so much looking at who's the best man to govern Kerala, rather it is looking at who is the man whose selection will least damage the Congress party. And that's a little ironic because, will choosing K.C. Venugopal trigger a rebellion within the Kerala Congress? Will, choosing V.D. Satishan trigger a sulking K.C. Venugopal at the center?
Welcome back. News now from Tamil Nadu. And a day after the new Chief Minister Vijay had his astrologer appointed as an OSD, he has been removed from that position. This is after there was major outrage over the appointment and questions were raised after uproar over the appointment of astrologer Radhan Pandit Vetrival as officer on special duty to the Chief Minister. Vijay's government today revoked that appointment. In fact, NDTV was the first channel to break the story of his appointment, and this issue had taken center stage yesterday in Tamil Nadu politics. So a big U-turn by the new Chief Minister, with him revoking the appointment of the astrologer within 24 hours. This came after a huge backlash from allies as well as opposition. VCK MLA had questioned Vijay's choice, stating that we should focus on science and should not focus on astrology. Remember, this is the astrologer who predicted that Vijay would win in the elections, that there would be a tsunami in effect for Vijay in Tamil Nadu elections. Meanwhile, opposition also slammed Vijay for the appointment, stating that Vijay cannot impose his belief on the government and how this will send a wrong message to the youth.
நமது அரசு ஜோதிடம் பில்லி சுனியம் போன்ற மூட நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு எதிரான நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு இடம் தராமல் அறிவியலை வளர்க்கும் திட்டங்களுக்கு முன்னுரிமை கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் கோரிக்கை வைக்கின்றேன். அறிவியலார்ந்த மனிதநேயம், ஆய்ந்து தெளிந்த சீர்திருத்தம்.
நாங்கள் எவ்வாறு நடந்து கொள்கிறோம் என்பதை நாட்டு மக்கள் பார்க்கிறார்கள். எனவே எந்த தனிப்பட்ட விருப்பம் எங்களுக்கு இல்லை, விருப்பங்களும் எங்களுக்கு இல்லை. டாஸ்மார்க் அந்த இடங்களை, கொஞ்சம் குறிப்பிட்ட இடங்களை அவர்கள் பள்ளிக்கூடங்கள், கல்லூரிகள், கோயில்கள் இருக்கிற இடங்களில் அதை நீக்க வேண்டும் என்பது நல்லது தான். நான் அதே நேரத்தில் அந்த ஊழியர்களின் வாழ்க்கை இருக்கிறது, அது பற்றியும் சிந்திங்கள் என்று நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். அரசு வந்து ஜோதிடர் ஒருவரை நியமிக்கிற போது எந்த மதத்தின் மீது நமக்கு வெறுப்பு அல்ல.
See, an OSD is an absolutely personal choice, and if the Chief Minister feels that the person he is appointed is going to be of any use to him in terms of administration, then it's his choice. I mean, that himself has absolutely no experience with politics. The people have given him itself a chance. When an actor can become the Chief Minister, why can't an astrologer become an OSD? So I think it's all fair.
And earlier today, Joseph Vijay won the trust vote in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. 144 MLAs voting in favor of TVK and Vijay, while 22 voted against him and 5 MLAs abstained from voting. Vijay's allies, the Congress, VCK, Left, IUML, all extended support to TVK, while one axed AMMK MLA also backed Vijay. 4 PMK MLAs and the lone BJP MLA abstained from voting. Meanwhile, the interesting story really was the AIADMK, Jayalalitha's party, which split into two over support to TVK. They haven't officially split. However, there was a division over the vote to TVK. 25 AIADMK MLAs backed Vijay, while 22 AIADMK MLAs voted against him. On the other hand, all DMK MLAs walked out of the assembly and didn't participate in the voting process. This was something that was known. And although the Chief Minister thanked everyone for the vote of trust and assured that his government will work for everyone, he also vowed to uphold democratic and secular traditions.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, முதலில் நம்பிக்கை தீர்மானத்தில் மக்களுக்கான இந்த ஆட்சியை, மனசாட்சி உள்ள மக்களாட்சியை ஆதரித்து வெற்றி பெற செய்த மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றியை நமது அரசின் சார்பாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மக்களும் நம் மீது நம்பிக்கை வைத்து தீர்மானமாக வாக்களித்தனர். வாகை சூடும் அந்த வரலாறு திரும்பியது. விசில் அலை வெற்றி அலையாக மாறியது. ஒரு விரல் புரட்சி விசில் புரட்சியானது. கட்சி ஆரம்பித்த 3 ஆண்டுகளுக்குள் 34.92% 1,72,26,208 வாக்குகளை மக்கள் தந்தனர். தமிழக வெற்றிக் கழகத்தை தனி பெரும் கட்சியாக சட்டமன்றத்திற்கு அனுப்பி வைத்தனர். குதிரை பேரத்தில் எமது அரசு ஈடுபடுகிறது என்று கருத்தை தெரிவித்த மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர் அவர்களுக்கு நான் ஒன்றை மட்டும் சொல்லிக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த அரசு குதிரை வேகத்தில் செயல்படுகிற அரசே தவிர குதிரை பேரத்தில் ஈடுபடுகிற அரசு இல்லை என்பதை ஆணித்தரமாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
இருக்கின்ற கட்சியாகத்தான் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் இருக்கும். எங்களுக்கு எதிரி கட்சி இல்ல, எதிர்கட்சி என்ற நிலைப்பாட்டில் தான் நாங்கள் எப்பொழுதும் இருப்போம். எங்களுடைய தலைவர்கள் அந்த பாதையைத்தான் எங்கள் வழிவகுத்து சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதை இந்த நேரத்தில் பதிவு வைத்து, மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் கொண்டு வந்த தீர்மானத்தை நாங்கள்
தலைவருக்கு தெரியாம திருட்டுத்தனமாக இந்த ஆட்சிக்கு ஆதரவு தர வச்சிருந்தீங்க. இப்ப நான் சொல்றது ரொம்ப டீசென்டான வெர்ஷன். உங்க ஆட்சியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் வெறும் இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்ல ரீல்ஸ் ஆட்சியா இல்லாம ரியல் ஆட்சியா நடத்துங்க. அது மட்டும்தான்.
All right, some breaking news now coming in from Tamil Nadu. And AIADMK leader Shanmugam has made charges against the DMK of poaching, saying that he received calls from 2 former ministers in the DMK government who offered him a position. Let's first listen into what he had to say.
முதல்ல நம்பர் தெரியாமல் எடுத்துட்டேன். நான் தான் பேசுகிறேன். என்ன பார்த்து நல்ல பதவியை வாங்கிக்கணுவாங்க. நம்ம தோத்துட்டோம். என்ன நல்ல அமைச்சர் என்னமோ பேசுகிறாரு, ஒன்றும் புரியல விட்டேன். அப்புறம் இன்னொரு அமைச்சர் வராரு. இல்லை என்னன்னா நான் 5 வருஷமாக கண்டுக்கல, இப்போ தான் ஃபோன் பண்ணிங்களேன்னு கேட்டேன். இல்லை எல்லாம் நல்லபடியாக போகுது, எல்லாம் நல்லா பார்த்துங்க, நல்லா அமைச்சர் என்னமோ சொல்கிறாங்க. எனக்கு ஒன்றும் புரியல. நாங்கள் தோல்வி இதில் அந்த சங்கடத்தில் விட்டுட்டோம். நைட்டு வந்துட்டோம். காலையில் தான் என்னுடைய விஷயமே எங்களுக்கு புரியுது. காலையில் எங்களுக்கு செய்தி வருது. பொய்ச்சாளர்லேருந்து என்னன்னு பேசுகிறாரு. நம்ம ஆட்சி அமைக்கிறோம். என்ன சொல்கிறீங்க? திமுக நமக்கு ஆதரவு தருகிறது, வெளியிலிருந்து ஆதரவு தருகிறார்கள். நான் டெல்லியில் பேசிட்டேன், எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. திமுக ஆட்சியில் பங்கெடுக்கலை, அவங்க வெளியிலேருந்து நமக்கு ஆதரவு தருகிறாங்க. அந்த கூட்டணியில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு மட்டும் ஒரு அமைச்சர் கொடுங்க, மீதி எல்லாம் நீங்கள் எடுத்துங்க, நமக்கு ஒரு 25 அமைச்சர்கள் கிடைக்கும். நான் கேட்டேன், இது எப்படின்னா? இந்த இயக்கம் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டது எதனால? திமுகவை எதிர்த்து தொடங்கப்பட்ட இயக்கம். திமுக ஒரு தீய சக்தி, அது அழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி தொடங்கப்பட்ட இயக்கம். புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆரால் தொடங்கப்பட்ட இயக்கம் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம்.
All right, let's go across to Sam Daniel for more on this story. And Sam, even though the biggest story, of course, is the split between the AIA-DMK today and the floor of the assembly, Shanmugam claiming that DMK former ministers had reached out to him, but he's talking about this taking place on the 4th when counting was, when the numbers had just been announced for Tamil Nadu. So he's claiming then it was that the DMK reached out to him.
Well, Gargi, these are claims and counterclaims by both sides, the DMK and the AIADMK. He refers to the larger Dravidian coalition plan that was discussed after the results, that since Vijay could not get an absolute majority, and at that time the DMK sources had alleged that the idea was from AIADMK that EPS would stake claim to form the government, and the DMK from outside would extend support. And the idea was to give ministerial berths to all the allies, and the chief minister would be EPS. And EPS had also communicated this, according to Shanmugam, to the AIADMK members, who were disappointed and who were also at that time mooting the idea of extending support to active Vijay's TVK to form the government and share power with Vijay so that the party will also be strengthened. Now, Shanmugam says this idea was mooted by the DMK, he alleges, and the DMK sources, without naming who, he claims that they offered ministerial berths, whatever Shanmugam had wanted, and the condition was they have to give berths to the other allies. Shanmugam also alleges that EPS, the AMK chief, had turned down the opportunity to make Thirumavalavan the chief minister, a Dalit leader, and extend support both by the AIADMK and the DMK. But both sides are denying, both sides make counterclaims. At the moment, we do not know what exactly is the truth, but certainly an effort was made to provide a larger Dravidian government, because they felt, both these Dravidian arch-rivals who otherwise fight against each other fiercely, they felt that if Vijay was allowed to form the government, he could become an MGR and who could be in power for 2 or 3 terms, making the survival of these two Dravidian parties a big question.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Well, let's now turn our focus to Kerala. And today, remember, there's going to be a meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge. And finally, that announcement on the Chief Minister will be made. So let's get you all those details. The CM suspense in Kerala likely to be over today evening. All eyes on that meeting at 5:30. Speculation grows. Anti-KC Venugopal posters, meanwhile, have surfaced near the Congress office in Wayanad, opposing his possible nomination. A poster carrying a warning for the Congress leadership. In a meeting with state leaders yesterday, Rahul Gandhi, in fact, is learned to have reviewed the KC Venugopal versus VD Satishan camp battle, even as talks continue. Remember, there are 3 camps in all. Sources say Ramesh Chennithala camp claim his biggest advantage is him being non-controversial image and also his seniority. The Satishan camp, meanwhile, believe that Sonia Gandhi is inclined towards him. And remember, the IUML, which is an important ally, too, is in favor of Satishan. Sources also say that Satishan is willing to work under a Chennithala-led government, but not under KC Venugopal, who is a close aide of Rahul Gandhi. Now, take a look at this footage on your screens right now. It's CCTV footage, which is going viral, which allegedly shows that a CPM worker is putting up a flex banner backing KC Venugopal for Chief Minister. So remember, the joke is that many of the opposition parties in Kerala actually want KC Venugopal to be made the Chief Minister, given the kind of opposition there is within the Congress party against him and by the allies as well. Well, let's just listen into some statements that have been made, and let's listen into what Mr. Moily said on the Kerala decision.
It is a proper democratic functioning of a democratic party which has more than 100 years history. But here is a BJP which has not even crossed 50 years history. They can adopt any means to stamp their dictatorial, word to select a candidate or form a government. Congress is not like that. We still adopt, even though we are in a weak wicket nowadays, we adopt all the democratic methods and measures to select the Chief Minister candidate.
All right, so the Congress arguing that the delay in the announcement of the chief minister is due to democratic means that are adopted within the Congress. But remember, a lot of pot shots being taken by the opposition there against the delay in this decision. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
The Congress camp witnessing political buzz ahead of that expected announcement as speculation continues to grow. Anti-KC Venugopal posters surfaced near the Congress office in Wayanad opposing his possible nomination as the chief minister. The posters carried a warning for Congress leadership. In a meeting with state leaders yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is learned to have reviewed KC Venugopal versus VD Satishan camp battle. Even as talks continue, all three camps remain confident. Sources in the Ramesh Chennithala camp claim his biggest advantage is his non-controversial image and seniority, arguing he cannot serve under either Venugopal or Satishan. The Satishan camp Welcome back. Now a special report. A late-night rescue operation in Chhattisgarh disrupted a traffic network targeting one of India's most vulnerable tribal groups. While the rescue of 13 Baiga children is a significant victory, the other story lies in the coordination behind it. By linking police enforcement with NGO intelligence, the state has demonstrated a working model for the child protection ecosystem. Take a look at this report.
In the Kabir Dham district of Chhattisgarh, a coordinated effort has led to the rescue of 13 children from the Baiga tribal community. These children, aged 8 to 15, had been missing from their homes for nearly 8 months, trapped in a cycle of bonded labor and exploitation. The operation began after Association of Voluntary Action, or AVA, an NGO partner of Just Rights for Children, alerted police about information they had received regarding children allegedly being forced to work like bonded laborers. Acting on the information, police teams led by Superintendent of Police Dharmendra Singh launched late-night raids in Chhattisgarh's Kavardha, about 110 kilometers from the capital Raipur. During the first raid, 4 frightened children were rescued, and what they told officials led to an even bigger breakthrough.
उनसे जब बातचीत की गई प्यारपूर्वक तो उन्होंने बताया कि साहब आपने हमें तो बचा लिया, लेकिन मेरे गांव के और भी बहुत सारे बच्चे यहाँ पर बदवा मजदूरी कर रहे हैं। उनकी निशानदेही में बाकी जगह जब छापामारी कार्रवाई की गई तो टोटल 13 बच्चे हम लोगों ने बरामद किए पुलिस के साथ।
During counseling, officials discovered that all 13 children belong to the Baiga tribe, one of India's particularly vulnerable tribal groups. The children told counselors they were made to work from morning till night and were paid just ₹1,000 to ₹2,000 per month. Police arrested 10 traffickers and have now registered cases under trafficking, bonded labor, child protection and child labor laws.
अगर इस प्रकार की और भी किसी की कोई गतिविधि में पाया जाता है उसके विरुद्ध भी सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे और किसी भी प्रकार की कोई किसी को सूचना मिलती है तो मुझे या हमारी पुलिस को या जरूर बताएं या इस संस्था को बताएं जिससे कि हम उन बच्चों तक पहुंच सकें और उनका सहयोग कर सकें.
But for child rights groups, rescue is only the first step. Rehabilitation, education, and reintegration are just as critical.
जिन 13 बच्चों को बाल कल्याण समिति के समक्ष जेआरसी आवा और चाइल्डलाइन की संयुक्त टीम ने प्रस्तुत किया, उन सारे बच्चों को शिक्षा से जोड़ने के लिए शिक्षा विभाग, डीएम और श्रम विभाग को संबंधित विभागों को निर्देशित किया गया है ताकि बच्चों का समुचित विकास हो सके। बच्चों के रेस्क्यू और पुनर्वास की प्रक्रिया में जेआरसी, पार्टनर और आवा की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही।
Across India, organizations within the Just Rights for Children network say trafficking, child labor, and child marriages are often deeply interconnected, trapping vulnerable children in cycles of exploitation. And that is why this case serves as a blueprint of what can be achieved when a vigilant community, an informed civil society, and a responsive police force work as a single unit.
And with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks so much for watching. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Congress camp witnessing political buzz ahead of that expected announcement as speculation continues to grow. Anti-KC Venugopal posters surfaced near the Congress office in Wayanad opposing his possible nomination as the Chief Minister. The posters carried a warning for Congress leadership. In a meeting with state leaders yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is learned to have reviewed KC Venugopal versus VD Satishan camp battle. Even as talks continue, all three camps remain confident. Sources in the Ramesh Chennithala camp claim his biggest advantage is his non-controversial image and seniority, arguing he cannot serve under either Venugopal or Satishan. The Satishan camp, meanwhile, believes that Sonia Gandhi is inclined towards him, and so are the allies. Sources also say Satishan is willing to work under a Chennithala-led government, but not under KC Venugopal. Remember, KC Venugopal is seen as a Delhi person. He is somebody who is a very close aide of Rahul Gandhi's. In a fresh twist, CCTV footage also going viral, which shows a CPM worker putting up a flex banner backing KC Venugopal for Chief Minister. So this too is happening. Take a look at that visual there, in which it is a CPM worker who is putting up a banner wanting KC Venugopal as Chief Minister, which is in a way shows that the opposition in Kerala thinks that KC Venugopal would be an advantage to them if he is made Chief Minister. Earlier we spoke to Shiv for more.
Congress has a recent track record of sullying election victories by allowing leadership tussles to become the dominant narrative. You've seen that in Punjab, you've seen that in Rajasthan, you've seen that in many other states as well. And the Congress cannot afford for that to happen in Kerala, where the Congress is a very credible player in the state and has enjoyed power for many years together. The tightrope walk that you talk about, the balancing act which you rightly describe it as,
Hello and welcome. You're watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. Our top focus, 10 days after victory, Kerala Chief Minister. There's suspense over the next Chief Minister of Kerala. There's a high-stakes meeting at 5:30 p.m., which we will be tracking very closely. Also on the show, US President Donald Trump heads to China amid a slew of issues from tariff war, Taiwan to the ongoing Iran war. We'll be tracking that very closely, but first, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi cuts convoy size, calls for more ministers to follow the austerity call and fuels saving efforts. Several chief ministers and BJP leaders follow suit. After widespread criticism, the new TVK government rolls back the decision to appoint Vijay's astrologer as OSD in the new government. Vijay's TVK government comfortably wins floor test. Tamil Nadu Assembly gets support from 144 MLAs and 25 AIADMK rebels. MLAs vote for Vijay. Kerala Chief Minister suspense likely to end today. Sources say Venugopal is High Command's pick, but Congress allies in Kerala want Satheesan as the Chief Minister face. CBI intensifies probe in NEET paper leak case. CBI reaches NTA headquarters to seek more details from NTA on mail, WhatsApp and Telegram forwards and digital traces of the guest paper. Well, we're starting off with some breaking news at this point of time. There's a key Congress meet on the Kerala Chief Minister decision, which will take place at 5:30 p.m. today. It's Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge meet, which will take place on who will be the next Chief Minister of Kerala. That meeting will take place at 5:30 p.m. today, at just 30 minutes from now. Their sources tell us that Kerala Chief Minister announcement likely in the evening. All this at a time when there is the ongoing Kerala tussle going on. There is the crucial meet between Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, while when there's no common consensus between who will be the next Chief Minister of Kerala, whether it will be KC Venugopal or VD Satheesan at this point of time. Yesterday, we also know that Rahul Gandhi held that meeting with KPCC people yesterday, but there's perhaps a lot of infighting going on because 10 days after the victory of Congress in Kerala, there's perhaps no common name that has emerged. There was also, sources also tell us that perhaps KC Venugopal has taken an edge forward in the ongoing race with the newly elected MLA support. But a lot of people from Kerala, they still want VD Satheesan as the Chief Minister of Kerala. I'm going to go across to my colleague Aswin for more on this. Aswin, after 10 days, the suspense continues. There is that high-stakes meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge at 5:30 p.m. But the question is, will there be a common name that will come out as to who will be the next Chief Minister of Kerala? Aswin.
Absolutely, Rahisha. What Congress has been calling the beauty of internal democracy has lasted 10 days now. We've all been enjoying this beauty of democracy. And today, right now, we are standing outside the KPCC office. In fact, what we are seeing here now, slowly people are swelling in over here. There is a whole lot of anxiety because the meeting at 5:30 is set to be extremely crucial. It is a meeting that will finally decide the direction in which Kerala is going to go. And certainly, what we are trying to pick up from the sources, the three contenders, of course, KC Venugopal is right now in Delhi. At the same time, another contender, Ramesh Chennithila, is resting at his home, is what we are picking up when we spoke to some people who are close to him. At the same time, VD Satheesan right now, he is in Kochi, and what I'm picking up from sources in Kochi is that there's a large number of people who are increasing there at his residence waiting for an announcement. So certainly at the KPCC office, you can just see, I would want my camera person to show you, there are a large number of people gathering, anxiously waiting. They all want a final, name to be stated. They're all saying it does not matter who it is, but something has to be decided because it has been 10 days, Rahesha. So certainly, this is something that the entire Kerala is looking forward to. Who is going to be it is something that will finally depend on what is in the head of Rahul Gandhi and Kharge. And multiple sources are saying that will only be revealed and everything else is guesswork. But on the ground, we are seeing at the residence of VD Satheesan, there is a large number of people gathering. At the same time, we are hearing that large number of people are expected to gather in KPCC, and they'll be keeping a screen also over here for the announcement. Rahisha.
And in around 30 minutes from now, we will have some clarity whether there's a common name that emerges as to who will be the next Chief Minister of Kerala. But thanks very much for getting us the latest. Right now, we're tracking the story very closely with you. But let's tell viewers more about what is happening in Kerala. The Chief Minister's suspense in Kerala is likely to be over today because all eyes will be on the Congress meeting at 5:30 p.m. this evening. As speculation grows, anti-KC Venugopal posters have surfaced near the Congress office in Wayanad. The opposition, they are perhaps opposing his possible nomination. Apart from that, they have been flex board which says, let KC lead. Apart from that, the posters carrying a warning for Congress leadership as well. In a meeting with state leaders yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is learned to have reviewed the KC Venugopal versus VD Satheesan camp battle because it all boils down to these top two contenders. Even as talks continue, all three camps remain confident. Sources in the Ramesh Chennithala camp claim that his biggest advantage is his non-controversial image. But let's now tell you about which camp will prevail. The Chennithala camp says senior most among the Chief Minister raise hopefuls. Meanwhile, VD Satheesan camp says believes allies' voices may sway the decision. Apart from that, Chennithala camp also says will not take cabinet role under KC, that's KC Venugopal or VD Satheesan. The Satheesan camp says okay under Chennithala, not under KC Venugopal. Apart from that, MLA backing almost at par with KC. That's the Chennithala camp is also one of the most top senior leaders there. Meanwhile, the VD Satheesan camp says will not accept cabinet role under KC Venugopal. Sources also say that Satheesan is willing to work under the Chennithala-led government. So this is where things stand. At 5:30 p.m. IIC, there will be that high-stakes meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, after which there will be some clarity as to who will be the next Chief Minister of Kerala at this point of time. Take a listen to all the reactions that have been pouring in as the suspense continues 10 days after Congress's victory in Kerala.
Yesterday, I had a detailed discussion with Rahulji. I have briefed him, apprised him the reality. What exactly is the developing situation in Kerala? Kerala people are very much interested to see that their choice is being selected.
It is a proper democratic functioning of a democratic party which has more than 100 years history. But here is a BJP which has not even crossed 50 years history. They can adopt any means to stamp their dictatorial, word to select a candidate or form a government. Congress is not like that. We still adopt, even though we are in a weak wicket nowadays, we adopt all the democratic methods and measures to select the Chief Minister candidate.
They came with a big mandate of big numbers. 102 is not a small number. It's a clear majority, thumping majority. This is the 8th day. The whole state, the whole people, more of the contest workers are waiting and waiting. Unendingly they wait, but that white smoke has not come. Something is wrong with the Congress. They are still searching in the dark for the leader who is going to lead the government. So with the Congress, people are laughing at them now.
Leadership today convened a meeting with the former PCC president and the working president of the PCC regarding the CLP leader selection, and they asked our opinion, and we gave our feedback and opinion regarding the current political situation and our points regarding this CLP. So finally party is going to take a decision.
अब कांग्रेस जो है वो अनिर्णय की पार्टी है और उसके उस अनिर्णय के कारण ही जनता उनको घर में बैठा रही है, और ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यजनक है कि किसी राज्य की जनता ने मैंडेट दिया और उस मैंडेट को स्वीकार कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं कर पा रही है, उसके नेता नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, ये दुर्भाग्यजनक है।
देखिए, मेरा जो अनुभव है, तीनों सक्षम हैं और तीनों में से किसी एक को भी ये जिम्मेदारी दी जाएगी तो वो उसको ठीक ढंग से उसका निर्वाह करेंगे। मैं समझता हूँ कि इसीलिए विलम्ब हो रहा है कि तीनों सक्षम लोगों में से किसको ये जिम्मेदारी दी जाए। तो हाईकमांड हमारा नेतृत्व ये इस बात की कोशिश में है कि एक नाम पर सहमति हो जाए।
And while political editor Vasudha Venugopal has exclusively spoken to Congress leader Sachin Pilot on suspense as to who will be the next Chief Minister of Kerala. Take a look.
Mr. Pilot, does this prolonged delay also risk affecting the momentum of victory? Because a National General Secretary we hear is being seriously considered for the CM's post. Does that also indicate that the party sees the state as politically very crucial for its larger strategy?
I think every state is important. We have a very, very large mandate. People have a lot of hope and aspirations that are, that are on us as Congress and UDF. And I can assure you, we have certain commitments. We'll fulfill them. But the Congress party is a very democratic party. We take everybody's views on board so that no one feels that we have been counted in. And when all stakeholders give their views, I think very soon, today or tomorrow, we'll have an announcement about who will take what responsibility, and we'll work together as a team.
So you're saying that in about a day or two, we'll get to know who the Chief Minister could be, sir?
As soon as possible. I think Mr. Kharge is already in New Delhi having the last round of consultations. All senior people have been talked to and multiple rounds of discussions have happened. Idea is to have a team that is effective, that is acceptable to all, and it has to be a consensual process. We're not a party that dictates, this has to be done. We take everybody on board, and those views are important.
My last question to you, there's a lot of, speculation about what the allies are speaking. Has Congress been able to keep all the UDF allies aligned and reassured, in the midst of all this uncertainty, sir?
All of our allies are completely together, and it is the Congress party's decision. Of course, we'll consult all of our allies, and we have a strong pre-poll alliance, and that's been there for decades. So rest assured that all of us are very cognizant of the responsibility we hold, and we will discharge them to the best of our capacity.
All right, I'm now being joined by my colleague Janendra, who's joining me live from outside Mallikarjun's residence here in New Delhi. Janendra, we have that high-stakes meeting at 5:30 p.m. in few minutes from now. There's, of course, suspense which continues whether there will be KC Venugopal chosen or V.D. Satheesan. What are you learning at this point of time?
Naturally, KC Venugopal is ahead in the race because he is the #1 choice of Congress leadership. He is very close to Rahul Gandhi, and also 47 out of 63 Congress newly elected MLAs of Kerala are supporting KC Venugopal for Chief Minister post. So naturally, KC Venugopal is ahead in the race, but he is not MLA. And if he is appointed Chief Minister, then he will have to contest by-election, and also the Lok Sabha constituency that he represents, by-election will also take place on that seat. Many leaders supporting Satheesan are conveying to Congress leadership that if KC Venugopal is appointed Chief Minister, then Congress may face some problems in the by-election. And Satheesan, with the backing of Congress allies like IUML, is also in the race and giving tough competition to KC Venugopal. Satheesan is also having support of masses of Kerala, and we can see a campaign going on in support of Satheesan, be it social media or on ground. So naturally the choice is very tough, and many rounds of consultation have taken place. Earlier, Congress observers went to Thiruvananthapuram and consulted newly elected MLAs. Then all the three top contenders were called to Delhi, and Kharge and Rahul talked to them. After that, yesterday, Rahul met some senior leaders of Kerala Congress, and now this is the final meeting. What our sources are telling, that 5:30, a few minutes from now, Rahul Gandhi will reach Kharge's residence, and after that, that decisive meeting will start. And after the meeting, announcement may take place, and the suspense get over, and it is yet to be seen who wins the race, either KC or Satheesan or maybe Chennithala.
Right. Thanks, Janendra, for getting us the latest. We'll of course have to see what pans out after that high-stakes meeting. And well, shifting our focus to another big story after the uproar over the appointment of astrologer Radhan Pandit Vectorville as OSD to the Chief Minister, Vijay's government has now finally revoked his appointment. In fact, NDTV was the first channel to break this, and this issue took center stage in Tamil Nadu politics as well. In a big major U-turn, Chief Minister Vijay has revoked the appointment of astrologer within a span of 24 hours. That's Radhan Pandit, whose appointment has now been revoked. This came after huge backlash from allies as well as opposition. VCK MLA further questioned Vijay's choice and stated that we should focus on science and should not focus on astrology. That was the statement given by VCK MLA, who was perhaps given support to TVK. Other opposition MLAs also slammed Vijay for this appointment and stated that Vijay perhaps cannot impose his belief on government, and this will send a wrong message to the youths. Let's take a listen to all the reaction that has been coming in on this huge astrologer uproar in the state of Tamil Nadu.
நமது அரசு ஜோதிடம் பில்லி சூனியம் போன்ற மூட நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு எதிரான நம்பிக்கைகளுக்கு இடம் தராமல் அறிவியலை வளர்க்கும் திட்டங்களுக்கு முன்னுரிமை கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் கோரிக்கை வைக்கின்றேன். அறிவியலார்ந்த மனிதநேயம், ஆய்ந்து தெளிந்த சீர்திருத்தம்,
எதிரி கட்சியாக நினைக்காமல் அனைவரையும் சந்தித்து அரசியலில் ஒரு மாண்பையும் மரபையும் நீங்க ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கீங்க, வரவேற்கத்தக்கது. அதுபோல உங்களுடைய முதல் அறிவிப்பிலேயே சிங்கப்படை பெண்களை பாதுகாக்கவும் அதே போல மதுக்கடைகளை மூடுவோம் என்று சொன்னதும் மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. அந்த வகையில் முதலில் 717 மதுக்கடைகளை மூடியது ஒட்டுமொத்த தமிழக மக்களால் வரவேற்கப்பட்டது. கோவில்கள் மற்றும் பள்ளி வளாகங்கள் அருகில் இருந்த மதுக்கடைகளை முதல் முறையாக நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டெப்ல இன்னைக்கு மூடி இருக்கோம். அடுத்தது இன்றைக்கு மீனவர்களை பாதுகாக்க ஒரு அறிவிப்பு அரசாங்கத்தின் மூலம் வந்திருக்கிறது. அதையும் தேமுதிக வரவேற்கிறது. இதையெல்லாம் இருப்பினும் முதல்வர் அவர்களே,
நாங்கள் எவ்வாறு நடந்து கொள்கிறோம் என்பதை மக்கள் பார்க்கிறார்கள். எனவே எந்த தனிப்பட்ட விருப்பம் எங்களுக்கு இல்லை, விருப்பங்களும் எங்களுக்கு இல்லை. இப்போ டாஸ்மார்க் அந்த இடங்களை, கொஞ்சம் குறிப்பிட்ட இடங்களை அவர்கள் பள்ளிக்கூடங்கள், கல்லூரிகள், கோயில்கள் இருக்கிற இடங்களில் அதை இணைக்க வேண்டும் என்பது நல்லது தான். நான் அதே நேரத்தில் அந்த ஊழியர்களின் வாழ்க்கை இருக்கிறது, அது பற்றியும் சிந்திங்கள் என்று நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். இப்போ அரசு ஜோதிடர் ஒருவரை நியமிக்கிற போது எந்த மதத்தின் மீது நமக்கு வெறுப்பு அல்ல.
தமிழினத்தின் சிறப்பு, அப்படிப்பட்ட சிறப்பை கொண்ட இந்த தமிழ் மண்ணில ஒரு முற்போக்கான ஜனநாயகத்தை வளர்த்தெடுக்க வேண்டிய கடமை நம் எல்லோருக்குமே இருக்கிறது. இங்கே நீங்கள் முதல்வராக பொறுப்பேற்று 4 நாட்கள் ஆகிறது. பல நல்ல விஷயங்களை முன்னெடுக்கிறீர்கள். அரசியல் ஆச்சாரியங்களுக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டு அவற்றையெல்லாம் நாங்கள் பாராட்டி வருகின்றோம்.
So hereafter Parliament Assembly has no role to play. Only the timing will be given by the astrologer. That is why I think he had appointed him. What is he? He is not an official. He needs somebody who can advise him properly as per rules and as per the government powers. What can an astrologer do? He can predict, that's all. And that prediction too is subject to happenings. I don't know why this man, I think he has more faith in him than his party.
See, an OSD is an absolutely personal choice, and if the Chief Minister feels that the person he is appointed is going to be of any use to him in terms of administration, then it's his choice. I mean, the Chief Minister himself has absolutely no experience with politics. The people have given him itself a chance. When an actor can become the Chief Minister, why can't an astrologer become an OSD? So I think it's all fair.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in after DMK walkout in Tamil Nadu Assembly earlier this morning. TVK has now hit back over Udayanidhi's remark. Remember, Udayanidhi Stalin, the leader of opposition, the LOP, said 65% of voters had not supported TVK in the 2026 Assembly polls. To that, TVK has now hit back and said our vote percent much higher than DMK. TVK has also gone on to say that people will remember the defeat of 15 Tamil Nadu ministers from DMK, and DMK is now drowning and struggling in defeat. That's the big statement given out by TVK after that statement by Udinidhi Stalin earlier today. I want to go across to my colleague Sam Daniel for more on this. Sam, TVK clearly coming out and saying that our vote percentage is much higher than DMK. Of course, this statement is after Udinidhi Stalin. The LOP said that 65% of voters had not supported TVK in the assembly polls, perhaps referring to the vote share. Tell us more about this, Sam.
Well, that's right. On the floor of the House, Udinidhi Stalin had said technically a majority of people in Tamil Nadu have rejected TVK in terms of votes polled by other parties, he had said. Now, in a long statement, Chief Minister Vijay has denied these allegations and put things in perspective. He says, comparatively, the TVK has won nearly 35% vote share on its own without any alliance. On the other hand, the DMK on its own has only secured 24.19%, which he says is much less than what TVK on its own has got. And in terms of vote share too, he says the DMK has only secured 1.19 crore votes versus 1.72 crore by the TVK, 52 lakh more than what the DMK has secured, TVK has got. And in terms of rejection, responding to Udinidhi's claim that a majority of Tamil Nadu voters have rejected TVK, he says, going by the votes polled by DMK alone, he says that 3.68 crore people have rejected DMK, which means 76% of voters, he says, have rejected the DMK. And he also has taken on the DMK, which keeps repeating that its allies like VCK, CPI, CPM have supported externally the TVK government. And he says only because TVK is strong in its secular principles. Parties like the Congress, VCK, CPI and CPM, he says, have supported. So a long response by Chief Minister in his capacity as party chief to what the leader of opposition, DMK leader Udinidhi, had told on the floor of the House.
Right, Sam. Thanks for giving us a lowdown of where things stand, what happened early in the morning. Thanks very much for sharing insights, Sam. And well, there's more news from Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay has won the trust vote in Assembly. 144 MLAs voted in the favor of Vijay, while 22 voted against him. And there were 5 MLAs who abstained from the vote. So the A's were 144, no's 22, and 5 MLAs abstained. Apart from that, Vijay's allies, Congress, VCK, Left, RUML, they all have extended massive support to TVK, while one axed AMMK MLA also backed Vijay. 4 PMK MLAs and lone BJP MLA abstained from the voting. Meanwhile, apart from that, AIADMK has perhaps split into 2 over the support to TVK. 25 AIADMK MLAs have now backed Vijay, while 22 AIADMK MLAs, they have voted against Vijay. On the other hand, all DMK MLAs walked out of the assembly and they did not participate in the voting procedure. Meanwhile, Vijay has perhaps thanked everyone for vote of trust and assured that his government will work for everyone. He has also vowed to uphold democratic and secular traditions. And he said, my government is for the people. This government will have strong conscience as well. Take a listen to the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay's remarks after he won the floor test today.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, முதலில் நம்பிக்கை தீர்மானத்தில் மக்களுக்கான இந்த ஆட்சியை, மனசாட்சி உள்ள மக்களாட்சியை ஆதரித்து வெற்றி பெற செய்த மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றியை நமது அரசின் சார்பாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மக்களும் நம் மீது நம்பிக்கை வைத்து தீர்மானமாக வாக்களித்தனர். வாகை சூடும் அந்த வரலாறு திரும்பியது. விசில் அலை வெற்றி அலையாக மாறியது. ஒரு விரல் புரட்சி விசில் புரட்சியானது. கட்சி ஆரம்பித்த 3 ஆண்டுகளுக்குள் 34.92% 1,72,26,208 வாக்குகளை மக்கள் தந்தனர். தமிழக வெற்றிக் கழகத்தை தனி பெரும் கட்சியாக சட்டமன்றத்திற்கு அனுப்பி வைத்தனர். குதிரை பேரத்தில் எமது அரசு ஈடுபடுகிறது என்று கருத்தை தெரிவித்த மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர் அவர்களுக்கு நான் ஒன்றை மட்டும் சொல்லிக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த அரசு குதிரை வேகத்தில் செயல்படுகிற அரசே தவிர குதிரை பேரத்தில் ஈடுபடுகிற அரசு இல்லை என்பதை ஆணித்தரமாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
இருக்கின்ற கட்சியாகத்தான் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் இருக்கும். எங்களுக்கு எதிரி கட்சி இல்ல, எதிர்கட்சி என்ற நிலைப்பாட்டில் தான் நாங்கள் எப்பொழுதும் இருப்போம். எங்களுடைய தலைவர்கள் அந்த பாதையைத்தான் எங்கள் வழிவகுத்து சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதை இந்த நேரத்தில் பதிவு வைத்து மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் கொண்டு வந்த தீர்மானத்தை நாங்கள் எதிர்க்கின்றோம். அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக உறுப்பினர்கள் அனைவரும் எதிர்த்துத்தான் வாக்களிப்பார்களா என்பதை தெரிவித்து அமர்கின்றேன்.
தீர்ப்பளித்து இன்றைக்கு முதலமைச்சருக்கு வாக்களித்துள்ளார்கள். அதற்கு நாங்கள் ஆதரவு அளிக்கிறோம் அதிமுக சார்பாக. அதே போல நாங்கள் யாரும் பதவிக்கு ஆசைப்படுவது கிடையாது, பதவிக்காக ஆசைப்பட்டு அவர் கிடையாது.
தலைவருக்கு தெரியாம திருட்டுத்தனமாக இந்த ஆட்சிக்கு ஆதரவு தர வச்சிருந்தீங்க. இப்ப நான் சொல்றது ரொம்ப டீசென்டான வெர்ஷன். உங்க ஆட்சியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் வெறும் இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்ல ரீல்ஸ் ஆட்சியா இல்லாம ரியல் ஆட்சியா நடத்துங்க. அது மட்டும்தான்.
Showing focus to other news now. Days after Prime Minister Modi's call for saving fuel, Prime Minister Modi has now cut in the number of vehicles in his own convoy to just 2 cars. As per sources, Prime Minister Modi has even asked for the number of EV vehicles to be increased in the convoy. Remember that earlier this week, just a few days ago, Prime Minister Modi had reduced his convoy size during domestic visits to Gujarat and Assam recently as well. Not just that, the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, they both have reduced the size of their respectful convoys. Several NDA chief ministers like the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav, they all have also cut down their convoy. Take a listen in to some of the BJP reactions on this.
कोई युद्ध होता था तो लोग देश हित में सोना दान दे देते थे. आज दान की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन देश हित में हमको ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि साल भर तक घर में कोई भी फंक्शन हो, कोई भी कार्यक्रम हो, हम सोने के गहने नहीं खरीदेंगे. वर्क फ्रॉम होम, ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, वर्चुअल मीटिंग्स, इनको हमें फिर से प्राथमिकता देनी है. साथियों, आज जो संकट है उसमें हमें विदेशी मुद्रा बचाने पर भी बहुत जोर देना होगा, क्योंकि दुनिया में पेट्रोल डीजल इतना ज्यादा महंगा हो गया है, पहले से कई गुना ज्यादा कीमतें बढ़ गई है. हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा. शहरों में जहां मेट्रो है वहां हम तय करें कि हम मेट्रो का ही उपयोग करेंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेट्रो में ही जाएंगे. अगर कार में ही जाना जरूरी है तो फिर कार पूल करने का प्रयास करें.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पब्लिक मंच से भी बोला है और हम सबको भी गाइड करते हैं हमेशा कि यथासंभव कम से कम खर्चे रखो, जिससे कि आज के युग में जो हमारा रिक्वायरमेंट है उस हिसाब से हम अपने जीवन शैली में परिवर्तन लाए. और ये मेरा निवेदन सभी से है, पब्लिक लाइफ में हो, पर्सनल लाइफ में देखें, अगर हम हर जगह हम यथासंभव जो भी हमारी इम्पोर्टेड चीज़ें हैं उनका कंजम्पशन कम करें, ऐसा हमारा प्रयास हमेशा रहना चाहिए.
कोई सारे ऑस्टेरिटी मेजर हमने आज अडॉप्ट किया. गवर्नर, चीफ मिनिस्टर, मिनिस्टर का कॉन्वॉय साइज डाउन साइज होगा. नया व्हीकल हम अगले 6 महीना नहीं खरीदूंगा। स्क्रैपिंग को हम लोग एनकरेज करूंगा। कोई भी विदेशी सामान हम अगले 6 महीना तक नहीं खरीदूंगा सरकार का ओर से। कोई फॉरेन ट्रेवल नहीं होगा, गवर्नमेंट फॉरेन ट्रेवल भी नहीं होगा, प्राइवेट फॉरेन ट्रेवल भी नहीं होगा। जहां तक सरकार और सरकारी एम्प्लॉइज का इशू है, एक्सेप्ट मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट नोबडी विल गो टू अब्रॉड। सो असम इन ए हम्बल वे प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपील को क्रियान्वित करने का प्रयास करेगा।
আমি ওয়েলকাম করেছি এবং আমি ওনার টুইট দেখার পরে মানে খবরটা দেখার পরে আমিও আমার সিকিউরিটি দায়িত্বে থাকা লোকজনকে বলেছি অপ্রয়োজনীয় গাড়ি রাখার প্রয়োজন নেই। আমাদের প্রধানমন্ত্রী আমাদের পথপ্রদর্শক। স্বচ্ছ ভারত অভিযান থেকে রাষ্ট্রবাদের উত্থান, ভারতীয় সংস্কৃতি থেকে সনাতন সংস্কৃতির জাগরণ, সবকা সাথ সবকা বিকাশ সবকা বিশ্বাস সবকা প্রয়াসের তিনি প্রবর্তক।
The Prime Minister has reduced the number of vehicles in his cavalcade. The central government officials and ministers are also taking the required austerity measures. The question is that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, why are they silent and why have they not followed action in places where there is Congress government? This further proves the point that the Congress party believes in politics, not national interest. This is why whether it is Himachal Pradesh where the Congress party increased the prices of the petrol and diesel in the past, or whether it is the Karnataka and Telangana Congress government, all of them are looking at politicking, not nation's interest. This is why Rahul Gandhi, in the mind of the people of the country, is considered not as a pro-India politician, but as an opportunist anti-India politician.
All we have some breaking news from Mulayam Singh's younger son's demise. Well, the latest, the post-mortem report from King George's Medical University in Lucknow of Pratik Yadav lists cardiorespiratory collapse, and that's due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as the cause of death, mentioning 6 ante-mortem injuries found on his body. That's before the death. The report says, however, whole heart and pulmonary thromboembolic material preserved in formalin, and the examination is preserved for chemical analysis, which will be handed over to the person concerned. Well, Samajwadi Party founder Mulayam Singh Yadav's son and BJP leader Aparna Yadav's husband Pratik Yadav passed away this morning. There was bruise on the front right side of the chest, bruise below the right armpit, upper arm area as well, and also a long bruise on the inner side of the right forearm. The latest coming in is that Pratik Yadav was suffering from lung ailment and he had multiple bruises all over the body as well. Remember, Pratik Yadav is the son of late Samajwadi Party founder Mulayam Singh Yadav, who died at the age of 38 in Lucknow. He was brought dead at the Lucknow Civil Hospital earlier today. And the latest coming in is the autopsy report, which has now been released, which says bruise on chest and arm. Report says death due to blood clot in lungs as well. The autopsy report says that the injuries occurred in the last 5 days before his death as well. He was just 38 years old, and the report says, however, that the whole heart and pulmonary thromboembolic material preserved in formalin for further chemical analysis as well. My colleague Ranveer is now joining me live on this. Ranveer, the autopsy report has given out latest revelations in Pratik Yadav's demise. He was 38 years old and he was brought dead at the Lucknow Civil Hospital earlier today. Ranveer.
Autopsy reports came out, and the report says that due to some blockage, Pratik Yadav died today morning, and the postmortem report says that there was around 6 injury marks on the body, and especially on the right hand and right side. Three injury marks are around 5 to 7 days old, and 3 of them are around 2 days old. So some of the injury marks have been identified in the postmortem report of Pratik Yadav, and the major cause of death is cardiac arrest. We can say in a simple language that due to cardiac arrest, Pratik Yadav died today morning.
Right, and we'll be tracking this very closely with you. There were injury marks in his body 5 days before his demise as well. But right now, slipping into a very short break. Come right back. Lots more line for you here on Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Congress camp witnessing political buzz ahead of that expected announcement as speculation continues to grow. Anti-KC Venugopal posters surfaced near the Congress office in Wayanad opposing his possible nomination as the Chief Minister. The posters carried a warning for Congress leadership. In a meeting with state leaders yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is learned to have reviewed KC Venugopal versus VD Satishan camp battle. Even as talks continue, all three camps remain confident. Sources in the Ramesh Chennithala camp claim his biggest advantage is his non-controversial image and seniority, arguing he cannot serve under either Venugopal or Satishan. The Satishan camp, meanwhile, believes that Sonia Gandhi is inclined towards him, and so are the allies. Sources also say Satishan is willing to work under a Chennithala-led government, but not under KC Venugopal. Remember, KC Venugopal is seen as a Delhi person. He is somebody who is a very close aide of Rahul Gandhi's. In a fresh twist, CCTV footage also going viral, which shows a CPM worker putting up a flex banner backing KC Venugopal for Chief Minister. So this too is happening. Take a look at that visual there, in which it is a CPM worker who is putting up a banner wanting KC Venugopal as Chief Minister, which is in a way shows that the opposition in Kerala thinks that KC Venugopal would be an advantage to them if he is made Chief Minister. Earlier we spoke to Shiv for more.
Congress has a recent track record of sullying election victories by allowing leadership tussles to become the dominant narrative. You've seen that in Punjab, you've seen that in Rajasthan, you've seen that in many other states as well. And the Congress cannot afford for that to happen in Kerala, where the Congress is a very credible player in the state and has enjoyed power for many years together. The tightrope walk that you talk about, the balancing act which you rightly describe it as, is a difficult one for the Congress. The fact that they've taken 10 days is not only indicative of a wait and watch kind of posture, but it also shows you that the High Command is in many ways weakened in its inability to discipline these competing ambitions, which is why you've seen protests, you've seen social media slanging matches between the supporters of these three different camps. You've seen posters and cutouts in Thiruvananthapuram. That kind of thing you would never see happen in any other party, and is a signal that the weakened High Command is unable to impose its writ on these minor disciplinary issues. But beyond that, I think there's a lot to think about here. We've already put on the table for our viewers the three big contenders, what they bring to the table, what the risks and advantages of each of those persons are, so I won't get into that. But I think the irony of this entire situation, Vedika, and the 10 days after the result is that the Congress is not so much looking at who's the best man to govern Kerala, rather it is looking at who is the man whose selection will least damage the Congress party. And that's a little ironic because, will choosing KC Venugopal trigger a rebellion within the Kerala Congress? Will, choosing VD Satishan trigger a sulking KC Venugopal at the center, which Rahul Gandhi cannot afford? What does Rahul Gandhi really want? Where does Mallikarjun Kharge's input come into all of this? Should KC Venugopal be rewarded with the Chief Minister's job after having presided over one of the most abysmal phases of the Congress electorally speaking? All of these pulls and pressures come into it. There's Wayanad, where Rahul Gandhi's sister is the MP from, where the IUML is firmly behind VD Satishan. Ramesh Chennithala, seen as an old war horse of the Congress. Many say it's his last chance to be the Chief Minister, so why can't he be the compromise candidate? You've got all these competing interests and pulls and pressures, but I think what the Congress is most worried about is what the fallout will be no matter what that selection. So right now, they probably are doing some kind of a political model to see what is the path of least resistance and what will, least damage them on the road to 2029. We need to make absolutely sure we never forget the fact that this is the road to 2029. All of these elections pave the way for a very busy election season next year and the year after that in Karnataka, and then there's
Welcome back. You're watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. We have big news from the global lens. US President Donald Trump has arrived in Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. And this is, of course, amid the continuing deadlock in the Iran conflict. Trump, just a short while ago, has reached Beijing. He will be in China for a high-stakes two-day visit. Ahead of Trump's visit, Beijing drew 4 red lines that must not be challenged during the summit, which included, number 1, China's position on Taiwan and its development rights. This also marks the first visit to China by a US president in nearly a decade, because the last visit was in 2017. So this visit by a sitting US president is after 9 years. I'm going to go across to my colleague Ghazali for more on this. Ghazali, countdown to Trump-Xi meeting at this point of time. Trump has landed in Beijing for a high-stakes two-day meet. There's, of course, trade, AI, tech, trade issues, and the ongoing Iran war. But what can we expect at this point of time?
See, a big meet, as you rightly pointed out. The last time he visited back in 2017, the position of China was very different in the new global world order. But this time around, a lot of expectations, not just about the bilateral relations. You spoke about the trade thing. You spoke about how technology could be one major factor of exchange between the two countries, because Trump also announced that how he is taking along CEOs of major companies along with him to Beijing for the talks and asking China to invest back in the United States when it comes to tech companies. But more than that, all eyes will be on more than the bilateral issues, but the Strait of Hormuz, the rising global oil prices. Earlier, Mr. Trump had said that perhaps he wants China to persuade Iran to open up his Strait of Hormuz. But as usual, Mr. Trump flipped again, saying he doesn't need Chinese help to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So trade talks will be important. It will be also important to see that what would be U.S.'s stand as far as when it comes to Taiwan, because U.S. doesn't recognize Taiwan as an independent country, but according to an act, U.S. does provide military aid to Taiwan. So whether that will be changed or not, that all eyes will be on that, because in the summit, China would certainly raise the issue of Taiwan, besides the Strait of Hormuz issue of supporting Iran.
Right, all right. We have Ghazali, we have live visuals of the US President Donald Trump's touchdown in Beijing. He's getting off his Air Force One aboard plane, and he's reached China. There's a huge red carpet welcome for him. This is US President Donald Trump's two-day visit to China, in which a slew of issues will be discussed. There's also Elon Musk and major tech leaders who are accompanying him for a two-day visit to China. And we're getting you live visuals. The US President Donald Trump's touchdown in Beijing. There are various issues which will be discussed: AI, chip war, and of course the ongoing war in Iran. Remember, before boarding that plane and before his touchdown in Beijing, Trump clearly said that he will have a long talk about Iran with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. But he, however, said that at the center of all the talks will be trade. But we are cutting across. We are showing you live visuals of Trump's presidential car, the Beast, waiting on the tarmac, and Trump's touchdown in Beijing for a high-stakes two-day visit. During his two-day visit, Trump will also hold high-stakes talks with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. But apart from that, before he boarded the plane, we see a red carpet welcome for the US President Donald Trump. Remember, the last time a US president visited China was in 2017. That's almost a decade ago. But right here, live visuals of the US President Donald Trump's touchdown in Beijing. Perhaps a red carpet welcome. He is being accompanied by major tech leaders as well, because AI, tech, chip will also be on the issues, apart from, of course, the ongoing war in Iran. It's going to be a jam-packed two-day meet of the US President Donald Trump with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Trump and Xi are also scheduled to tour the Temple of Heaven, and there will also be a closed-door meetings which will take place tomorrow, culminating in a state banquet that evening. But live visuals from Beijing with the US President's touchdown. The Apple boss, Elon Musk, is also expected to reach China, because this visit, of course, comes at the backdrop of the ongoing war in Iran. But it also comes at a time when there are a slew of issues on the table. I will go across to Einar Tangen, joining me live from Beijing for more on this. Mr. Tangen, thank you for joining us on NDTV. First up, of course, we have the live visuals of the US President Donald Trump's touchdown in in Beijing, from AI and chip war to, of course, the ongoing war in Iran. How is China viewing this visit? Because the war has not come to an end. And before boarding that flight, Trump clearly said that he will have a long talk about Iran with Xi Jinping.
Well, Donald Trump's been saying a lot of things about Iran. When in the morning he says he's going to bomb it into oblivion, and then in the afternoon he says he's going to give peace a chance or negotiations. So I don't think that people are taking too seriously what he's throwing out there. But he does have a habit of telegraphing his moves. When he gets on the plane and says, "Oh, I don't need China for the Iranian war," but then he says, "Oh, I have to have a long talk with Xi about this," it's kind of contradictory. But, from Beijing's point of view, there are a number of separate issues here. One of them is Iran. And contrary to what everyone wants to believe, China does not control Iran. They do trade with them, but they do trade with many other countries, just like saying you can control Russia. It cannot. And it will not do so. It is not like the United States. In terms of the economic situation, I think it's going to be mostly transactional. There is some hope, though, because they've talked about, and this hasn't been acknowledged by the Chinese side, but Trump has floated this idea of having two boards that are staffed by people from both countries. One would be trade, in order to sort out what items can and cannot be traded. And the other one would be investment, which would also do the same thing in terms of investment. If this goes into effect, then you have two boards which are making these kind of micro decisions, and that might calm the waters. So we're hoping that something like that comes out of it. Obviously, Trump wants to go back and say he's reduced the deficit by getting some orders. There's rumors of 25 million bushels of
Right, Mr. Stanton, of course, you've given out the thorny issues for China, and China has clearly drawn some red lines before Trump's visit, saying that China's position on Taiwan should not be challenged. But we have to note that this touchdown of the U.S. President Donald Trump to Beijing comes the backdrop of the ongoing war in Iran. What perhaps will count as a successful two-day summit of Trump and Xi Jinping?
Well, it depends on which side you're on. I mean, for Xi Jinping, it is to give Donald Trump enough wins, but transactional ones. So whatever China gives, they expect something in return. For Donald Trump, he needs optics. He's, suffering in the polls. Two out of every three Americans believe that the Iranian war was a mistake and not well thought out. He's approaching elections. He's under tremendous pressure. So he wants something that optically he can say, look, I brought some red meat back to the United States. So that's approximately where they are. In terms of the underlying things that matter to business and other countries, I think that's going to be more nuanced. We'll have to see what happens.
But how much of the Iran war will be featured? Because Trump clearly said that I will have a long talk with Xi Jinping on Iran. But of course, trade will be at the center because we have the Apple boss, Elon Musk, all of them traveling with Trump. But how much of this visit will perhaps have an impact in the ongoing war, in Iran?
Unfortunately, very little. Donald Trump's approach is he says, look, you pressure them, and that's what he does. He's a bully. He likes to pressure countries, as India knows. So at this point, China's strategy is completely different. They say, look, trust has been broken. All wars can only end over a conference table, and that there has to be trust in order to be at that conference table. The U.S. broke the treaty way back when, and now it attacked Iran twice during peace negotiations.